Dee 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 dee. Oh, hold on. Is this the right? Nope, that wasn't it. That makes... Is that it? No, that's not it. Oh, no!
The dragon Pandasaurus Rex has come. A gigantic reptilian creature. She is magical and
I think you can see me, but I now can't see me.
These monsters can live for thousands of years.
For thousands of years. Twitch isn't letting me sign in with OBS. I know I'm live, but for some reason my OBS is now blocked with Stream Elements being like, no. Just no, you're not allowed to see anymore. We're gonna send you a text message. Make sure you're you. Are you the you that always was? Are you the you that may never be? Perhaps. Perhaps not. You gonna work now? Am I allowed to see? My green screen's on. That's good to know. Hold on. There we go. Hello, everyone. It'll come back
It's
soon.
A story of two
Worry
brothers,
you not.
And they have a special bond.
They have a special bond. I was in the literal last minute of the last Persona 4 Gold VOD. That VOD is so incomplete. I feel bad about that VOD. The problem is I can't do it again. I can never do a run through of that as good as my first one. Hold on. Yeah, but like, that was such a good run. Like, the whole point of, like, the whole thing of that is that I had that plot. I didn't have the plot sussed out, but I don't even know if it was in the first 40 hours. I had what I'll say the twist. I had the twist pinned in the first minute and a half. Well, not the small twist, not the big twist.
Mr. Man is
you know,
here. It is time
the twist,
for wish.
but not the twist. And it was because of one thing the dude said. And half a chat, at least I believe half a chat, who knows the plot, gaslit my ass the entire game. Like I was crazy, but I wasn't crazy. It's like, I can't do it now because I've done the game. So everyone's like, well, obviously, like, oh, you see it, you know what it is because you know, you've done it. And it's like, man, what, are you not seeing it? Did you not hear? What do you mean? No, not the aliens. Hold on. We're not getting sounds like the sub alert. You didn't hear.
With a wit neither sharp nor dull, Vorpalin comes galumphing in.
You don't hear this?
It's a story of two brothers, and they have a special bond.
What are we not hearing? I'm hearing everything. Yeah, literally, as stupid as it sounds, the fact that he threw up. I absolutely refuse to believe that someone could be an investigator and have never seen someone dead before. How can your audio levels be off? It's... What? is that not going
It's
through? I don't
Two
understand.
brothers, and they have a special bond.
It could be that apparently Windows wants to try to update right now. Are you fucking me over, Windows? We have a cumulative update. For what? Nobody wants your shit. Windows 11's garbage. Stop fucking making garbage. Fuck. It's not a hard concept. I don't know. Somehow half of you are hearing it and half of you aren't. I don't know. I'm blaming Twitch. I have no clue how that makes sense. But yeah, no. Hold on. Before we go further into this. There we go. That way they can get to places. Yeah, no. I knew something was up literally because he threw up. And then because I was paranoid because he threw up, I spent the entire game thinking that he had brainwashed everyone into thinking, like, I didn't think he was a person at all. Like, I literally was like, this is Invasion of the Body Snatchers or some shit. I was like, nope, that's not a real person. This guy is a fake. So I spent the entire game paranoid about that dude. Just fucking paranoid about that. And every time he fucking talks, every time he talked, I was like, why are you talking to me? This is not what humans do. You are clearly an alien or some shit. And then you get to like some point in it and they're like, well, who do you think did it? And I was like, this guy did it. He's an alien. And the game's like, holy shit, you're right. You've identified who did it. It's like, I knew it. Then it turned out he wasn't an alien. I have been taking my pills and I have been doing things. Hopefully this should clear out a little better. You know, I really wish all the moisture and stuff would go away and the fungal spores or wherever the fuck it is in the woods whenever it gets wet would die down so my nose could stop trying to kill me. So I'm going to sound probably a bit gravelly from time to time today. And that's just the life we're gonna have to live. Oh yeah, shit. Ah! Well, now everything's breaking. Hold on, that didn't roll correctly. Like, at all. And Sherlock Holmes has fallen down. When did that happen? Eh. There we go. It's off center and my hall light is on. I'm just all kinds of not professional today. There we go. Yes, every time I shave, my voice goes different. No, I've just... My nose issue hasn't... Why are we still not dumping these? I don't understand. My nose issue hasn't really gotten away yet, or hasn't really gone away. Were these from a gobbo? I don't think you're a body. I don't think we lost any dwarves. Why are no one dumping? We're not paused. Hello? Why are we not doing half the things we're supposed to be doing? That's all right. I just won't let that eat at my very soul. Well, yeah, okay. I'm remembering last time we got this elevator kind of working. We are up on this floor. We've got the right side essentially done. There are... What is that? There's a rat on the roof. We are going to need to start working on the left side today, particularly if this area has been kind of finished. Now, I'm thinking that and that is supposed to be filled in. But for right now, I'll just ignore it, I suppose. And we will just build up that wall back. Uh-oh, no floor. Jet block so we can come back and fix it later. No, something happened. What was it? What was it? What was it, chat? Chat, what was it? Overwatch 2. Actually, no, I could do... Hold on. We're gonna double tap this. There you go. Now, not only have I taken my Claritin, but in a minute or in a bit, things should really clear out, as I've done the fluty nasal spray or whatever the hell it's called. The fluticasone. Might end up sneezing a lot in a minute, though. We're doing Conglom, right? Yeah, we're doing Conglom. Real question is, why is the game's music... That's the thing that really freaks me out, is I swear to God, this game keeps getting quieter and quieter on me. I used to set this. Gauge over here was halfway. That was in the fucking 70s. And I'm at 100 cranking up the audio just to hear music. I don't know why the game's audio, like, over time keeps getting quieter and quieter and quieter. Nothing else gets quieter. It's just this computer doing this game during this stream. I can't hear it. What? What's up? Mood? There's a mood coming? Why didn't it pause if I have a mood? It should pause if I have a mood, I thought. No one has a mood. What mood? There's no mood. Oh, okay. You want to reward Mr. Man for that? All right. I revoke sub then? You can't, it's already processing. Oh! The internet has seen fit. It's doing that stupid thing again. An unexpected error occurred. It's not letting it go through. Sorry, Mr. Man, even the internet has determined that you're not allowed to get this. Purchase not complete. An unexpected error occurred. What error? God, just take my money. I have no clue This is like the third time this has happened. How does Twitch have so many fucking issues? Just take, oh, we don't have money. And you try to put money in the system and go, oh, we could figure it out. Money hoard. Like, accept the money. Ah! Go to full checkout. All right, why is this not working? What do you want? I thought we already fixed this. What the hell do you want from me? Oh my God. Are you shitting me? The fuck is that? No. I don't want any of these. Hold on. Fuck, god damn it. Twitch, just work. God damn. What are we alerting over here? What the fuck just happened? A caravan has arrived. Okay. Like, didn't we go through this nonsense about a week ago? I feel like we went through this recently, game. Twitch, whatever the fuck is going on here. Go through. I have no clue how Twitch makes this shit so fucking hard. As for every other company to do that thing where you get in for free and then it's a pain in the ass to get out, Twitch has got the order backwards and it's just a pain in the ass to get anything in. I've clicked complete purchase so many times. What the fuck do you want from me? Go through. God damn. Twitch just isn't a hard concept. Go. I canceled the whole thing and started from fresh. See if it goes through. Don't you fucking say there was an error. There we go. God damn. I don't know why Twitch makes this shit so fucking hard.
Our end strategist gifted a tier 1 sub to Mr. Man TM.
To Mr. Man TM. Oh, I actually should have said yes. I think it's about time we started having nobles. We gotta set the jail cells, though. I don't want your ketchup. Ooh. No, what was I discussing? This whole thing. Hold on. I can't think straight when my nose is weird. Overwatch is getting completely destroyed on Steam, and I find that shit hilarious. That's what's going on. I need more ropes. I don't have enough chains. Beardless Dwarf Fortress stream. Hello, Evie. Are any of you guys tracking the Overwatch 2 release? There was even a video of it on YouTube. Where at the time of that video, Overwatch 2 was the 8th lowest rated game on Steam of all time. Literally everyone came in. Here's some noise. Everyone came in and they were reviewing it and they were doing things. And like the only positive review was like the only positive review was it linking back to itself or some weird nonsense. So obviously it was a joke review. The whole thing, at one point it was down at like 8%. Like incredibly negative. No one recommends this game. Its rating was all the way down to 8% because no one wants to deal with that shit. Nobody cares. Move trade goods. Let's see what I can get over here. I forget how this works. I want it to be worn. Anything worn. Obviously no qualities, no artifacts. Hide band, and I don't know what risky is, but okay. Oh, it's for elves and stuff, isn't it? I don't know what forbidden item is. Oh yeah, actually forbidden. So how do I say control A? If they're, yeah, okay. Those are already all ordered to be traded. Yeah, get rid of anything and everything I can, please. I don't know how many. Yeah, 2,676 items. It is literally now the lowest. Yeah. That's what it was. Thank you. I knew it was some weird link back to something else. I think that was like the one, like, yeah, they recommended it. It was like the one positive review that like you could find for a while for Overwatch 2 is just a link to TF2. Yeah, and the thing is, it's not just people saying like stupid shit. They're all like, no, like they got rid of the game. Why would you ever do this? Like, obviously the sheer amount of turnout is because, well, it's fucking Overwatch. But like the people who actually bother to type in shit, they're actually like, they type in the legit reasons. They're like, they got rid of the game. I don't know how the fuck they thought this was anything other than a money grab. That shit made me chuckle. That shit gave me a good old guffaw. Few reviews say bad game, good pork. Bad game, good pork. I don't know what that means. Oh, pork. You mean porn? Yes. There are a bunch of reviews saying the only reason why the game is even still going is off the backs of the people who make animated porn of the game characters. Things are moving now. They are moving with speed and alacrity. Alacrity. They are moving with speed and alacrity. Now we're gonna have to do an overlay at some point to start doing elevators, not elevators, libraries and such. This entire area is gonna be so convoluted. I feel like right now that I just want to focus on this. Broker requested, because we're probably not gonna be able to get all the items out, but we can try. Come on, broker. All right, all the bows, all the pikes, all the halberds, all the two-handed swords, all the long swords. Boy, do you have a weight issue. All the mauls, all the great axes, all the scourges, all the breastplates that are damaged, I guess, all the mail shirts, all the tunics, all the high boots, all the sandals, all the socks, all the helms, all the hoods, all the gauntlets, all the gloves, all the trousers, all the leggings. I only need to account for 6,000 pounds. This is why I got to accept a noble, by the way, is so they can actually start having weight that I can use to get off. So we're going to take back some of their metal bars because they weigh a bit. I might come back to the blocks. I don't want to, but I might come back to the blocks. We'll take clay loam. I absolutely don't want to do that, but it's hundreds of pounds off, so we'll do that. We needed some chains already, so we'll get those. We'll get their heavy, we'll get some of their instruments just for sheer weight. I mean, that one was 33 pounds. Is that a 33-pound pan flute, but the piano is 10 pounds? Yeah, no, that makes sense. That, I'm not questioning that. Are you questioning that, chat? You better not be questioning it, because that makes perfect sense. I don't want a duck and a hen, though, but yeah, we'll take all the cages. Again, we got to lower that weight. I definitely don't want barrels. I'll melt down the silver battle axe. That hurts my soul. Did it not say anything? Supposed to. Thank you, Sandhills Bell. Hopefully you're having a fantabulous day. We're even gonna trade for their like not good things just so I can get the weight back. Like I don't want these shields, but it's 30 pounds. Iron helm. I'll take your caps. I'll take your steel cap. But it's only 1 pound. I'm not. Fuck it. We'll get bronze too. Get all your mittens. We'll get all your kitten mittens. Take all your bolts. Don't want your bracelets. Your gems aren't heavy. I will take your anvils. I will take your meat. I will take your fish. I will take your plants. I'll take your leaves. Your more leaves. Your other leaves. Your thread. Your trousers. Your greaves. I'll even take your backpacks. I'll take your quivers. They're weight, so I'll take your corkscrews. I'll figure out what to do with them. We literally just got to trade out on weight here. An iron mine cart, 314 pounds. I don't see anything wrong with that. We'll take the 2 codices. I would take that for sheer weight, but I literally don't know what to do with that. Like that one, I feel like it'd be more of an effort. Now I got to undo 2,672 pounds. All right, high boots, it's 300 pounds. Breastplates, there's a lot of the weight. There's also a lot of the worth. What's doing the weight? Mail shirt? Mail shirt. 439 pounds. Jesus, the helms are a lot of weight. How many Garbo helms do we have? Holy crap. I'm going to try to see how many I can throw in to get close to this weight limit. I'm actually going to take out the iron ones because they weigh less. I want to maximize the weight exchange. Hold on, chat. I'm mathing. Come on. I would prefer you to get back to green. I want them to say that we gave them good shit, but it's looking like we're not going to pull that. How about that? They're happy with it. I'll take it. Might as well stop bringing the other items, but whatever. Wonder if we can find somebody to get whatever's left here to be like forbidden here. That would be the best. Because it's still here and it's being traded. God, we have a lot of Goblinite, don't we? Because they're going to be hauling those items forever. I am doing fine. My sinuses / allergies / humidity / moisture / fungal spores is acting up. I was very slow to wake up today. My head was killing me. You know, if my sinuses would please deflate the balloon in my skull, I would appreciate it. I would find that quite agreeable if we could get the inflatable balloon out of my nose. Oh my God, I forgot something, chat. Terramokes actually contacted me earlier and reminded me, and then I forgot about it again. Hold on. I have to load up Discord. All right, hold on. How does this work? Save image? What is it supposed to be? It's PNG, right? Save image as. Now it knows it's a PNG. Hold on. Save image. Nope. Because for some reason you click save image in Discord, it doesn't know what the fucking image is, but if you open it in browser, now it knows what it is. Absolutely stupid. Give me a sec, chat. We're doing things. We have new emotes. I forgot. We have new emotes. I'm gonna take raid, put it down to... How does this work? I'm trying to move raid down to free. No, just... What? How do you guys make this so hard? Follower. There we go. Now, upload new standard emote. Now wait, hold on. Fuck, he's not here. I don't know what this is supposed to be. It says clue? What's clue? It was called clue. I mean, obviously it's laughing boo. Yeah, okay. We'll go with... I need to know what people would type. Hold on. Oh my god, I can't think straight when I'm balloon mode. All right, chat. I'm gonna have you help me. You're gonna help me real quick, chat. Be prepared to help me. Game, calm down in the background. Calm down for a sec. Chat. We have new emotes. What should they be called? There we go. I.e., what would you have to type in down below to make the emote work? First emote doesn't exist. Where did it go? Is it on the desktop? Yes. The first emote is the mimic dead stare for like, are you serious or whatever. What should this one be called? Actually, oh, what did I just move? I don't know what that is. What is unlocked? Why would I move the second floor? The second emote. There you go. What is happening? Hold on. I'm in the emote view. I don't know what chat's saying, which is weird because I asked chat a question. Smart person would have been looking at chat. Oh, lol. I was reading it as Mimi Clue. It's lol. God. I want to send an excavation crew up my sinuses. So just stare and lull, that makes sense. Is that where we're going with chat? Thank you for your input. Yeah, L-U-L, not C-L-U-L. Mimic lull. God damn it, I'm an idiot. All right. I believe I've got that one in the list now. And then we'll upload the other one. Well, I mean, yeah, but the problem is I can't change the prefix. So the prefix is going to be RNGSTR1 because Twitch is stupid. So if I did what you're saying, it would be RNGSTR1 MIMICLUL. Whereas if it's just LUL, LUL, then it's just RNGSTR1. God, I want to get rid of that prefix. I want to change that so bad. Do you think it should still be Mimic though? Like, because like I said, then it'll be RNG STR1 Mimic lol. Does that make sense? Yeah, but my point is, like, it's not just Mimic lol, right? That is technically what you be saying for Mimic lol. I can't get rid of that part before Mimic lol. So the question is that one or this one? Like, that's what they come down to. If you type in Mimic like that? If that's how it works, I didn't know it worked that way. Is that how that works? Hold on, let me delete this one then. Hold on. Upload new, standard emote. Mimic lol. Upload. You work with me. Work with me. Why are you being such a pain? Mimical. Termokes. Put you into your one, which I believe is just in there now. Probably gonna have to move one of the old ones out. What is one we're gonna have to move out? I don't think anyone uses RNG Lost. I don't think anyone uses that one at all, ever. So we're gonna remove that from slot. Put in the other one. And the other one would what? Be Mimic Stare? You sure this is how this works? All right. They're in, I believe. We can see how well that works. I wanted to see something. Come on, work for me. There we go. Mimic Raffle. I'll take Mimic Lol, animate it to shake, and call it Mimic Raffle and see if that works. See if that's also neato. I have an animated slot anyways. And then we can go back to the stare one. Oh god, I lost it. Easy animate. Grab you. Mimic stare. Open. Like I said, I've got the slot, so might as well. What is worse than stare? Yeah, I got rid of RNG Lost. No one uses it. Well, so the emote should be clicking in. We had the stare. This one on the left, we're calling stare. I'm quickly throwing it in so it has the rave lighting. So what would be worse than a dead stare, like for real? You know what I mean? Judge. We'll go with Judge for now. See how well that works. Go with Terramokes. All right, because again, we had other animated slots. I figured fill them in. Hold on. Apparently, I haven't actually attributed Terramokes on some of these emotes. That was just derp. We got fixed. We're good. Okay. There you go. We'll see how well that works. I should have done that sooner. I don't know how long it'll take for them to show up. They should maybe have to refresh the page or something. I don't know what would make them show up. Let me refresh my page, see if I see them. I'm already seeing some of them. There we go. New emotes, chat. What do you think? All right, back to the game. All right, why is nobody dumping? Has something happened to my dump zone? Did I get rid of the dump zone? Get in the zone, dumping zone. You're still a garbage dump. You're not paused. Just no one thinks they need to dump or cut trees or anything anymore. Actually, hold on. Technically, I've done a very bad. That might not have been true. There's a mathematical way to see which emote's not getting used. Hold on. The least used emote. Actually, a couple of them are down there. Yeah, that was tied for least used. Okay. I was not incorrect. Well, no, the problem is no. Like, I had a prefix before that worked, and then Twitch did some update, and they forced me to that prefix. And they're like, oh, okay, you have to have a 1. I was like, I would be fine with this without the 1. Can I not have the 1? And they were like, no. Why did you, like, I don't want the 1. Why are you putting a 1 here? It's like, this is not what I wanted, like, at all? Question mark? You don't have to force this on me. I'd appreciate if you didn't. And, you know, they were like, no, fuck you. You're gonna have Ernster 1. Because there's so many damn Ernsters. We wouldn't want you taking the slot from someone more deserving. My mouse is not working right. There we go. Now, there are no merchants trading right now. Are they packing up? I don't want to make sure no one grabs anything that's here if it's not being taken. I can't remember if the coins means the trader's taking it, or... I don't want anyone to go here. Whatever you're going for, stop. No more storing. All right. This is going to hurt my soul. Where's hauling? Nobody hauls anymore. Stop hauling. Do everything else. I want them to leave. Stop taking the shit that's here. This is why it takes so long to get this shit there to begin with. Let them take what they can, and then I'll forbid the rest. Unless it's important. I don't know. Just get out of the... Why are you still hauling? God damn it. Yeah, I love every dwarf that ignores everything I tell them. Where are you going, buddy? Oh, you're storing an item in the stockpile? You're not supposed to do that anymore. Yeah, look at all that hauling job you're doing. God damn it. All right. Ignoring the game, ignoring me as always. Let's move on to the second floor. Fast Dwarf is on, yes. Let's get second floor visible. Take off the first two images. Magone. Make sure I'm zoomed out. We're going to scoot a bit to the left. Get this to line up about as well as I can. That is where these are aligned. That seems to be correct to me. Even if we go with the bit up top, that seems pretty well aligned. God, stop having a pop-up, damn. It's the only time we get rid of that pop-up. No, stupid. I'm trying to move this. What the fuck is going on? Let me move. I feel like somehow the scale is slightly off. But that wall up top is lined up with the wall that would be up top. So that must be correct. This is aligned. That is about as aligned as that's gonna get. It's just this wall seems low to me. Like the whole thing now seems low. But ignoring that in the short term. Oh, my mouse is on the wrong one. I apologize. Ignoring that on the short term. We have here to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That can't be right. That's gotta be a 6. If I do that, like they all fit. That ain't good. And then that door is what, right here? That one would be over. So these two are the ones that are most likely to be it. So that is that. Treat that as a... Yeah. Okay, I guess that's what we're going with. Turn that off and we'll begin. And with this, we can start doing the library. Whoop, we don't have it set to let me keep going afterwards. That's on me. And I believe we're using cashew wood for these walls. Yep, okay. Yeah, Fast Dwarf is on. That's why they're running as fast as they are. How are we down at 35? Something's not right. Whatever. It's probably a Windows update hiding in the background again just to screw with me. Now I'm thinking the doorway should just be 2. So we'll get rid of that one. We'll get rid of that one. We'll make that be the door, which means we have to get rid of all this floor and turn it to the right floor. But Overwatch news and such aside, do you guys have any news for me? I know you guys play a lot of different games and you guys follow more stories and stuff on that than I do. I have been preoccupied this past week, so I've not caught everything involving gaming. I know something was announced. I cannot remember right now what it was. Something is happening somewhere with stuff in games. The mayor has imposed a ban on certain exports. Well, then I shall endeavor not to export those. Yeah, Overwatch is just uninteresting. It's not even that Overwatch is uninteresting. I'm gonna tell you the truth. If the Overwatch that was out right now is the one that was released, I wouldn't play it much, but I would probably play it. It's a TF2 clone. You know, sometimes you just want to see other classes, and Overwatch did have a good sound balance. But the problem is that they purposely went back and had a good game, and then were like, but what if we made it shit? Like, that's why it's like, okay, you can go fuck yourself now, I guess. Like, I don't know why you're doing this. Like, any and every one of those companies that purposely goes back and is like, oh, we're gonna like nerf these games, we're gonna make these games less enjoyable for no reason, it's fucking insane. Dawn of War has a similar issue, oddly enough. Dawn of War, the edge of it's actually back here. Dawn of War, fantastic game, but as weird as it sounds, I'd have to suggest that if you want to play it, or if you want to play it like you remember it, you better go torrent that shit. Because the powers that be at Games Workshop, if you get a version on Steam right now, decided to go in, this is like last year, like 20 years after the game came out, and we're like, oh, people are enjoying this game still to this day, and we don't understand why people enjoy games, so fuck them. And they went in and they uninstalled the LAN option. No clue why. They just got rid of the LAN option. It's like, no. So now you have to do everything through their... One of those walls was made of date palm, wasn't it? Yep, fuck. All this is wrong. So, I don't know. There's just this weird issue with game companies that decide, hey, I really hate that people enjoy my product. Wish I could fuck it up for no reason. Like, I kind of want to sit there and take some of these devs and just have a sit down with them and just be like, okay, explain this to me. Who told you this was a good idea? And I know that, like, for the most part, it's not the devs' fault. But if I ask any of the admins, like, why they did it, they would never give me a straight answer. The devs would at least be like, yo, we don't know. The admin dude, he came in, he was like, you have to do this. Now, what I'm doing here, I am probably going to actually end up undoing a bit of this later, because these walls are too far out. This is where it says you can't walk, and we know that that means that that's where the library books are. So the wall's probably going to end up getting moved to being something internal, but for right now, I'm just going to draw out all the lines as I have them. Hold on. That one's not right. Fuck, they already got rid of it. And then the weird thing is to sit there, at least with Overwatch, to sit there and then go back. See, that's the issue, is these two are like real. I mean, it's gonna be a bookshelf, but I do not like that that's so close. Ugh. Yeah, no, that's clearly in the bottom square. There is no disagreement on that. The only way this could be made corrected, right? Hold on. If I bounce this slightly more up so that upper wall made more sense. Even though we can tell from the elevator that we probably couldn't go up more than this. Everything is still essentially aligned, but we've clearly shunted the staircases up. Like the upper line is still in line, but now their rounding is clearly in the upper square. So we'll do that instead. Get rid of all the upper squares. Move them up. And then we can move everything up. Yeah, even this bit's still aligned. How the hell? Like, I just shunted everything up, but it's still aligned some. I'm very confused. We'll see how well that one works out. Because, I mean, everything to the right still seems a bit low anyways. Problem is, that's like literally the edge of where I could put this and make any sense whatsoever. And that would align everything up one. So, yeah, let's go with that. Fuck it. Palia? What's Palia? To quote Galaxy Quest, explain as you would a child. He doesn't understand. He said it was as big as this. Ha 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 ha. There's Ballers, Bears, Sec. Okay, so I got a little bit into that game again. All the Terramokes and them, right? We all now have it. We're all gonna we're gonna be playing it and trying it out. But like, we only ever seem to be able to play it for a short amount of time before it's like, up. Now we're leaving. We got onto the beach. We got onto the beach. There was a dude there who I suspect of either being a vampire or of being a dude who's pale with red eyes. I can't remember the name right now. That dude's just a dick. And it was like, okay, cool. It was like, I don't think we should ever talk to this man again. I hope he dies. That dude's a bad person. Like, he's just stupid. Albino, thank you. The word was albino. I mean, maybe he's a damp here. Why is that floor being used? All I know is we sat there, we were walking around, and then this dude comes up and he's like, there's a cat in a bush or something. And then he's like, I'm gonna put a knife to your throat. Go fuck yourself? I'm going to kill you now. What a dick. I don't know, truth be told, I'm not even like, you can't play that game multiplayer and have any clue what the plot is. I don't know what's going on. Because you don't even know someone's talking to someone until it's too late. I don't know if any of you, like, I know a bunch of you have been playing the game. And this is just like a multiplayer specific issue. But if you have not played it multiplayer, you would not know that this is a thing. If someone's in a conversation, only they are in the conversation. It doesn't tell anyone else that they're in a conversation. Like, there's a symbol to look out for, but at no point is it like, if you're reading something in your inventory, for instance, It's not gonna tell you that someone's in a conversation. So I think every conversation so far I've entered into halfway through because someone wandered off and talked to someone. So it's like, who is this guy? He's a dude. What's he doing? He's threatening me. All right, I guess we're killing him. I am presuming that there is some deep plot to the game. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't think I'm being allowed to experience. I don't know what's going on. There is another thing on the beach where there are two people arguing in like some ruins. And then someone's in the conversation. I got into the conversation with them and they were talking and they go, hey, not another step. And then we were in a fight because someone else in the party didn't know there was a conversation and they just kept walking in. And so if you walk in too far, I guess it just starts a fight. So we killed them. I don't know who they are. I don't know what they're about. I have no clue what their argument was. They're just dead now. And it's like, this is like the third time that's happened where someone just says something and then suddenly you're having to kill them. And it's like, you guys are all weird. Why are you forcing us to kill you? And I realize that that's not a legit thing because obviously if you're in single player, whichever one you're controlling, you're going to get the plot. But oh my God, I don't know what's going on in that. I'm a fighter. I'm a big derm fighter. That's all I do. Sounds like regular. That's basically it. That's basically like, why is this man angry at you? Is he a vampire or is he an albino? I don't know. He's got a throat on me. He said there was a cat in the bush or something. Okay. Okay. And then he pulled a blade on you? Yeah, he pulled a blade on me. All right. Are we killing this man or are we abandoning it? What's going on with this dude? Why is this one wall not being done? It's being done from the backside, isn't it? I'm going to choose a weird material to make sure they actually grab it because I think they're claiming that Konglom block would work, but it won't. Stardew Valley MMO is Palia? That's weird. What's the point of it? Hunting wildlife. What is the point of an MMO if there's like no combat or fighting? Like, I don't mean like an MMO has to just be that, but like there has to be a plot. You know, a plot always has to have an issue. There always has to be a problem to be solved. So if there is no fighting, that implies there is no issues. If there is no, what does this mean? If there is no issues, then what do you do in the game? What is the point? What is the thing that must be fixed? Oh wait, hold on. Fuck. Speaking of fix, where's the what's that one thing called? Their needs. Need all. Was it start? Need all hyphen start. My bad. There you go. Do those. Yeah, it doesn't need violence, but that's like the easiest one. So like, what is the conflict? Are you trying to balance an economy? I'm still trying to figure that out, honestly. I guess people wanted a comfy MMO or something? What? Currently, the thing they're having me do is become a productive member of society and take my citizenship test. Okay. Citizenship for who? No, you stupid. I think it's to there. Yeah. And I'll use that as my line for when I move down. And that line's kind of in the middle of it. Mother. Vile forces have arrived, and they are What the hell just happened? What are that? Is this on or off now? I don't know what I did. They want to parlay me. All right. Save and continue playing. Parlay the 9th. But they suddenly started to reappear. Your humans pop into the world from a pink vortex. Village takes you and tries to get you set up for your own independent life. What? This kind of sounds like a simpler version of Fantasy Life, but MMO? Fantasy Life was pretty good, I'll give you that, but you still had things to fight. Okay. What if we just send everyone out to go fight? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? They have 100 people there in 5 seconds? Kind of want to see what the difference is right now of us just sending people out and us, like, tricking them into our base. All right, well, we got there, so that's good. And we got there while they still only had 23 people in the map. No. Did anyone get wounded? Oh, I should probably turn hauling back on, huh? Wait, hold on. I didn't even notice that hauling was off because they've been hauling the whole time. Wait. I turned hauling off. Why is everyone hauling? Like, at first, I just assumed that what it was that they were finishing their jobs when they crossed the entire map, which was already just obnoxious. But this literally means that they just ignored this. They've just been hauling me. This might as well do nothing. Okay, cool, great. I love being ignored. Nothing makes me happier than being ignored, let me tell you. Especially when it's a computer doing it. I've never once gotten emotional over a computer not doing what I wanted it to do. Ever. Anyone who says to the contrary is a dirty liar. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Fuck it. Who needs hauling? Who wants to be listened to? That would just be dumb. All right. Also, I just realized you guys still see the outline, but that's because we're doing things. All right, where? What? First of all, why am I hiding it? I should be over here so I can see better. There we go. That must be this one. And I presume that that is just where we are. All right, well, good news. These walls line up exactly. So I'm just going to go out as far as I can with cashew. I'm going to order here cashew. Then order here cashew. Then I'm going to pause. And we're going to see where the hell this door is. If I go left, it overlaps. If I go right, it doesn't. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. Most everything. Hold on. We need to do a shout out. We need to do a shout out. Where are you? I thought I had a button for official Uncle Danny. I do. I called him Uncle Danny. Thorium and Calamity have now updated to 144. So I had sent a congratulations to Uncle Danny. And I recommend that even if you do not wish to follow Uncle Danny on a channel that he's not streaming on, that you send him a whisper. You know, congratulations for his hard work. Because he's official Uncle Danny person. What the fuck? Yeah, something on my tongue. Official Uncle Danny personally does the Gadgets Galore mod, which is our circles. Everyone loves circles. And official Uncle Danny works with Calamity and Thorium. So he's been doing a lot of work lately with all those groups of people and stuff to get that out. So if you've been waiting on any of that, send him a whisper congratulating him on, you know, them being able to finish, you know, everything's getting done, so on and so forth. The only thing I mean, other than the fact that we do have other streams coming up, the only one last mod that I'm waiting on so I can finally do the 144 with everything and a side of potato chips streams of Terraria is we need Souls mod to drop so that you can mix the things together, and then we'll be able to be going in. Hold on, are these two different lines? I just presumed they were the same line. Yeah, they're in the same square. They're just rounded off, but they're in the same square. Okay. And then where do you line up? Two off of that one. Which would be 1, 2. That's not 2 off. And you are in line. Okay, so this is back by 1 too far because it should be 2 off. We'll put that there and we will restore this floor with Conglom for now to be fixed later. But yeah, there's a game. They announced a sequel to it. This sounds like a game that you would have on the wasn't the Switch. One of those handheld consoles. And it was called Fantasy Life. And the whole idea is that, like, yeah, you're the, you know, you're the hero sort of a thing. But guess what? You also got to be the town. So you're going to go out. You're going to kill the bad things. You need a good sword? Well, you're going to have to get a good sword. How are you going to get a good sword? Well, you're going to have to go be a blacksmith. And you're going to have to make the good sword. Oh, wait. You can't just make swords out of nothing. You're going to need minerals. Oh, you got to go out and you got to go be the miner now. So you got to go out into the field as a miner to mine the rocks, trying not to get killed so you can get the iron back so that you can do a mini game as a blacksmith to make a better sword to go back out as the fighter and kick their ass. But there's like, I want to say it was 4, 4, and 4. I want to say there was 4 gathering classes, 4 crafting classes, and 4 weapon classes, 4 combat classes that you had to do everything in. All right, so this is the library as we know it for now. Yep. Yeah, that's the library as we know it. About as close as we're going to get anyways. Again, minor details on it can be changed out later. I'm going to need 2 doors. And this is a wooden door. Probably going to be cashew door. I don't know if we have any cashew remaining. Because we've been turning it all into blocks. And you can't scroll down while you're in that mode for some reason. Wooden door 2. Yeah, we are kind of running low on it, but we do have some few cashew remaining. And then we just got to start flopping the ground out. Get rid of you. I'll leave you alone for now. You got to be covered by Conglom. Even though probably in the future I will be changing that around. I want what's in there to look uniform. So we'll just sneak in. Drag you down. And we have a lot of this other wood stuff that we're now going to have to start banning. Gonna start banning a bunch of these weird block types, swinging them off the map. Oh, wait, shit, fuck. I forgot why I banned hauling to begin with. Well, I got rid of that entire... Who cares? Who cares? I keep seeing a symbol. I don't know what that symbol is. No one's having a mood. I haven't seen a single thing about anyone having a mood, so I don't know why I keep seeing a weird symbol to my left. It's not the mood symbol. It's exclamation mark symbol. I don't remember what that symbol means. Yeah, it's like that, but without monsters. That's the part that makes me... You request materials from other players. And this is called what again? Palia? Cashew wood blocks. Let me see this. Let me see this real quick. YouTube. Palia? Why is it an MMO though?
When you're inexperienced, some of your
I don't care about creating the character. Show me the game. Show me the game. He just keeps talking to people.
I wouldn't think so. I think this is like my own personal, completely underwater freaking thing. Storage chat.
Is this like what was that weird game from a while ago? Second Life? Is this basically Second Life? Is this just a cartoony Second Life? Because isn't that what Second Life was? All right, what are we dealing with over here for nonsense? Other than cashew, we have trees that need to be forbidden again. Oh, wait, hold on. What is going on here? We never sorted out some of these woods, apparently. Okay, willow. Which one's willow? Willow is there. Add new root. Willow closet. You are there. You get the willow minecart. You will drag wood that is willow. Hold on. Hold on. Who's here? Blind! Hello, everyone! We have been raided by our neighbors to the north. They've come by to take back that which we have. How goes it, Blind? We're having weather here, so my allergies are up. I apologize if I sound not normal. That's the best way I can say it. How are you guys doing? What were you guys doing? Hold on, because I'm going to forget what I was doing if I don't get this in now.
Thank you so much.
Hold on, chat. Okay, no, everything's set up anyways. It should sort itself out. Hello, everyone. Yes. Crashes through the walls. No! Please don't take me. I have dwarves to live for.
Thank you so much.
Yes. I can't easily show it all in one screen unless I switch to the other mode. So we're gonna do a little bit of back and forth. But what we're doing is we're doing a scale model of the Raccoon Police Department from Resident Evil 2. So I'm gonna switch over so you can see the whole thing together, but the colors of the materials kind of make it a bit harder to identify what's going on in that view mode. But if you've ever played the Resident Evil 2 remake, you should recognize kind of the map that we're doing. So far, we've got the basement done. We've got the first floor essentially done. And we are currently now working on the second floor with the library. Now, in order to make this work right, I've kind of done a bit of a bad. And the map we're playing on is a 5x5 because instead of it being essentially a 1-to-1 scale, I got my math wrong somewhere and it's a 2-to-1 scale. So everything is twice as wide and twice as high as it probably should be. And it also means in order to do this, everything is twice as high, i.e. in order to do the stairwells from the game, every level of the game is actually across 2 Z levels in Dwarf Fortress. The reason why I bring this up is it does mean I'm having to be a bit of a dirty little cheat, and I've got Fast Dwarf on. If only because the map is so long, it will take a dwarf like 3 in-game days to go from the save point in the northeastern corner down to the hallway of zombies in the lower left corner. So, and considering some of the weird paths this map has just to get outside, which is where we're having our farms and stuff growing, I had to put on Fast Dwarf, or literally no one would get anything done and the whole project would have failed. So right now, like I said, the basement and the first floor have like the floor plan correctly done, and we're slowly undoing some of that and replacing with different materials so it looks correct. So the first floor kind of looks disjointed and a bit ugly, but that's because we're like in the middle of here and there taking out materials and putting in new materials to make it look correctly. And right now we're working on the second floor, and like I said, we've just now gotten to the library. We did the eastern side already, including the outer area where the helicopter's supposed to crash, and we did that iron stairwell down. This is what I mean by it having to be 2 Z levels, because we had to do it like that, because otherwise you can't in Dwarf Fortress go up one then go over another one without it being a full Z level. So we're doing it that way. Yeah. Project fail bad. I'll say it's actually one since doors roughly half the size of humans. Well, this is probably true. Recognize the layout, and yes, right? So yeah, we thank you, by the way, Bedaware, for following. Carl Firefox 3 Shake Break, thank you all, everyone, for coming in the raid. Thank you for following. What we've been doing is I've actually been using OBS, and this is why I kind of got it wrong, is I was like, what if I get the scale wrong? So I just zoomed all the way out in Dwarf Fortress, and then I used Photoshop to lift the map from Resident Evil, and then actually I'm not on the right floor for this map to make any sense. Hold on. To lift the map from Resident Evil, and then I've been dragging the map around till it lines up with what I've already done. And then I'm doing my closest approximation, because, you know, a dwarven square versus a pixel, but doing my closest approximations to actually get the walls and stuff to line up exactly the way it should be. So that's what I'm saying. That's why there's like, I'm doing this in phases. The first one for every floor is just to get the walls and stuff in, get the floor looking correct. And then later on, like what I've been doing is I keep occasionally loading up Resident Evil 2, because I've got 2 saves. I've got a Leon A save with the Raccoon Police Department cleared, and a Claire B save with the police department cleared. That way, between the 2 saves, we can just load up and go to anywhere in the Raccoon Police Department to see what it's supposed to look like. So that's how I knew, for instance, that even though the map says that this is a null area, if you wander over there, you know that there's a fence and there's actually stuff back there. You just can't normally get there. So I've made this be like an outside storage area / tree farm for now. And the doorway to get out there is that window that the zombies break through. I'm intending a bit later to possibly have all of those breakable windows be drawbridges so chat can choose which ones are blocked or not, but that's gonna take a minute. I tried to do this with zombies. I embarked on an evil biome, and I removed an entire mountain that was here to just get the flat area. But unfortunately, this evil biome, it doesn't do anything evil. It is the nicest evil biome. We get demon rats, that's it. We are nearby a bunch of goblins. We're by a bunch of goblins, and there's a necro tower nearby, but that necro tower doesn't send anything either. So the goblins are having to be our stand-in for zombies, because there was supposed to be zombies, but the game saw fit that that just wasn't allowed. The one thing... Hold on. Oh no, I want to catch it. I don't want to kill that. I've never been able to breed rocks in this game. Hold on though. The one thing that is not correct to the map is my actual military, in which case I've created a temporary little structure outside of the main entryway so that the dwarves can go train out there and be ready to respond to things coming in. That's like the one major thing that is not following the map, and later that will change, but because I have dwarves constantly running here and there to do things, and we're not completely contained within the Raccoon Police Department yet, I had to like cut it where I could. So that's the easiest way to make sure that they were close enough to respond to things coming in the front door. Noctura Luxus, Thank you so much for following. I have cages, but the problem is this is Raccoon Police Department. So, like, the grand hallway in the middle isn't closed until the top of the 3rd floor. It's like, even if I had a cage, and I do have cages, there's no way for the bird to fly into them. Like, my luck's not that good. So we're just gonna have to see who this bird messes up, because this bird's actually like the most threatening thing we've experienced so far. We're probably gonna have to kill the bird. I don't want to. I really want to catch the bird, but if he flies, which he does, Slew Lasp, Hardy Lizards, the controller of bravery. I mean, maybe if he sees a dwarf running in the front door, not if the idiot comes from the wrong side. Are you wearing a top hat? And he already killed a cat. All right, who's dying today? Looks like Vorpalim's dying today. Are you in the? He's not in the military. Vorpalim's dead. Hold on. By the way, if any of you wish, we have the dwarf command. Any of you want to get dwarfed, use the dwarf command. I need you to use it. I use a script to keep track of whether or not people are alive. That way, if you come in a different game, you could just ask the script if you're still alive, because I can't remember everyone who's alive or not. Dead. And Vorp is dead. I don't have Vorpalim. What happened to my Vorpalim button? I'll have to do you manually in a second, Vorpalim. Slew Lasp. And the bird's running away in terror. He must have seen our military. Vorpalim II has been found dead. All right, yeah, we'll just get him killed. Hold on. Dwarf kill at Vorpalim. But yeah, we use that script to see if you're alive, to register for the military if you want to be in the military. A whole bunch of things if any of you wish to be in. All right, please. Like, if anyone comes by, they can lure him in. Like, they're all standing over here in fear, because that's not an area. It's not a meeting area. No, don't charge him. What are you doing? No! Well, that bird's dead now. He was so close to being a pet. I've never been able to catch 2 of them at once. I've never been able to catch 2 of them at once so I could have a breeding pair of rocks. That's what I really want. Are we about to butcher that man? Hell yeah. At least we'll get meat out of him. Oh, and you may see some doors that are here that aren't normally here. We checked, the doors aren't on the map, and you cannot normally go through them during the siege of Raccoon Police Department. But if you go there on the map, you will see that there is, in fact, a door there. Vorpalim is back. Dwarf number 36. Hold on. 17 is at that dwarven child. 34 is at that dwarven child. 36 is at that planter. Vorpalim the third, the planter. And I don't think I need to do this anymore because I believe the naming issue is fixed with DFAC. Yeah, no, hold on. Did you? Oh yeah, no, the FPS is definitely helping, though. Again, I still had to do fast dwarf purely just, like I said, it was genuinely like 3 or 4 in-game days. Sometimes it would take a dwarf to get across the map because we followed one for a minute. What did you say? I asked the question. I'm not sure if you answered. What are you doing right now? Blind, assuming you're still here. He may have had a bounce. Blind is a busy person saving the world from games that aren't good. What did you roll? 28? 17 would be that child. So that's 34. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Planter. I think I saw something about volcano or lava. I saw your thumbnail when I was going live. No, what is your current build? Like your current base. What's the shtick? Chucks. Buck. And And Snuck the first. Chucks, Buck, and Snuck. Whoop. The first. Chucks, Buck, and Snuck. You are a... I should have seen what that said before I got rid of everything. What did it say you were? What's your skill? You're a farmer. Professional planter. Super unique fort. And the government is the Dungeons of Dragons. Nice. All right, so in Baldur's Gate, then, what is your build? Tell me, are you the best sort of thing? That's right, a dwarf with a tower shield. I know they don't have tower shields in Baldur's Gate. I love tower shields. Are you a shield-wielding dwarf? Or have you decided to go the ways of witchcraft and wizardry? Macadamia, I think I'm using for the floor, right? Yeah, macadamia. Like later, what we're gonna actually do here, these are the bookshelves. We're going to bring this wall in by one row, and this outer row is gonna be the actual bookshelves. We're gonna make this be the legit library. I've got to ban things. All right, that should have got the willow out of the way. Now we have Sawero. All right. And I will explain this in a second. Sawero Closet. Prior to the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, I really did not like using quantums all that much. But with how the list of materials works in the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, I find myself basically dependent upon quantums, because what I do is I use it to sort out every material into its constituent categories. I think that's actually good. And then what I can do is go back afterwards and ban all the categories I don't like, so then it won't show up in my build list of materials. That's how I keep my lists small. So I just keep recompressing everything down and then banning whatever didn't get done. Problem is the wood piles used to be out here. This used to be stone. I moved it into the closet. Stone got moved down into the parking garage because, well, it's a big open area, and what was I going to be doing with it? And we moved the dead stuff. I've been slowly uninstalling the farm in the outer area and then just remaking an artificial floor. That way, the morgue counts as above ground, so you can have dead bodies in here without them rotting. That's what I'm trying to go for. There's a slight issue of it's because it's 2 sea levels tall, it grows things. The thing that was the animal pen, because I pierced the caves so that we could get floor fungus and stuff. The thing that's supposed to be the animal pen is where we have our animals. You know, I've been trying to keep everything about as thematic as I can. Some things have had to get a bit of a stretch in order to get everyone's beds and stuff in. Everyone's beds are the save rooms. So everyone's in non-dormitory dormitories and all the save rooms. That's where everyone's rooms are. And I'm working on here soon that Chief Iron's office is going to be where I put the nobles. Or at least the first noble. We'll work on that from there on up. Don't know what the gimmick is yet, aside from building a big gate. Good enough? Volcano and big zoo. We're breeding gorillas and giant jaguars. No. In the crypt, Vorpalum torturing the rock which killed him. You wouldn't happen to remember that rock's name, would you? Because I don't think it's gonna... I'll be able to do most of that, but I don't know what that rock's name was. I want missing. All right, we just butchered him. He must have had bones, right? Hold on. If he was butchered down here... Actually, where did he die? Did he leave blood where he died? That would help. No. That's the cat he killed. Is there anything left of that bird? We did in fact get a boulder stuck in the grate. We also have a chimp. Oh shit. Yay for chimping. Don't know what they're getting boulders. How did you, wait, what do you mean? Hold on. You got a boulder stuck in a gate. What does that mean? Mr. Man TM seems to like wishing people happy birthday when it's not their birthday, so that he doesn't wish them happy birthday when it is. I'm gonna tell you the truth, I'm not sure. Hold on, fuck. Oh, we're tracking on that bird. All right, well, just got to scroll by until I see a bird in a dead list. Lots of forgotten beasts have died down in the caves. Would a big bird stand out? Hold on. Bird, but not a big bird. Because I don't remember what that rock's name was. Dead, that's all I know. Dire leopard. You wanted the rock. What is that bird's name? Did I miss it? This list is too big. Raven. You know what I can do? Because I'm assuming we're about to not see any more of this list. I can look at all the military dwarves, or I could try to see who killed it. Yeah, there's... Oh, wait, no. No, that's a Kia. Shit. There it is. Where were you or slew last? Hold on, let me write that. I'm just gonna take a picture of that. I'm gonna spell that wrong. I know I am. All right, you said you wanted, yeah, how did you finish? Yes, I did finish Final Fantasy 16. Yes, thank you so much for coming by, Blind. Have a good day and a fantastic weekend. You wanted a statue. Did you say of what? In the crypt, just torturing the rock which killed him. Okay. Not bauxite. Let's ban bauxite for now. I don't need you showing up. Let's ban all these stones. I don't need all these stones showing up. You know what? We're gonna do this out of quartzite. All right, statue. A rock statue of new image, historical creature, Vorpalim II. Vorpalim II and Slulasp. Slulasp Hardy Lizards, the controller of bravery, is a rock. He is one of the only ones of his kind. Slulasp is associated with hunting, the wind, and the sky. And you said torturing. I'm not sure torturing is a... No, okay, no, that is a verb. Okay. Didn't think that was one of the verbs that they had, but it is. Torturing a rock which killed him. Done and done. Now, that does bring up... Were you buried? Or do I need to make more coffins? You might not be buried right now. All right. Do I have more coffins? All right. There's Vorpalim. Of course, I just realized that begs a problem. I'll have to get rid of the one that's by you. We'll move that somewhere else. Oh, you can have the statue by your thing. I'm presuming you would like the statue to be by your coffin. Move this up here or not. Whatever. I don't know, apparently. But yes, come on in, everyone. Gather around, take a seat. Tell me your tale of woes of games gone by. Why are we not throwing this body away? Is this a dwarf? Who is this? No? Okay. Back up to the library for now. That's right. I was trying to sort out the materials. Wood is still showing up a lot. So either it's not getting sorted or it's not getting banned or it's not getting hauled. One of these three things is happening. Round lime wood is on the left, and that would be the last one for me to sort. So let's just do it now. Round lime closet. Assigned to that. Stop doing that minecart. Pulling in. Round lime. From that stockpile. Never leaves. Called. Work with me. Come on. Round lime closet. Good enough. All right, now I'll get the round lime. So if I'm seeing wood still, that means that they're not hauling wood in from somewhere. Where is there? Oh, no, I'm not seeing the wood anymore. I must have caught it. I've been banned it this time. We're good. All right, we have a bunch of weird blocks still hanging around. But because you can't really sort out wooden blocks, that's just going to have to be the way it is. I could go by type, I suppose. I don't think I'm using guava blocks. Carambola we should ban. Guava we should ban. We'll ban carambola and guava. All right. We did bring some metal down. Not worried about that right now. Brown lime just got sorted, and the clay loam is my issue. Date palm. Ban the date palm, even though it's just going to show back up again. All right. Much better list to look at. We're going to ban the round lime. And then whatever is macadamia. We need to unban macadamia because I need that one for blocks. Where is... We don't have much macadamia. It's not a good number to be looking at. Why are you forbidden? Because the thing you're made of was forbidden. That's funny. Hold on. I'm making sure that you're on macadamia. There might be some other wood that shows up. I wanted to repeat that. There you go. It's not going to be much. We're going to have to start cutting down macadamia again, or I am going to have to go back and actually decide to start shading out the hallways. Because, like, they can't all be the same shade. We know that these are dark. We know that these are light. I'll have to figure out which one does which. It's probably what I was trying to do, actually, was trying to take the macadamia out of the lit hallways. Make that be the shaded areas. If that's true, that would mean that I would probably start using guava, but I just banned guava, and I don't want to go back and unban it. I just saw a weird shape. Oh, yeah, because that's his artifact room. I forgot about that. Chief Iron's weird little artifact room. And Hopeful Destroyers had a mood. All right. Well, I clicked the wrong button, and then we lost where his mood went. Blue? I think Strange Mood is blue. It is. Well, he's on the move. He claimed the middle of the Stone Craftsdorf shop and then started with alpaca bone. Oh, Okay. You do you, I guess, man. Smelt the hematite ore. You smelt the limonite ore. You smelt the... I thought there was another one here. Nope, I guess it's all limonite and hematite. These ones never got sorted. Did the clay never get sorted? Where's clay? I believe your quartzite statue has been made. We can just reband that. We had excess clay lying around. Where did that get sorted? That's kaolinite, not clay. Where do they put clay? That's a mystery. All right. Build a statue by him of him. There you go. And we'll make sure that your tomb grows to include that. There you go. All right, we never moved the clothing industry. Oh, that's right. I was doing, this is way back when, I was trying to put ropes in here so we can start having prison cells. Restraints. And I could have one here so we could have one on either side. Good enough. And we'll start setting these up to be really nice looking rooms. Now, I like the conglom floors that they're on. I'm just going to engrave them in place. The walls I might change out because they're not uniform. But the floors are uniform, so we might as well engrave them so that whoever's there...
Who did Goat Swarm kill?
Oh, you'd like to know, wouldn't you? Oh, you'd love to know who Goat Swarm killed. You're always like, Goat Swarm, I choose you. Kill... Goat Swarm has killed Key Krost, allied Tomes the Dwarf in the year 142. Other than that, Goat Swarm has been known to put down a Kia and a Goblin. All right. I got to think about how to do this. Do I have excess beds lying around? I do not. I need 5 beds. But I don't want to be made out of that one wood. I've inadvertently banned all the woods of these floors. Fine. I had a thought of what I can still do since it's been a minute and my voice is still not buttery smooth. We'll go with that. I might take some Mucinex. I will say that'll give me a cough for a minute. I don't know if any of you guys have had Mucinex. It just makes you cough. It makes your cough more effective. Down in the prison cells, I'm going to say that they have tower cap beds. Two, 3, 4, 5. And then when we get the prison set up, we can start having like actual offices and stuff set up around. Hold on. I'm gonna try to clear my nose off screen. I'm gonna mute this. Does that make me sound better? Hopeful Destroyer has made my ear just popped. Hopeful Destroyer has made my other ear has popped. Hopeful Destroyer, it just, the first ear has stopped popping. You guys good? Hopeful Destroyer has created She Get No Scam, an alpaca bone chain. They claim it as a personal treasure. Hey, we can use that in the prison cells.
Could you describe Holsky 77 dwarf?
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? You'd love for me to describe Holsky 77 the dwarf. Nothing would make you happier. Holsky 77 is a short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry, who is unbelievably strong, incredibly tough, indefatigable, almost never sick, and very agile, but they are slow to heal. Their left ear is mangled beyond recognition. They have a stunning feel for... Hold on. Which one was this one again?
The Forgotten Beast. I don't think that's the right one. The Forgotten Beast, Ultho Ko Stru Tulesh, has come. A great quadruped composed of salt. It has a pair of spindly antennae and a bloated body.
We'll get to that in a second. Holsky has a stunning feel for spatial relationships, unbreakable focus, uncanny intuition, a great kinesthetic sense, an iron will, and a good intellect. But they have next to no natural musical abilities. They need alcohol to get through the working day. They like working outdoors, and they grumble only mildly at inclement weather. They don't really care about anything anymore. Is that what I was supposed to be reading at some point? Holsky 77 likes alabaster, rose gold, precious fire opal, creeping eye leather, giant grouper bone, bins, crowns, goblets, and stingrays for their tail spines. When possible, they prefer to consume unknown plants, hedgehog, and mango wine, though they absolutely detest mussels. No musical ability whatsoever. The only song you know is the Song of Killing. Now, who just showed up? We should only have 2 uninvited guests, but I have 3. Were you the one who just showed up? Yes, you are the one who just showed up. Who is the one that's tied up? Okay, I'm going to rename you to Imprisoned Beast. That way I can tell at a glance what I'm looking at. Yeah. You are going to be the challenger. Actually, that changed. The sooty greed spasms. That sounds weird. I don't want to know about your greed spasms. All right. We'll follow them in because they might also just be tied up. They don't look like they're tied up. Yeah, they're able to get out in the water. So there might be a Forgotten Beast Fight Club. Someone died in the water? Oh, please do not fight in the water. How did you die in the water? It's one of those ones where they fell and like broke instantly when they landed. All right. Well, they're close to our base. Really close. Why has no one smoothed this? Did I cut this off? Well, that would explain a few things. Uh-oh, I lost the challenger. What? It looks like it's time for today's first
Forgotten Beast Fight Club! And I forgot to do the description into the thing that does pictures. I'm a horrible person. In the left corner, we'll set this up for next time. Slash... Can I do this right? In the blue corner, we have our 7.375 times champion, Mute Shove Fiends, the Inferno of Riddles, a gigantic serpent with external ribs with 2 long straight horns that undulates rhythmically. His green-yellow scales are large and set far apart. Beware his webs. He's almost never sick. He's incredibly quick to heal, and he's strong. His body is currently rotting off, and he has a rather large amount of scars. He's our champion. In the pink corner, with an inability to see, we have the sooty greed spasms, a great quadruped composed of salt. He has a pair of spindly antennae, and he has a bloated body. He's indefatigable. I'm just going to call him Ultho. Ultho, the salty quadruped. You have 1 minute to get your predictions where you'd like them to be. Starting in 5, 4, 3, stream delay, 1. Put your points in while I, pretend like I'm not immediately scrabbling to load up Discord so we can try to get Discord to generate the picture, whatever the hell this salt thing is. That is not what I wanted. I mean, it's kind of what I wanted. I can't see what I'm doing. Full screen. Why can't I see who I'm talking to? What? Whatever. Imagine a great quadruped composed of salt. It has a pair of spindly antennae, and it has a bloated body. Sent that off. All right, I got that in. Oh, I just missed the end of it. No, it might not be. You never know. The salt can win. The salt must flow. And round 1 has begun with Mute, Shovefiend's Infernal Riddles starting the fight with a preemptive sticky webbing across the Sooty Green Spasm's body. The Sooty Green Spasms has dodged the webbing. They're tussling. They've gone into fisticuffs, and the Sooty Green Spasms has immediately collapsed. His body unable to, be not bitten off. The champion bit his head off. I will say, he did not completely die in 1 hit, though. He did have a couple of hits. He got caught in the web. He broke free of the web. The snake bit off his right front foot, and then got rid of his tail, and then got rid of his left rear foot. And then it got rid of the head. It was a rather tough fight, but it looks like our champion, Mute Shovefiend's Infernal Riddles, has become our 8 times champion.
I want you guys to be surprised. He needs a drink now. He's so thirsty. Mute the Sticky Serpent won. Are you sure Mute won? Yes. This is true. Oh. Did the one thing ever get done in time? That's not even a quadruped. Try again. It saw the word antennae and was like, oh, this must be a giant spider. Which is not incredibly unbelievable, but it only has 4 legs. Like, that's its core defining features. It's a quadruped. All right, what was I doing before all that? We installed the statue, I believe. Yep, your statue is in fact here, Vorpalim. Vorpalim the second Rock Tombs is torturing the rock. There is skin here for some weird reason. Okay. Did we haul off those weird body parts? What about the stuff out here is preventing it from being hauled? This is weirding me out. Because everything else either gets hauled or grabbed or whatever. These ones aren't getting grabbed. And I do not know why. They grab things from outside. Standing orders. Gather outdoor refuse. We even have them gathering outdoor remains. Like, they're not even grabbing the bolts. Why? Why are these not grabbable? An entire body just rotting out here for no reason. If I order it dumped, it doesn't even get dumped. They're acting like they can't go there for some reason. All right. We'll have to come back to those bodies. What we'll probably end up doing is we'll see if we auto dump them, if we move them, if it resets a flag so that the dwarves grab it. I don't know. Something's been set wrong. Give me a sec, Bedaware. I'll get you in right after it's done saving. No, I get that. It didn't look like a spider. It was just an insect with a lot of legs. But I was saying is I understand the idea of why it chose an insect, but it needed to be 4 legs. All right, you have rolled dwarf 11, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. If we were counting up, that would have been 11. We're skipping the children, so you are a mechanic. Bedaware. Is that like the large address aware patch? If you're around, do people become more aware of beds? I feel like it's one word. I'm aware of it. I don't know. I just thought maybe you were like some seduction specialist or something and you made people want to take you to bed. I don't know. We have too many bags again somehow. Almost like it's the Taylor thing that's going crazy making the bags. We should not have this many bags, like at all. We also have too many anvils again. I'm going to order. You get smelted. I will leave a steel one behind. But the rest of you can all be smelted, and I do not care. You. Ultimental object on repeat. You. Ultimental object on repeat. You. Ultimental object on repeat. And you. Ultimental object on repeat. Now those beds that we ordered earlier of tower cap, so we can start working on the prison cells. I don't think there is an extra one. There those are. I don't think I really need to install iron doors, mostly because they're supposed to be grates and I don't think I can do the grate thing to look correctly. But we can order these to now be designated dungeon. 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 Accept. Does it need to be all one big thing? Like, do I need to... How does a new dungeon... I never actually thought about this. How does a new dungeon system work? Can they be disconnected and still work? I mean, I suppose they should include the walls, even if I'm going to change the walls later. And then what? Just erase... Technically, it's all part of the dungeon, but just erase this. Either way, these should now say used for dungeon. And we're going to say... Nope, I was trying to name you. We're going to call you not unnamed dungeon, but... Raccoon... What the hell? That's not how you spell anything. RPD. It's going to be too big otherwise. RPD... Jail. All right, we got some of the jails set up. We need more. or else they're going to be killing people. So I'm going to need 6. 6, 12, 4, 16, 17, 18. I'm going to need 18 ropes. Cloth. Yeah, make them out of jute. I think we got plenty of that. Yeah, these are the same widths. Okay. As long as I made the jail cells the same, we should be good. We might even be able to have room for more prisoners, but for right now, we'll stick with what we can easily get in. You're the weird one down here. Because you're supposed to just have the one dude, but you're an even thing, so... Don't know how I'm going to do that. But let them go with that. Whoever the engraver is, he'll get here eventually. Now, this is kind of an office, so I should set this up as the office, or for the jail person. I'm gonna say that for the noble. So we'll put in the 2 tables in here. We'll fix them later. Right now they're gonna look ugly as hell, but I'm just trying to set up to where we have it. What do you mean bed? I was trying to do a chair. I put the Marcasite throne in front of the non-Marcasite table. I'm a smart man. Whoever we set up as the Justice Department, this will be his office. So he'll have a good one. And again, at some point we'll have to change out all the walls anyways. All right. What were you again? Oh, you're all the quivers. I forgot you're supposed to be the range. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to unforbid this area, since this is kind of the storeroom. And I'm going to delete the road. We are then going to take out the wall and the floor and replace it with just conglom blocks, because we have so many of them. Screw it at this point. It's not the right color, but I need something in that corner. We are then going to set that up as the storage area for bolts. No bins. This is where the Mark stores will have their training, and I'll set up I'll turn this into fortifications and see if I can get them to shoot through to that. I don't think that's how that works, but we'll try. You all need to be conglom. The walls need to be removed and replaced with conglom blocks. And this is going to be my first legit room. I wish it wasn't brown, but I don't have gray. Somehow conglom goes from gray to brown, and I do not understand it. All right, let that continue what it was doing. That kid is still being oblivious. Jute rope got finished, so back down to the prison. Restraints has their own area. As long as it's not the artifact. Actually, I think we're just doing all... We have 2 artifacts now. I'll have to see what I can do with one of those artifact ropes. Get like a terrifying creature tied up. Apparently, my phone is not on silent. I have revealed myself to be unprofessional and quite amateurish at best. I will never recover from this financially. My life is ruined. There we go. What? What are you beeping for? Shut up. Oh, the beep is mid-journey redoing a picture. That took a while for you to tell me. Hold on. None of those are quadrupeds. Ooh, ooh. That one's kind of a quadruped. Why are you a robot? I kind of like that one, I'm not gonna lie. All right, I want it to variant 4 and variant 1. Fast dwarves. Now we're going to need 6, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19. I need 19, 18 beds made of tower cap. 18 tower cap beds. We have enough. Because we don't have enough in the prison cells. When I initiate the justice system, everyone's going to get beat to death. And we're going to have some very, very sad people. Now, secondarily, we need something sorted about what the hell is going on with the... God, we have so many blood amarants. I didn't think we were going to have that many blood amarants. Why do we have so many blood amarants? Holy crap. Your prickle seeds, your pineapples. Why do we have so many blood amarants? Why are the red herbs? I mean, it would make more sense if the green herbs were, but why are the red herbs going crazy? Okay. Question. Where is all the food being stored right now? It's all being stored in this weird whatever is happening here, right? Don't really like that. I'm going to start taking you out, even though it's less effective to do so. I'm probably going to end up storing a bunch of you down here. Okay, this is going to hurt my very soul. You shit. That's looking backwards, so it needs to be on the left. You. Now the right. Now the bottom. Now the top. All right, except you all store food that is a prepared meal. That's it. And you take from up here. And please do not take empty pots. What? What's going on? Yeah, take. I should say no barrels. If I say no barrels, then there will be no barrels. That's what I should do. I should start getting rid of barrels for food too. I feel like the barrels cause most of the problems. Just start quantuming food and drinks everywhere. Well, I can't not barrel the booze, so that's gonna be a problem. But the food, I think I can unbarrel food. If I separate food from booze, I think I can unbarrel half of it. 67, 170. Of course, you guys bring down all the mega stacks. Jesus Christ. All right, just you choose whatever you want. Boop, 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 boodly, 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 boodly. How is there a stack of 1,000? What the fuck? No! How did you do that? There's a stack of 964 massively prepared prickleberry wine roasts. Are you cooking my wine? Why are you cooking my wine? Don't do that. Oh my God. Don't do that. Don't do that. You probably should. Tomatillos. Just cook those. Rice is purely for brewing. Passion fruit. Cook them. Longland grass. It's only a beer. Guavas. Cook those. Blood amarants can only be brewed. Okay. Oh, is that what happened? The ingredients are exceptionally minced prickleberry, exceptionally minced macadamia nuts, exceptionally minced taro, superiorly minced prickleberry wine, superiorly minced prickleberry wine, exceptionally minced prickleberry wine, exceptionally minced prickleberry wine, superiorly minced prickleberry wine, superiorly minced prickleberry wine, exceptionally minced prickleberry wine, massively minced prickleberry wine, exceptionally minced prickleberry wine, exceptionally minced prickleberry wine, finally minced prickleberry wine, and exceptionally minced prickleberry wine. There's no rock in there. It's all prickleberry wine. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Can we like cut this into like stacks of 60 and fill up all the area? Is there a way to split a stack? Is there a way to split a stack of food? I would love to split that out amongst the entire prison and no one would ever have to worry about starving ever again. Did one just disappear? Oh, they're coming to eat this one. Of course they are. All right. I guess it is what it is. Because now I gotta try to do the absolute bad idea and do the opposite side with booze now. This is where things go completely wrong. Because they're gonna fill it with empty pots and barrels and be like, I don't know, there's no booze in there. And it's gonna be like, well, stop taking it, you idiots. Accept custom food, drink, Blood Amaranth beer, Prickleberry wine. I'm trying to remember what I have upstairs. That's red, green. What is my yellow? What's my yellow herb? What is that? Stop. I don't know what that pop-up is. Go away. Pineapples. Pineapple wine. You are going to take from here. Go. I think that one's going to get mostly done. And I think that's the one I'm more worried about anyways. All right. If everyone's got booze, then I feel confident to turn on the prison system. We have a lot of slots. I don't think we need to worry about that many people getting imprisoned, but maybe. So I'm going to save real quick. Save and continue. Pray. And I'm going to say prison test. Because we know that as soon as you initiate the justice system in Dwarf Fortress, they immediately try to butcher everyone. If we can do this relatively peacefully, like even if people just go to jail for a while, I'm fine with that. It'll suck, but we'll deal with it. If they start murdering people, we're going to have to save scum until such time as I can initiate justice in a peaceful way. I just don't want them murdering everyone. All right, here's what we're going to do. Under nobles, and I always get this backwards. They have too many fucking jobs on it do the similar things. Dungeon Master is my CIA, correct? Captain of the Guard is my police. Hammerer is my executioner. So I want a Captain of the Guard. I believe? So now here's what I'm going to do. Hey, Rolf, Rolf015, thank you so much for following. Drop it on the bridge, fling it around, and collect the individual pieces. Okay, hold on. I honestly will try that.
Thank you so much.
Hold on. It's like squad. I've got a command to allow more military slots. And I forgot what my command was. Streamer Dwarf. It's like new squad. What is the command for it? Literally just squad. Okay. Come on. Come on. My program froze. There we go. It's probably early to have done that, but I'm creating a new squad. If anyone wishes, first one to enlist gets to be Captain of the Guard. Who wants to go around murdering dwarves? Type in, do the point redeem thing to be in the military. It's down below. It should have created the thing. There we go. Oh wait, no, you just requested a dwarf. Hold on, I wasn't prepared for that. Uh, 17 to the mayor. 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 28, 29, and we're skipping children to an adult. You're a bookkeeper. You're going to be our librarian, Merc Domalith. Merc Domalith. The first. Is it not showing up? Well, the question is for a lot of you, don't click it if you're obviously in the military already, but is it even showing up? Because nobody clicked it. So I'm wondering if it didn't work correctly. There should be a point redeem to enlist. Oh, God. Why is enlist not active? That script should have enacted it. Oh, wait. No, I think I know what happened with that one. That's a medium script. That's a script between my two that I made between my two generations of script, so it didn't call the other command correctly, did it? Hold on. New squad. What do you do? Migrants, add the user. Yeah, migrants enlisted. Yes, it doesn't actually turn on the script. Okay, give me a sec. Let me do it right now. Let me do it if I can remember where it is to be. Where's Twitch? There's Twitch. Twitch command. I want you to update a channel point reward. It'll be enlist in the fort's defense, and I want you to enable it. Save. All right. I'm going to quickly go back to Miro because I'm going to make this a very angry thing. RNG. I'm going to update myself and say that, nope, I was wrong. There's no enlisted people anymore. I'm going to close that out. Go back to channel. And now the script should be updated to my tier 3 script, so it should work correctly. That should have told Twitch to enable the reward.
I tell you what, I think I'll join up.
There you go. Tier 3 scripts for the win.
I tell you what, I think I'll join up.
I tell you what, I think I'll join up. All right. We need to create a... Hold on. I got to do it slowly.
I tell you what, I think I'll join up.
Hold on. Bedaware. I got to track down Bedaware because it's never alphabetical in this screen for some reason. Bedaware. Let's see, Merc Domalith. Where is Bedaware? And why are these never in alphabetical? Where are you, Bed? I need you. I need bed. There you go. Bedaware. Bedaware is angry. That's fine. Create a new squad. Captain of the Guard squad. Bedaware. I'm guessing you guys are just going to be wearing metal armor. So I see no reason not to do that. The creative monks makes sense. I got to find some way. I'm going to change it, though, so it says no weapons because I don't like killing people. But for now, we're going to go with this. Position 2 will go to Merc Domalith, who has joined up. Where is Merc Domalith? I've got you in. Who else welcome to the military? Vorpalim. Vorpalim's in the military. And I'm probably going to give you, your guys' training room is going to be downstairs. Because I feel like that'd be what you'd do. Vorpalim. Where are you, Vorpalim? Did I miss you already? I don't think I did. There you are, Vorpalim. All right, I got Vorpalim in the military. Now with how to fight under the bed. All right, those 3 are set up. Like I said, hopefully people don't just start dying. Now, we got to make you not quite so angry before we go further. You say that you need a study. You have no study. Okay. So we're going to set this as your office. This entire thing is your office bedaware. So make him a little happier. Yes. Office is complete. You still need a dining room. You want a lot of things, actually. You want a dining room, and your quarters need to be a bit better. I could not agree more, but I am going to have to work on that a little bit. So what I'm going to do, I don't remember the exact layout of the stuff that was down here, but what I could do is you could have a dining room over here that puts you close to being able to go up there. Because I just thought that there is technically another office over here. I could make this be the where the guard trains. This will be the gym for the guard. Hold on. That's a meeting area then, yeah? Nope, that is not a meeting area. Hold on, I've done this wrong. Barracks. Hold on. The creative monks, you will go here. That is good. All right. Their training. Hold on. Constant training, but you only need, right now, I guess it's 1 for training. Done editing. That is where they train. That is where they have good stuff. That is an office, but I could also set it as a dining room. Now, it's going to be angry that it's overlaid, but if I set it as a dining room and the office, does it make them happy? Not quite. We reduce the worth of it. What if I then increase the worth of it? All right. And Anxiety 2211 has requested a dwarf. I got you, Anxiety. Don't you worry, Anxiety. I'll get you through this. You got Dwarf 21. It is 17 to up to the where it says Mayor. 18, 19, 20, 21. You are the farmer, Anxiety. Anxiety 2211. The first. Anxiety 2211. The first. There you go, Anxiety. A simple farmer. Yes. A simple farmer for a complicated world. Bedawares are captain of the guard. A child is stumbling around pointlessly. I have not heard of anyone getting killed. There are people in jail, but nobody's been killed yet. I'm fine with this. Closed cases. Yep, some of these, the person already there was dead. That's what I was as weird as it sounds, I was expecting that. I was hoping for that. If it says that whoever it was doesn't need to get convicted, then there's a good chance that they're not going to get, like, killed. Convicts. If it's just days in prison, I'm fine with this. Now, if we go back to him, even with the engravings, these still aren't great rooms, apparently. It needed quarters. He got modest. He needed study. He got meager. He needed dining room. Well, the quarters thing wasn't going to be fixed. All right, so it's meager right now for both of those. He also needs furniture. He needs weapon rack and armor stand. A weapon rack, and we're going to get you, Captain of the Guard, a fantastic weapon rack and an armor stand made of iron. I don't know what more you would expect, but it's going to be great. Or we could start doing up black bronze. That's clearly what police would be wearing. Black bronze. Gonna look like a fecking anti-paladin. Hold on, because I do want to make some black bronze bars. Black bronze. Black bronze. Black bronze. Black bronze. We'll set that up, see what that cranks out in a minute. Stone routing, eco routing. All right. We are also going to need to take out all these walls now and replace them with conglom. Hello. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right. They're going to haul those out. That was probably not what I wanted. Well, I mean, it was Conglom block, so it's close. I wanted Conglom stone. Or Conglom block. Something. I feel like I said that entire thing wrong. All right, go through. Good. Good. Make it so. Why are you still suspended? Why is that one suspended? Wait, you didn't do this one right. What the fuck? Why was the spin manager disabled? Oh my god, half these got screwed up because the thing went crazy. Let's get rid of that one, because we're not going to be able to do this one right now. Alright, I'm going to ban this real quick so they don't haul it away. Alright, I'm just going to get rid of that. I don't know what was going on with it. It was being weird. Try that again. All right, no one's been killed yet. What I like to hear. Unforbid. There we go. We'll order up all of these to be engraved. And when he's in here, we'll order him to engrave the other areas. With the idea that I believe he'll engrave them from the inside. How? How did you find a way to screw that up? You literally, how do they always find a way? How do they always find a way to screw that up? And now he's just not available. Because of course not. All right, whatever. But I'm here already. No. There we go. Done. Now this, for Bedaware, should count as a much nicer... How has this made him angry? What? I'm looking at the mayor. How is it still meager? It's good. Oh my god, I give you nice things. Weapon rack and an armor stand. All right, I want a black bronze weapon rack and a black bronze armor stand. Furniture. Black bronze armor stand. Furniture. Black bronze weapon rack. If I put these in his room, that should increase its worth, and maybe that'll get him to also be happy. Nope, I'm trying to forbid unforbid. Forbid unforbid. That's a decent quality one too. Construction, furniture. No, that's under military. Armor stand. Black bronze armor stand. Three black bronze bars. Coke. Forbid, unforbid. Weapon rack. Military weapon rack. Other corner, black bronze. Come on. These are black bronze and decent quality. You've got to be happy. How are you still not happy? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me? These are some of the nicest things ever. And this man's like, ah, I'm not sure I like it. I want my rooms to be separate. All right, quick question. Like you're overlapping on everything, which is apparently causing you to be whiny. All right, if I overlap it like so, right? Let's say I do that overlap and I click okay. Then I go to the other one. Not what I wanted. And I click on you and I'm like, I'm going to shrink you. And I shrink you off of that. All right, you're not overlapping anymore. Which room is happy? They can't both be good, but if divided by 2, not be good. If you need to hit 4 and one is 4 and the other is 4, but if I mix them together, they become 8. But if I divide it by 2, it's 4. You can't say that's not good. Are you screwing with me? How was this not good mixed? Oh my God. You're the worst. Warden's office. Warden's dining hall. Why is it? Why? Yeah, but together they would be 4. Why is the penalty for overlap higher than 50% now? Why have we nerfed this? It used to be if you had 2 things touching it, its worth got divided by the 2. So this is a 4 and 2 things are using it, they each get 2. Now, if I'm needing a 4 and I have a 4 and I have a 4 and separate, it is a 4 and it is a 4, then sharing a 8 between the 2, split in 2, would still be a 4 and a 4. So what? Yeah, why have we now decided that the penalty is greater? That's so obnoxious. Okay. Black bronze tables. Furniture. I don't know what you're doing up top. Stop that. Table. Platinum? No. Furniture. Black bronze. Table. Furniture. Black bronze. Table. So what we got so far on that. I don't think it adds up to 8 before it splits, but it does. Like, I'm making up the number, obviously, but if one half is good and the other half is also good, then multiplying by 2 and dividing by 2 should yield the same number. Obviously, I put the 8 in there, but it's the same thing. If I'm multiplying by 2 and dividing by 2, you're good. But apparently this is not true. This is why we can't have nice things. All right, I need a black bronze throne now. Furniture. Black bronze throne. Oh. We haven't gotten it yet. I'll get rid of this table now. The mayor has mandated the construction of certain goods, and suddenly I actually have to bother to do that. Furniture, table, black bronze. What have you mandated? Maces. There you go. All we got to do is make sure we have a really, really nice room so that when we divide it by 2, it's, or whatever the new number is, we're still good. How much black bronze do I have remaining? All right. I was hoping that I could get it done within that. We'll do one more setup of this. So I just want to make sure that we had like a really nice room for what was going on down here. By the way, did anyone get beat? Or, I mean, no one got killed. That's good. No one got killed. But every prison did get filled. It's not good. Did no one get beat or beat bad? I'm looking in the wrong thing. I should have seen if there was any combat logs. What does the hospital show? No one's here. Do we have it exacto and just no one got beat? I find that pretty hard to believe, but it's looking like that's true. All right, so you're saying I can split things up. This is so stupid, but okay. I need to make a splitter, i.e. a bridge to yeet things to split the stack. Yeah, I get the idea, but like this, I kind of get what you're saying, but if it does the calculation, right? This is a 4. This is a 4. You know, it has the original value of each room and doesn't add them together. So if a 4 and 4, it has them just 2 and 2. But still, if it had them to 2 and 2, it would have to be 4. Like, otherwise, the amount of space... Because the weird thing is, if you just put a door there, you have unlimited sharing. Like, I don't know if anyone's aware of it. I don't know if that ever got patched. But that is the exploit, is to just make a really high-quality square with a door on it and assign that door, even unconnected, to every single room. And for some reason, doors get shared evenly. So I find it weird that you can't multiply and divide by 2, but a door is unlimited worth. Just seems insane to me. The door thing was introduced in the Steam version. This worth stuff used to be like way, way smoother pre-Steam. Did I just get rid of the other thing? There we go. The warden's office. What I want to do, though, is cut it from there. And then I will cut from there. Now I can click back and forth between the two as needed. Are you still happy? He really isn't. That's so fucking weird. All right, how much of this needs to not be overlapped? I'm gonna pull off that wall, except still not an issue. This is very strange. You are gonna pull off that wall. Still not accepted. You are gonna pull off that wall. Still not accepted. You are gonna call off that wall. Weird. You are going to cut off that. So I'm expecting maybe one of them to go green. You are going to cut off that. What? Great, I clicked the diplomacy screen and it went away. Don't talk if you're not going to be saying anything. Trying to figure out what I'm actually cutting this down to now. All right, you take all of that and take that off. All right, new idea. At what point do these not work anymore? Let's do the math the other way. let's start with they do work and figure out at what point they've decided that you can't share this. So we know that's good. What? 2 squares. That is so mind-baffling. That is so stupid. It's gained more. You're right. It's... Okay. That penalty is far worse than I ever thought it was. What if it's just 1 square? So how do we make all those temples work? I had those temples fucking expensive as shit. Why does this not work? 1 square. Wow. Wow, that's so stupid. That is unbelievably okay. How did I make that work? My temples work. Yeah, but like, so in my head, I was apparently wrong. Maybe this is the old version of it. But in my head, every square has its individual worth divided by the amount of areas that shared that square. Clearly, that's not what it is now, because if we had 1 square of overlap and they both went down in value, not the one that had that square originally, if that makes sense. If one of them went to yellow, I would have understood, but that they both went to yellow, that's where I'm losing the thread. Furniture. Black bronze throne. No. There's a penalty of 50%. So the 50, like I said, that makes sense kind of for how I was initially doing it, but we've learned that that's not how it's working. Like they shouldn't, their penalties just make, the penalty makes no sense. The penalty is insane. That's so weird. But like my temples, I was doing it as if it was an even spread of the cost and they worked fine. That's whatever. It is what it is. It just means we need to adapt. I may not understand it. I may not be able to follow the logic, but that is neither here nor there. The end result of the day, it just means we need to adapt. There's a child stumbling around obliviously. What? What are you gonna do? Why is there a dead body out here? Even the cat's like, what you doing? This guy, anxiety just doesn't care. Anxiety's like, yo, have a good day. Like, the dwarves don't care. Because these goblins are about to die. Hold on. That awkward moment when you enter the dungeon and the door locks behind you in the haunted house. Oh, they're dead now. Mosaic the second, thank you for following. You poor dumb goblins. There you go. Let's unforbid all the goblinite. No more snatchers. No worries. Dead is as dead does. Goblin. Goblin. All right. I completely forgot that we were doing a wall up here. I forgot like we were doing any and all of this. Trying to free up a way for more macadamia wood. Diplomacy. Stop giving me a diplomacy screen if you're not going to actually say anything. There's a macadamia tree. Oh, we're still in blue mode. So the weird gray ones are macadamia. The weird gray, not gray gray. Gray gray is bitter orange. Weird gray is macadamia. Okay, weird gray. Weird gray, weird gray. Forbidden thing. That's willow. It's not weird gray. Yep. Hold on, we got to cut down the macadamia trees for flooring. More macadamia? Please, no cave-ins. Who? What? The spear dwarf Toulon Oozledeg was spotted sneaking around. I'll live to fight another day. Who? I will put you down like a rabid dog. Are you trying to fuck with me? Are you trying to fuck with me? The last time we had adventurers looking for artifacts like that, he had messed up my entire base. That's because I didn't have any gear on and my dwarves weren't trained. These dwarves are super fucking trained. They will mess up anyone. Good luck living to fight another day or whatever the hell it is you're babbling about. I'll return and with greater numbers. I don't even know who you are. Why are you talking? All right, I need to do a stairwell to get up here real quick. Construction stair here to here. We're just gonna make this out of like jet blocks. This way I can go around and make this be the correct material upstairs too. Yep, we have a justice system. We are now justiced. That's why I'm trying to get them. Now, he wants better quarters because his quarters aren't good. And he's not wrong. You should get a decent quarters. The problem is I'm not sure where I'm going to be cramming a bunch of people's quarters, like noble quarters. What I could do is Chief Justice's room, which is this room, could be split up into a series of like 3x3 quarters so we can try to see if they're like make them be decent quality before we put in regular furniture, because this is a save room. Technically this should be a bedroom, so we could just make it be a less dense bedroom so that we could handle nobles. We could try that. Now, the real thing is I need to free up some more regular beds. Oh, this is bitter orange. So we're going to free up some regular beds for this. I'm going to unblock one bitter orange to do a bitter orange bed. Bitter orange. And we'll transfer his bed up in a 3x3 and see if that's good enough for him. We can dump that. Hold on. Let's just do dumps. Those can be dumped. That can be dumped. Hold on to the wool. Dump the hoof. Dump the cartilage. Oh, God. Chaos. Dump the skeleton. Dump the hair. Now, these things outside still haven't been grabbed. That's weird. Something is wrong out there. And some of the trees haven't been cut. Even all the new trees got cut. There's a region over here where bad things are happening again. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab all these. I'm going to say dump. And I know we just already grabbed some other things for dumping, so this is just going to cause a bit of a problem, but whatever. And by the way, what is the thing for Alt-K? And Control-Shift-P? Auto dump. Well, if I spelled it right, it might work. Auto dump. Yep, nope, that's fine. And now unforbid them. And then what? Control K? It's not Control K, it's Alt K. All right, people are hauling things. Good. Let's see if they haul them to the right place. I don't know why auto dumping from over there to over here made them suddenly be recognizable, but If it worked, it worked. I have no clue why that worked or what that is ever fixing when that does work, but whatever. A human caravan has arrived. Welcome. Now, there's still some things remaining, and I think that's just because bolts aren't getting hauled anywhere. Yeah, bolts was already being treated weirdly by me. It's not an accident. Where am I? Oh, yeah, I forgot I was doing this. Whoopsie. Oh, we're starting to get too many material types active at once again. Gotta actually scroll to see what I'm doing. The humanity. Just found this on Dwarf Wiki regarding room panels. In the floor area, each such room is reduced in value, but a wall can be part of multiple rooms without causing a decrease in value. 75%. Why did we nerf it to that degree? The Forgotten Beast. Slusty? The Forgotten Beast Slutty Sporebringer has come. A towering scaly tick. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it has a bloated body. Its eyes glow spring green. Beware its webs. By the way, that did remind me, we never did get the other one. Too many legs. Too many legs. It does not understand. That's the only one that has the right amount of legs. All right, we got the quadruped coming up now. Hold on. / imagine a towering scaly tick. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it has a bloated body. Its eyes glow spring green. Beware its webs. All right, it's working. The little bot is working on that one now, and I've lost OBS. Sweet. All right, where is this tick? Where is our challenger? Well, you have a particular view. Challenger. Hold on. I do need the other screen up so I can see what it's generating. Well, its eyes glow spring green has apparently correlated to its body as green. Though they did not declare its body, so I can understand this. Hold on. I'm gonna go with 4. I like how its body is green and its eyes went red, but whatever. Alrighty then. This has actually worked out well. We have another Forgotten Beast Fight Club. Let me load up the pictures. Champion and challenger. Hold on. I want to download you. Save image. I forgot what the challenger's name is. I'm just going to say challenger.png. That's what I'm going to go with. Properties. Mandibles. Challenger. Boop. There we go. I made a button for it, but what I have not done is, and I just now thought of this, the picture on the left is a champion, the picture on the right is a challenger. From here on out, I'm just going to save the new pictures as the challenger picture, and that way I won't have to keep retelling it to click to the new file type. You know what I mean? So I was already having to screw around with it, so I was just clicking the buttons there. But you are right. I do have a button here to bring them up fast. I just didn't have anything to redirect the link to the new fight. But anywho's, Forgotten Beast Fight Club. Yeah, you're talking about these buttons. Yeah. So yeah, now, because the old link, the old picture said mandibles, now it says challenger. So it is time.
I did the wrong one. There we go. It is time for today's second Forgotten Beast Fight Club. In the pink corner, we have Mute Shove Fiends, the Inferno of Riddles. He is a gigantic serpent with external ribs. He has 2 long, straight horns, and he undulates rhythmically. His green-yellow scales are large and far apart. Beware his webs. He's never sick, he's incredibly quick to heal, and he's very strong. His body is rotten. In the pink corner, we have the Challenger. Slooty Flim Deep, a towering scaly tick with thin wings of stretched skin and a central bloated body. Its eyes glow spring green. Beware his sticky webs. That's what it came out with for the picture. I know the eyes are wrong, but that's what it came up with. You have 1 minute to get your prediction in. As soon as I remember to actually type in the word prediction. I'm on the wrong thing. And what was his name? I didn't have his thing up still. Oh no! Sloosty. Sloosty the sticky tick. Sloosty the sticky tick. You have 1 minute to get your predictions in, starting in 5, 4, 3, stream delay, 1. There you go. And remember, mods, if you put points in, you will not be able to choose the outcome. Source 3 Original, thank you for following. Do not forget that... You know what I need around these pictures? I need a colored thing to line up. Because I keep saying pink and blue or whatever, but I still don't have it on the things. We have the champion, and we have the challenger. The sticky serpent versus the sticky tick. Who will win? God, I love the Final Fantasy VIII music. Alright, and it looks like the polls are coming to a close with 6,200 to 2,600. And the fight begins with someone webbing someone else. It's a sticky contraption in the middle. They've bitten into each other. They've dodged. No one's gotten a hit off yet. Actually, I think Mute's been bit because he's injured. That it might just be his rotting body. Sleuth's Forgotten Beast Icker. What? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Sleuth's Forgotten Beast Icker is all over the floor, but also a pool of Mute Shove Fiend's blood is all over the floor. Insect versus snake. Everyone's bleeding everywhere. Liquids are around, and it looks like Sleuth has fallen, leaving Mute, the sticky, as our 9 times champion. Will he be able to survive the aftermath? Only time will tell. Mute Shove Fiends, the Inferno of Riddles, has won yet again.
We'll check for brain ripping in a second. Mute the Sticky Serpent has won. Wait, oh, Storm already completed for me? Oh, thank you. Let's see. What did him in? Gored him in the head, tore out the brain. It wasn't an issue with it being in the body, though. This was literally, he just gored him in the head. He has a gore attack. He gored him a lot in the body and in the body and the legs, and he was taking things off, but at the end of the day, he gored him in the head. Now, question. He's been... Oh, that guy didn't have venom or anything. He just had a web. I was going to say, maybe we can see, like, what he's been inflicted with, but I think the real thing is just that he has heavy bleeding. He's likely to survive a heavy bleeding. The champion currently has his head torn open, running with his blood. His head is bruised, his tail is bruised, his eyelid is bruised, and his body is, as ever, rotting off. The real question is, how does he keep surviving through all the rot? He's still, look at him, he's bleeding everywhere. He's already down to injured, though. He'll be fine. He's already stopped the bleeding. He's only moderately injured. He is disgusted after retching on miasma, though. Yes, Dr. Y. What we've done is we pierce the caverns so we can gain the benefits of it, i.e. we can generate silk and we get cave moss and stuff throughout our caves. But afterwards, we resealed ourselves back off. Ooh, we should unblock that. We sealed ourselves off because walls are indestructible right now. So, and we also sent out dwarves to scout. Like, there was a forgotten beast. He died. He was weak. I think we did fight him. I think we killed one of them. I forget which one. And then afterwards, we scouted the entirety of the cavern so that we know if any 2 forgotten beasts are on the map so we can see them fighting. But because we already did the legwork, we don't have to risk losing any more dwarves for any further ones in this cavern at the very least. And you can see we also had a ton of spy holes around before we just walked out there. We had preparatory work to make sure there wasn't a forgotten beast hiding in the corner.
Would like you to build a statue to their specifications.
Oh God, no. Danger Noodle Champion, let game do description in a fancy material, somewhere prominent where it would make sense. I don't know where statues are. Statues are in the statue thing. I'm serious. I need to like organize them better, but there's, I mean, actually, no, to be fair, there are a couple of other statues. There are 3 other statue locations. There's also one in the one hall. This is just where the biggest statue is. But there is a statue that gives you the gem in this hall. There's supposed to be a statue back here. Now you set out some fancy material. Fancy? Can you do statues out of 2 black bronze bars? That would be fancy. He's green though. I needed a green metal or a green stone. Marcasite's not green. That's yellow. That's sick. It's not green. Is there a green metal that we have that we can make? I don't think so. I don't think you can make a green metal. That's just radioactive. All right, we'll go with platinum then. I think I have some platinum lying around. I do. All right, we'll just do it out of platinum. It'll be green with envy. Platinum statue about historical figure. Hold on. Thank you. Hold on. Is this him? Mute Shuffies, the Infernal Riddles is a forgotten beast. It's only one of its kind. A gigantic serpent with external ribs, 2 long straight horns, that undulates rhythmically. Yes. Mute Shuffies, the Infernal Riddles. Dr. Y31 and Aramina, thank you so much for following. Aramina, you got Dwarf 12. Hold on. What did you get? You got Dwarf 12, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. But we skipped the children, so you're back to the engraver. You are a legendary engraver. Aramina the First. You get a dwarf down below for 1 channel point, because I can't make it free. It's a Twitch thing. For 1 channel point, you say dwarf me or something like that. Yeah, I'm on like version 3 of my script right now for keeping track of dwarves. So now it's got Twitch integration. I'm working on getting all them integrations going. 27 for Source and 28 for Zakthos. So that's 17 at the minor. So 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27. So this planter is Source and that manager is Zakthos. Source original. The first. Source original the first. And the manager. The manager is Zakthos the second. Because Zakthos had died. Now question, is Zakthos actually our manager? He is! Hey, there we go. I'll be going look forward. Yeah, no problem, Bedware. Just a heads up. Under normal conditions, I do Dwarf Fortress on Saturdays and I do Dwarf Fortress on Mondays. I also stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, but those are not Dwarf Fortress. So if you see me on one of those days, do not assume that I'm just not doing Dwarf Fortress anymore. It's just Dwarf Fortress has set days. Nope, Dr. Y, it literally, I
think I'll join up.
I'll join up. I literally would have made it be 0 points if I could, but Twitch won't let you set it up for 0. Because like, well, if you want to be Twitch points, it's got to be deducting something. So that 1 point you have to pay is the tax Twitch is putting on you to allow me to integrate any of my script to Twitch. I don't know why. And Source 3 Original wanted to be in the military. We will put you in the guard. Hold on, Source 3 military. But yeah, so at any point you can, if you were to redo that very same command, because it's still there, it will take the point, but it will tell you in chat that your dwarf is still alive. Because the point of it is, when I'm also not doing Dwarf Fortress, the name of that command changes slightly, and it'll tell you if you're alive or dead, but it won't give you a dwarf at that time because I'm not doing Dwarf Fortress. I can't possibly give you a dwarf. So it's a give me a dwarf / do I have a dwarf command. Just come in, click that 1 channel point, and it'll tell you if you have a dwarf. If you don't, and I'm doing Dwarf Fortress, it'll also just presume you want to dwarf and just sign you up for 1 for free. We now have 4 dwarves in that squad, so I'm changing their schedule.
Hey, who did Pandasaurus Rex kill?
To training 2 at a time. Hold on. And also, if you redeem any of the commands that are clearly related to your dwarf and you don't have a dwarf, it just tries to give you 1 for free anyways. This miner needs to go away. Bye. You were just too angry. I'm not dealing with you. Who did Pandasaurus Rex kill? Pandasaurus Rex. You have killed, and you're, what the, very healthy tired. Pandasaurus Rex, you've killed 13 notable creatures, including, Wicked Limps, Gnome Doom Tome, To Do, Seduce Gift, Onyo Fungus Scourge, Stasis Finned Plague, a Slot, so no one thinks I'm pronouncing it wrong, a Slot Razor Maligned, Bacat Wave Rinsed, the human, Maw Menace, the goblin, Cute Smob Hate Organs, Nako Wraith Saps, Amzu Menace Mischief, Smunstu Hexglaive, and Asta Scorpion Glories. You've also killed 69, ooh, that's sex number, other creatures, including 2 vultures, 63 goblins, 1 honey badger, and 2 or 3 Kias. There is a water buffalo that's starving, implying that we had a migrant at some point, and they didn't put the buffaloes where they were supposed to. I thought, listen. What? I thought you were going to automatically pasture them for me. What's up? I realize that I do, but also at some point that's just something I'm going to have to deal with. Like the whole point of this, like genuinely serious. I might not on a different map, but the whole point of this is that it's Raccoon Police Department. I already don't have zombies coming back. So if the closest I get to, oh no, the guys that got bitten have turned into zombies, and the closest I get to that is the captain of the guard murdering everyone, then so be it. I would rather at this point just have more people trained up for combat than anything else. So we're just going to let them train. What I might do is remove their weapons, but I'm worried that if I remove their weapons that they're just going to train with their fists, and then they'll definitely be killing people because they'll be doing the grappling. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. Now, I thought this was going to auto butcher things. I must have misunderstood something. I don't understand. All right, I'm not understanding that auto system right now, so I'm just going to ignore that. Am I putting ducks down here too? Where have I been putting my chickens? Let's just put everything down here. How about that? That's not a goblin. I'll figure out what to do with goblins. Yeah, let's just put everything down here now. I believe everyone got... Did I get... No, wait, hold on. I think I missed one. I didn't get Dr. Y. I don't think I got Dr. Y. Dr. Y, you got a 27. Again, it's 17 from top to bottom. So that's Dwarven Child 17. That's 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27. We would be skipping all the children. So you're the planter. You're currently in jail. You're a high master planter, and at some point in the past, you didn't make something that someone thought you should, so we decided that you get to go to jail. You might get out of jail eventually. Look on the bright side, you've not been murdered. Dr. Y, you are in jail for... You are in jail because you didn't make something, and you have 39 days left. That's right, a bunch of people are in jail. So you don't have to feel embarrassed. I might as well just grab the milk quartz while I'm doing this. No zombies, police brutality instead. Well, to be fair, according to the plot of Resident Evil, as we learned doing Claire's route, the chief of police, whatever his name is a corrupt evil man who is collecting orphan children to hunt or something. And there's a gentleman in here that we learned from Leon's route. There is a gentleman in here who has been put in jail illegally because he caught wind of what the chief was doing. So the chief of police is corrupt as fuck. Wait, we sure this isn't Dark Souls 1? I don't know, maybe. But look, they're so happy. Look, felt guilty being confined. That's how happy they feel. Humiliated. That's just how happy they all feel. I like how they put him in prison, but they left him with their freaking bolts and crossbow. Like, all right, go to jail, but keep your gun. You might need it. What? All right, we were trying to instill in the chief's office a better bedroom for our noble. Let's see how well this works. First of all, engrave all of that. Second of all, assign as bedroom all of that. This bed is going to go first to Bed Aware, who is so aware of his bed you wouldn't believe. Where is Bed Aware? Actually, no, before we do this, let's get rid of Bed Aware's other bed. Bed Aware, rooms, quarters. This one is currently assigned to, there we go. This one is currently assigned to Bed Aware. Now it's not. That is no longer assigned to Bed Aware, which means we got a quick amount of time to fix this before Bed Aware gets very angry. Now Bed Aware is assigned to this bed. Now that might have thrown off that he now no longer has a chest and cabinet. So we need to make sure to get him a chest and cabinet. I'm just going to get him an iron chest and an iron cabinet. Just because I feel like they're going to be worth a bit more, and maybe that'll make him happy. So we're going to do furniture, iron, chest, furniture, iron, cabinet. Now we're not making black bronze anymore, so I'm going to forbid all of this. I'm going to forbid all of these right now. And I'll forbid the black bronze because we never made anything for them. Though I know black bronze is supposed to go there, and these are supposed to start getting filtered. I have a general idea of where they're supposed to go. I'm just not doing it right now. All right, did you make them? You did make them. Cool. Forbid, unforbid, iron cabinet. Let's go back to the chief's bedroom area. I don't know what that button combo is, but I'd really like it to go away. Build furniture cabinet here. Excuse me, iron. Build furniture chest here. Iron. See, well, that worked. See if we've reestablished the furniture that he needs and if he's happy. Please be happy. All right. He is pleased with what he has. Still got to figure out what's going on with the mayor, but in the short term, he's pleased with what he has. So I'm going to try to do something similar with the mayor, but the mayor needs a dining room and whatever. And I'm thinking that that would be in here. This is assigned to who right now? Zakthos. And this is an office to Merc Domalith. Zakthos and Merc Domalith are our broker, our bookkeeper, and our manager. So they have really nice rooms. Those probably should both go to the mayor. But I would need to kick them out to a different room because they don't need great rooms for what they're doing. They might end up in the bathroom. I feel like it's a bit harsh, but they might end up in the bathroom. If it is just their office, this is a thing. We can do this right here. This is where we can move them to. So I'm going to need... I like the petrified wood, though. We're going to... You're on guava right now. I'll leave you alone on guava. I will set up 2 tables and 2 thrones. We're going to start moving this sort of stuff over to wood for now. Not wood, over to stone for now. Or metal, even. And I'm just going to use iron since it's decent. So, furniture, iron... Table, furniture, iron, table, furniture, iron, throne, furniture, iron, throne. And we'll set them over here to the left. And then he should probably be the one that's over there to the left. They can just stay put. Why bother with them? The floor, though, I'm wondering if I should change out the floor. It is bright. That area, no, that area is kind of bright. Whatever. Try not to repeat the scene when that big boy murders a prisoner through a wall. Mr. X? They let me keep my gear? Odd. What? Please tell me my cell has at least half decent Wi-Fi. I mean, you are surrounded by concrete. It's not a highly likely chance of you having it. Sorry. No Wi-Fi. You got to use your imagination. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to click you here. Doesn't matter. My throne's not ready yet anyways. Is a table ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. Iron table down here. What? A dwarven child is found dead. So? That kid's been stumbling around obliviously for like ever. Wait, a planter's been found dead. Are we having a fight? What happened to the... Like, we used to have sound effects when people were fighting. You never get sound effects anymore. All right, whatever happened, I think someone threw a temper tantrum and they're dead. I don't think it's a full-blown brawl or anything. Whatever it was, they're not even reported for a crime. Okay. Something happened. Seemed important. Who knows? I need an office and a dining room. So, top one will be the office. Boop. Like so. And the other one will be the dining hall. Boop. Like so. This one will be assigned to... Who am I assigning this to? Moses the mayor. Okay. Moses the mayor, and you will be assigned to Moses the mayor. All right, we're working on getting him stuff. He would prefer better quarters, and he also wants a weapon rack and an armor stand. I understand. We'll work on that in a second. All right. Is there any... Okay, there's nothing that's been requested. I reassure you that we let prisoners out for that sort of thing, but it's hard enough to get them to remember the dwarves and moods and all. Look, I clearly know when people are having moods. I'm pretty up to date on all the goings on in my fort. I'll have you know. It's not like it's taken me 40 in real life hours to make my mayor have an office. I'm good at this game, I swear. All right, armor stand, and you get it.
He's not telling the truth.
And an iron weapon rack. No, I'm good. All the goings on. I'm a good player. Where's my water? I'll have you know. It's not like it's taken me 40 in real life hours to make my mayor have an office. Look, sometimes things just aren't priority. I'm good at this game, I swear. Coca-Cola has been possessed. I'm sure he'll be fine. What do I need? Weapon rack and an armor stand. Build furniture. Oh, military. Weapon rack in the office. Armor stand in the dining room. There you go. He wants better quarters. I can work on that. But for now, look at that. We're actually green on that screen. All right, where is this mood taking us? Where have we decided to go mood? Not what I wanted to look at. Boop. All right, so he's moving. He's going crazy for wood. Of course. Why wouldn't you go crazy for wood, I suppose? We can dump those. I don't care for those. Still gotta set that thing down below to get the bolts making sense. He appears to still be on the move. Whatever it is doing good. I'm like slowly decompressing things from up here, but like I keep bumping into things like this and that still irks me just existing. No, he's fine. Look, nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See? 7 things, 8 things. He knows how to live. It's the other dwarves who don't know how to live. It's their fault they die. It's not my fault at all. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is this your 10th thing? You can only go 10 long, can't you? I think you can only go as many as 10 items. Yeah. All right. See, he's good. I was confident. Nothing to see here. Back up top. Has created Keithy News a macadamia wood amulet. Okay. Sure. I need to make another macadamia wood bed because I don't think I have any beds to put out. I do not. Bit of a bummer. Don't have any macadamia wood beds. Do I have the ability to order a macadamia wood bed? I do. Why is it made out of macadamia wood? No, bitter orange. I knew you weren't macadamia. That sounded wrong to me. Bitter orange. Bitter orange is currently forbidden. There we go. It's now unforbidden. Bitter orange. Make me a bitter orange bed, please. Also, this is iron bars. This area is all outside. This thing right here. I'm not going to load up Resident Evil 2 to confirm, but I'm fairly certain that this thing is, when you're out here, you can see a railing onto whatever is down below. Don't try to take that. I still want that. Actually, no. No, I don't. Take it. Go away. I don't want it. Because I need to do an iron floor. And then we construct an iron bar. Boo-doo. Like I said, I believe this is how that would work. And even though we have a floor, this would need to be a paved road of 53, Jesus, of... Do I have forbidden carambola that I can unforbid to fix this? Carambola block, forbid, unforbid. Build construction, paved road here to here. Yep. Build construction floor here to here of iron. Come on. There we go. I think they're all just going to be iron, so I'm just going to... And I'll leave that one as a gap so they can build a corner piece. Yep. There we go. The outside area is done correctly. I should get 4 doors though, so I'll need what, 4 cashew? Actually, these doors aren't like the big thick wooden doors, are they? These are technically, I think, doorways. This one's like, whatever. I would have to load up the game to confirm. I should get some doors here for now though, because that is an outside thing leading into an inside area. But did that bed get built? That's the key. It did. The bed did get built. And building a bed is half the problem. Engrave the bed. Whenever you want. No rush. Sweet. Okay, I need an iron cabinet and an iron chest. We'll move the mayor's room up there so he has a nice room, and he can't complain about that anymore either. Iron chest and cabinet. Iron chest, furniture, iron cabinet. All right. Back to the wood that we're trying to sort out over here. I don't like using cashew for all that, but you know what? Let's not. Let's use date palm. 2, 3, 4. Door, you, date palm 4 on repeat. There we go. That'll get me my 4 date palm doors, so I don't have to worry about it. And then this can be another outside area without me having to, you know, have it actually be connected. Hold on. I see that you've done something, chat. Wait, what are you? What are you? I didn't see what that was made out of. Cabinet. Let me choose iron. Yeah, you're going to choose something else, weren't you? Iron. There we go. What's up? Yes, hello. Coca's fine. We're all good. All right. We have a mayor whose name is Mayor Moses. Mayor Moses does not like his room. And that's fine, because he's probably got a bad one right now. Mayor Moses, your room. You have 2 different quarters? How do you have 2 quarters and you're still complaining? Because you have a spouse. Remove that assignment. It's not assigned. We're now going to grab Moses again. And get rid of their other house. I can't believe you guys were sneaking around with 2 rooms. And you're like, oh, I'm so unhappy. Oh. What? This one was yours. They must have had individual rooms and then they married, so they just kept their old rooms, I guess. Bedroom from here to here, except assign to Moses. What do you think? All right. He's angry that he needs another chest. He happened to have 2 chests before because of the 2 bedrooms. That makes sense. That is fine. I will get you a chest for down here. Admittedly, this should be out further, but you have in this room, there is a safe behind the desk, so we'll put a chest right there. The metal chest can be the safe. You will do furniture, iron chest. Make me another iron chest. And he'll be fine. Needs 2 cabinets. Well, the cabinet can go in his bedroom. For sure. Furniture, iron, cabinet. But you're right. If they have it, the other one should probably do one too, huh? Hold on. Furniture, iron, cabinet. Because the other noble was also married. I believe. Yeah. Bedaware is married to the trader. Mayor Moses is married to Dravis 3025. So we'll put a chest there and a chest there, or a cabinet there and a cabinet there. And then we'll put the extra chest for the mayor down below where there should be a safe in that one room anyways. Furniture, cabinet, BR, iron, mirror, iron. And then down in your office, build furniture chest here, iron. We have a lot of chests I want to get rid of at some point. And with that built, you should now be ecstatic. Everything is complete. Do not sell bracelets. Fine. I shan't. I shall not sell the bracelet. All right. Anyone still in prison? Nope, the prison is mostly cleared. The only people still locked up in... Nope, we just saw the last person getting released. Nobody is in prison anymore. And we're saving. Don't touch things. Where did my water go? I have to go grab a water. I had a water here. I must have emptied it and thrown it without remembering I did it. I must have libations. Calm yourselves. Yes, Dr. Y is now finally free. How does Dr. Y feel about being free? Is Dr. Y able to adjust to the world outside? Dr. Y thought... Dr. Y got a new romance, and this somehow changed his personality. Did you seduce your fucking cellmate? Wait, how did you get a new romance? You were in jail. What? Hold on. Where do you see when their personalities changed? Dr. Y is now often cheerful after a new romance started last year. Freedom! What really happened to the... No! The water, it's not come back to haunt me. All right, so we got nobles working. We got prison working. We got justice working. We got people assaulting the mayor that no one ever noticed. We got cold cases. I swear, if we ever... Oh, wait. Do we have... No, we have goblins, but we don't have prisoner goblins. Excuse me. I'll say we should just start banning all of them. I don't need these lock symbols on here. Okay. What is happening with the ammunition? Downstairs. I'm trying to get the ammunition out of everyone's way. Okay, this is the storage area for how/where ammunition is supposed to end up. Boy, is there a lot of quivers in there. Oh, is there a lot of quivers? That's gonna hurt my soul. So this place needs to become the stockpile, which we're going to sort, I guess, of arrows. This one, I don't even really care too much. Like, I don't need to separate out the arrows to ban the arrows. This one is more for if I need to melt a certain metal of it, and or bolts and stuff, and or if in the game there's a series of lockers in here. If I'm using this just for ammunition and I put all the bolts in one thing, it's going to look weird. And I don't want to use bins because, well, whatever. So we might as well just do the quantuming thing that we've been doing the whole time and just make a stockpile of ammo. All ammo, no bins. See what we can get done with this before we start getting things going. Construction, track stop to the north. You, Conglom. Actually, no. These are supposed to be actual lockers now. I should start paying attention what I'm doing this with. You are going to be iron because it's a locker. You are made out of an iron bar. 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 Iron bar. Iron bar. I don't think I need that many. We'll see what we actually have to deal with. If I can get all the ammo compressed down here, and then, like I said, we'll set this up as like a training, like the marksman training area. It'll take a bit, but we'll make it work. Now, how do they end up with the stacks greater than 25? If we can just get like a stack of 200, that would be the best. All right. I want to start with the simplest on the right. So copper bolts would be on the right. I don't think there's, I mean, no. Bone and wood bolts are on the right. I haven't made any, but technically that's where they would be. I'm not going to do that right now. So I'm going to make copper one first, but I'm going to make it be in the second slot. So we're going to do a hauling route. I'm going to call this copper slugs. Copper slugs attached there with an iron minecart because I had one lying around and I might as well. You are going to pull ammo of all types, but ignore all those except iron. And even then, why did I say all types? It's just bolts. Just bolts. You're pulling iron bolts. Don't care about the quality. And you are pulling that from this stockpile. Why iron? No, damn it. Copper. Copper. I just said this entire spiel and then forgot what I was doing. Copper slugs. Now what this means is I got to go upstairs and start dumping, because I had this for ammo. This is going to be like artifact weapons or some shit. This is going to be like where I find a way to start putting the named gear in. We're going to delete that entire stockpile. Move them all. That is no longer the ammo, even though technically I've actually got this entire thing backwards. Down below is where the firing range is, so that's where I'm moving the ammo to. Yeah, a lot of bolts. And this was the new barracks. And Vorpalim and Source Original are just combat drilling on their own without working with each other. I don't know why. They even had the same weapon. You should be doing a group training if you have the same weapon. You have a steel mace and you have a steel mace. You literally had the same weapon. You guys should be training together. Whatever. They don't want to train with each other. It's too much effort. All right. Let them sort out what we have. I think iron bolts would be our next one in. I think the next one up would probably possibly be bronze. I could put iron one over, slip bronze in the middle. What's bronze made of again? It's copper and tin, right? Or is that brass? Yeah, so it's off of copper one way or another. So yeah, I'll put iron 2 over. Iron slugs. A little minecart for today. You are pulling ammo of everything except for only bolts and only iron. You're pulling them from here. Iron slugs. Whoop, that did not work right. Iron slugs. And I technically need to name the stockpiles. Oh, I forgot to actually put the stockpile, didn't I? Whoopsie. Custom. Ammo. All. None. Bolts. None. Copper. None. No bins. I don't even think I want this thing to try to pull from anywhere. Copper. Why do I keep capping that L? Copper slugs. Iron slugs. I haven't said what I wanted it to do yet. All, none, bolt, none, iron, none, no bins. There we go. See if this starts working. And if I get this to work right, I'm going to make the central thing also pull in the quivers, and I'll start dumping the quivers to the south. Because it's like the magazines. Huh? Also, they really annoy me being in that corner. What was your statue? I built it. I did not install it. I completely forgot about your statue. Hold on. Yeah, your statues are going to be back here somewhere. Furniture, statue. Boop. What do you mean you need access to? Where did the platinum statue go? I ordered a platinum. This isn't it, is it? No, that's dim by. I ordered a platinum statue. What do you mean? Are they still hauling it? I mean, it is heavy. Hold on. Stocks. Where are statues on this? We made that one right then and there. Yeah. Why have you been forbidden? All right. Apparently they said, nah. We're never moving this statue again. Furniture, statue. There we go. Yeah, no, I did your statue the whole time. Yeah, it was there. Why did they ban it? There you go. Problem solved. All right. Down below in the firing range. Everything's getting sorted real well.
Hey, listen.
Read description, please. Oh, yeah. See what it actually is, because we had the game choose, didn't we? Fine. I don't know why the picture's wrong. This is a platinum statue of Mute Shove Fiends, the Inferno of Riddles. The item is an image of Mute Shove Fiends, the Inferno of Riddles, the Forgotten Beast, and Zanig, Ryder Bells, the Dwarf, in platinum by Chucks Buckensnuck, the First, Cal Wreathbar. Mute Shove Fiends, the Inferno of Riddles, is devouring Zanig Ryder Bells. The arc relates to the devouring of the dwarf Zanig Ryder Bells by the Forgotten Beast, Mute Shove Fiends, the Inferno of Riddles, in Iron Lights in the early spring of the year 40. During the second rampage of the Forgotten Beast, Mute Shove Fiends, the Inferno of Riddles, in Iron Lights. Apparently someone else couldn't handle them. I don't know. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Now 90 billion items are going to get marked for trade. Jesus, 44,000? Oh, no, that's the worth. That's not the sheer amount of items. Okay. What if this has a lot of numbers? Like, what if I just told him not to bother with copper left gauntlets or copper right gauntlets for right now? Or the copper, the copper. We can melt those down. Or the copper. So we can get them to not, you know, waste hundreds of trips. Like, if it's socks and stuff, sure. Actually, is there a way to, like, hide meltable items? Possibly. All right, whatever. Set her here nor there. What I need to do is find a way to, like, order all the things that I'm unchecking right now to be melted. That would do the best. Because this saves on a lot of them hauling. This is mostly just damaged goblinite I should be melting. Once we get the high boots leather, I mean, like, yeah, whatever. Trade that away. I don't want that. All right. After that, I'm getting too meticulous. Who cares? We lowered it down to 720 items. I can take that. But yeah, I want to take everything in here that is damaged and say melt it. I got to figure out how to separate damaged gear from regular. Also, what is happening out here? Is Morningstar not traded but also not part of the other list? I feel like all that should have been long traded. Like, yeah, two-handed sword's not supposed to be up here. Two-handed sword is supposed to have been brought down here a while ago. I don't know. Something's gone crazy. Let's ignore it for now. Sneed. Bring all the items. They must be traded. All right, broker requested. Let's see what we can get away with. Oh, they're still unloading. Of course they are. What do you mean you're still unloading? Everyone's in. Oh my God. Why were you not in already? We're literally waiting on you. Idiot. Trade that, trade that. Do not want the damaged clothing. Like that, if it's steel, I should probably hold on to the steel. The steel is like, that's worth melting back. Crowns, trousers, leggings. These are all damaged. I don't need these. Why is there a backpack in here? And a crutch. Why is there a backpack and a crutch in here? All right. Get a bunch of metal bars back from them. Why not? Leave the gems, leave the blocks, leave the gems, leave the stones. Who are these, by the way? You're dwarves. Don't need that. We're already up in terms of weight, so I don't need to specifically go for anything, really. You have a turkey. I don't know if I have turkeys, but I always trade for some turkeys. I'll take some steel battle axes. Iron warhammers aren't great, but I'll take them. Take an iron spear over a copper one. I don't care about your crossbows right now. I will take all of your steel picks. Don't care about training anything. Don't want that. Don't want that. I'll take your clothing. Take your shoes. Don't want it. Don't want it. I'll take your steel shield. Don't want it. Take your hood. Take your mittens. Don't want your bags, your figurines, your amulets. I will take your bolts if for nothing else, and I can easily do it now. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Nothing else. I can melt it. I'll take your meat. Take your fish. Take your plants. Take your leaves. Your leaves. Your leaves. Your leaves. I do not need thread. I'll take your trousers. I'll take your loincloth. Don't need your backpacks or your quivers or your spike balls. I will take your trees. Oh my god, I just realized we're actually eating into the profit by a ton. Holy shit. So he might not be happy. Whoopsie. But he was willing to trade. Okay, I must have given him a lot of profit before. We'll make it up with these last 130 items. All right, everyone. All right, now he's requested back. There we go. Give him this. Give him this. Give him all the high boots. Keep the steel. Give him that. Give him that. Give him that. Okay. Profit of 538. What is a low value thing I can trade this for that I might actually use? Yeah, a rope. Here you go. I'll trade you all of this for a rope. There you go. That'll make your profit go up. Have a good day. The raven has reverted to a wild state. I'm going to have to strip so many goblins. All right, but the fact that there's still ammo up here. Okay, how is this processing down here? What do we have? After iron, I would presume would be steel. And then we'd have weird ones like silver. Let's discuss your situation. Give me a year. I know I wanted it last year, but give me a year with it not. Because I just got the noble thing set up, and I don't want to go back up to that room right now. Speaking of back up there, I forgot to install those doors. Date palm, date palm, date palm, date palm, and the library was cashew. Boo, boodaloo. All right. Back here at the ammo sorting facility. What do we have? We have a lot of silver. Now, the funny thing is, okay, so I knew we were going to have bronze. I want one for silver, but I don't want it near the others. Like, I want to put one over here because silver should be melted. Like, a silver bolt is not good. So we're going to just make a track stop on the far opposite side, pointing north of iron bars with a cart in it to put silver, and then the silver storage one is going to be set for auto melting. Like, I don't even know, like, it's not gonna be silver slugs. It's going to be like reclamation pile or some shit. Reclamation pile. There you go. Assign to that. Get a minecart. You are going to pull ammo of everything. Actually, you know what? Pull everything you can if it's made of silver. Because that one's just going to get melted if it's made of silver. There you go. pull it from that pile. Do nothing with it. Reclamation pile. Stop. Calm down. Accept custom ammo. All metal. No. Silver. Nothing else. But most importantly, no bins. Now, this pile, there we go, melting. Everything this pile should regularly be marked for melting because it's just silver. It's just there to get me back my damn silver because I ain't using no damn silver bolts. All right, weird question. You down here, is there a way to set up a work order for melting things? Can you melt a metal object when melt designated items is greater than 5 and refined coal is greater than 10? 15. We'll say 15, 10, and we'll put you on 10. Now, was that a specific one or was that all of them? That was a specific one. I kind of actually wanted that one to be universal. So I'm going to cancel you out of that and make you a universal one. Melt a metal object. You're going to melt 10 when, boop, boop, when you have greater than 10 and when you have greater than 15. That way they can do it in parallel to melt everything faster. Faster. We're going to be fasting. Yes, melt. Melt me bars. Now, I believe what you're actually supposed to do is somehow split them into individual bolts so you get more out of it or something. I don't know. That's a lot of effort. Not doing that right now. Maybe at some point in the future. Not doing that right now. Right now, I just want the ammo. Oh, we're zoomed in a lot. I just want the ammo to be out of my damn hair. All right, so what is left? Bronze. As I was predicting, we have bronze and bismuth bronze. And we do have some steel. Okay, so I think we're out of minecarts. I think the last time we did this, that was the last minecart selection. So we are going to need to order some more willow minecarts. Since willow is the way to go. Except for up here where it's round lime, apparently. Am I using round lime or willow for this game? Why do I not know? I'm going to go with willow because that's what the other ones in that area were. We have a lot of macadamia wood back. All right. All right, hold on. Blocks? No. Blocks are macadamia only. Repeat. Then in here, or no, we can just do you manually. Work orders. Wooden minecart made of willow. Why did that get canceled? I feel like I ordered it. Wait, did you make them already? Did they make 10? Is that what happened? I feel like I put in a work order and they said, yeah, okay, good luck with that, and quit. Nope, there it is. It just disappeared out of the screen for a while. I guess because it was a one-time one, so once it was approved, it didn't need to be in that screen anymore. That makes sense. All right. So we're working on bronze, and I'll put bismuth bronze in the same one. I'm not paying it. I don't even know if there is a difference between bronze and bismuth bronze. When it comes to bolts, one's just slightly more purple than the other. I'm going to call you bronze slugs. There you go. There you go. There was another one. pull ammo of everything except only bolts and except only bronze, bismuth bronze, none of that stuff. You're going to pull it from here. You're going to do nothing with it. Well, I spelled that entirely wrong. Bronze slugs. There we go. Create a stockpile for them. There you go. Custom ammo, all, none, bolt, none, biz, bronze, none, and no bins. Sort them out of the way. Now, have I been storing ammo anywhere else in the map? I hope not. Why do I have so many fucking quivers? The quivers should just all be one thing on the left. A quiver is a quiver. I really do not care about the material of the quiver. So this will go away. They'll get up there and then quantum down and just a pack of quivers at the door. All right, we have steel remaining after that. I was anticipating at some point we would have steel. So one more of these. New route. Steel. Slugs. You there. Assign to. Minecart. Very nearly done with this. Bolts. Steel. None. You pull from here. You do nothing. This stop is called steel slugs. And we'll create a stockpile for steel slugs of ammo, all, none, bolts, none, steel, none, and none. All right, that should sort that out. This pile is not an ammo stockpile. This is the munitions pile. Because it's also about to start receiving quivers. What is a quiver under? Finished good? Okay. Finished good. Quiver. I think I want, yeah, as long as it's a quiver, whatever. As long as it is a quiver. But you still don't allow bins. Very important thing to be aware of. All right, what is the thing that gets rid empty bin? I don't want these bins to exist anymore. Yep, thank you. We're just going to run the code on every bin instead of sitting there and trying to dump, undump everything very slowly, removing bins from all this. And I'm going to update this temporarily to say no bins. That way we don't have an issue of them just re-putting them back in bins behind me. Why is there an empty bin here? Just to torture me? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Apparently. All right, we're gonna let them work with what they have already to start sorting that out. Build, construction, track, stop, down, over here, made of iron. Because like I said, we're just gonna have the quivers in the corner. One quiver is the same as any other quiver to me. All right. They're not doing anything with them because they're still in the stockpile. Now people will move them. Even if they only move them back to this one, that's fine for now. I just want them to start splitting them up. There we go. All right, we're going to do another one of these. We're going to call this the mag route. Going to be assigned there. Willow minecart. A finished good that quivers. Literally any material as long as it's a quiver. You're gonna pull from this. You're gonna do nothing with it. And bag route. Oh, they're already doing. You're already doing it. Calm down. Calm the fuck down. Damn. Accept custom. Finish good. All. Forbid. Quiver. No bin. No bin. No bin. That should start finally seeing them compress. That's what I want to see. And then we'll turn this into the ranged training area so they can shoot at things. So many little details just to get this crap to work. Jeez, there's so many different... I don't know how the goblins are able to milk or whatever you want to say, like extract so much spider silk, phantom spider silk. I don't know where they live, but it's sticky. All right, now we're going to do this again. It's not going to do anything with them yet because they are still technically in a stockpile, just in the world's smallest quantums, little bin-sized quantums.
Hide all your eucalyptus for the terror known as Coca-Koala 5 has come. Koala herb.
Hello, Coca-Koala. Magazines. There we go. Be compressed. What child of chaos? Chaos! I'll have you know when I made humanity, I knew that magic would do things. And then you didn't listen to me, did you? The bad guy in that game is just dumb. He's not a dumb character. He's very intimidating and like scary. Don't get me wrong, but like genuinely, like that man's an idiot. I don't understand. I sent you back to the Stone Ages. Why didn't you learn? You got rid of all of our books and shit. Well, you killed everyone. Who was supposed to learn the lesson? Humanity should have learned the lesson. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. You've always been biting the hand that fed you when I ignored you and left you to starve and fend for yourself. What? Who? Did you just contradict yourself, buddy? You okay up in there? All right, someone get this conglom out of my way. Why is the spin manager disabled? Turn back on. There we go. All right, so I could be wrong, but I believe that ammunition is not being stored anywhere else out here. That it's all being handled down below. Why is there a bone in here? Why is there honey badger neck just sitting in here? Honey badger skeleton. Kind of weird, not gonna lie. All those got sorted. This has still got some weird shit that will get moved. This area still kind of needs some love for sure, but whatever. Apparently I decided that this holds artifacts, but I could be just holding them upstairs, but neither are instruments. I'll find a place to install them. All the quivers and shit have been brought downstairs, so I don't foresee us seeing them anywhere up here. We have another thing with instruments. This room, I've got to decompress this out of this room so this room can finally get some love. Though we do have a bird and a bird. This room is just really kind of a hot mess, especially with the sheer amount of bags I keep having in it somehow. It's from the goblins. It's all like phantom spider bags. All right. But for now, that's good. What is here? It's still leather. Okay. Just going to ignore that for now. Save my own sanity. So this has been done then. All right. Let's... You can't install a target, right? On this floor? Because that's a building that is already present. Meaning I have to uninstall this floor, which would look badass, which means I might as well conglom the entire floor. I might as well tear everything down and conglom it all back. I really do need a gray stone at some point, or a stone that's gray when it's a wall. Could just do iron. We got a lot of iron. Problem is, when it's a floor, doesn't iron look weird when it's a floor? Hold on, I might just make this out of iron. We got so much iron. This is gonna be stupid. What happens if everything down below, I'm not doing everything upstairs, that's stone, that's conglom. That is the way it is. Logos! I'm not a high mind like you. You didn't make us like that. Why won't you be my mythos? Ooh. You're a fake god. Bro, I'm just confused. You never listen, mythos. Luckily, I got Odin over here. He's from the people that do listen, which is why I punished them. You sound like a dick. I would have liked a darker gray. I wonder if pig iron would have looked better. Because I think between iron and conglom, I think the conglom does look better. But it's brown. That's the issue. Ugh. I just need like a darker gray than that. I think pig iron's darker. Whoa, there we go. Build construction floor. The big thing is we have so much conglom, even if we end up changing it. Ooh, it didn't like whatever I just did. That pissed it off. Oh, building? Okay. Militia captain has withdrawn from... Militia captain? Who lost their name? Oh, the Civ Gym thing. All right. Hopefully he's fine. We'll have to come back to him. Dr. Y cancels construct building. There's an item blocking the site. So did someone else. So did someone else. So did some... Oh, move the blocks then. Boom, baby, doo, 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 doo. Build my floor. Build my floor. All right. Construction, military, archery target. 1, 2, gap. There. You can be out of iron. Oh, wait, no, I can build you out of something else. Screw that. Hold on. No. Iron's too easy. Military, archery target. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is something that I can use? I can use up a lot of the clay loam. I've got clay loam with nothing to do with it. I might as well just use the raw stone. And suddenly I don't see clay loam anymore. There it is. Clay loam. Do 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 do. Godlike power. Eensy weensy brain. They like just turn off magic. Like it was a simple answer. Now, I don't remember how to set this up. Archery range. Here to here. People would be shooting left. That's the way I believe that would work. I would need to create another military squad to get the archers going. But I would want to just to test this out. But the problem is we're now what? The militia captain has created Kokeb Nebar. Oh, I forgot to check the other artifact. A honey badger bone buckler. He claims as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Elaith Rackworked. We already have 1, 2, 3. We're already technically 30 military out of 100. We are definitely going to need to start upping that number again soon. Either that or we could start setting them up. We could set up the home guard. We could... They're on metal armor now. But I could switch them to the range thing. Instead of having them train in that one room, I can just have them train over here. Does this mean that they would shoot people that they're trying to arrest? Equip. Hold on. Assign uniform. Archer? Ooh. See how well that works. Hey, it updated while I was looking at it. I was surprised. All right, click you. Click you. The creative monks train here. See how well that works. I want to see if we see them shooting at some point. You don't get it, Miothos. If we were to stop using magic, we'd have no right to proclaim our godhood. We'd be naught but plebeians. Had a food and coffee. How about yourself and the rest of the chat? Also, maybe RNG. Did you get a fight in? Huh? Hold on. My right nose. It thought maybe about sneezing. It's thought about it. It's thought about it. Still not sure. I did. I got in a fight with a corded razor. I was going out with family for the birthday, so I was like, I'm gonna trim this up real nice and good. I just ended up trimming it off. I need like a professional with much better eyeballs than me to trim it up nice and good. Like I can trim it all evenly low, but the problem is that the goatee area is low and the mutton chop area is always poof. Like, and this gets extra poof than this one. So when you trim out the neck area to like have a proper beard, this like suddenly seems very long and empty because half the hair from over here is from underneath because of the weird way the hair grows down there. One of these days, I'll figure out how to make it work correctly. One of these days. Now, I have you guys... You are training in here. I'm going to turn this off for training right now. I want you to train in the other place. Snatcher, protect the children. Oh, you poor dumb bastard. I think we're fine. What about that one civilian who said he was going to come back and get me? What happened to him? Where did that one dude who is all full of fucking vinegar and spite? Leave the beard, shave the head. Go for that bald bearded. I'm a whaler. No. I get too much motion sickness to even pretend to be a sailor. Funky combs that help you hold a length? I have no clue what that is, but I'll take your word for it. All right, hold on. Is my squad training? Where's Bedaware? Are any of you guys training, like, at all? Okay, well, here's the thing. I got rid of this room for doing what you're doing. Please train in the other place. They're acting like they can't go here. Why? That's them. I've assigned this to you. I'm just going to say the range. All right, chat. What have I done wrong? They're saying they're acting like they can't train here for some reason. Dwarf Fortress archery range. Why is this not working? I want the new version of the archery range, not the old one. The old one I can make work. Archer uniform. Add the new uniform to the squad. That's a good thought. Are they not in archer uniform? How do I tell? Bedaware, where are you? Do you have archer-like things? You have a crossbow. Did you get a quiver? He has a quiver. Did he put bolts in his quiver? He did not put bolts in his quiver. Okay, we have a problem. Is it because I switched him to this uniform that they didn't get the ammunition? I've never modified the archer uniform, so I figured... Actually, I see... Update equipment. Like, they're acting like they can't grab any, right? That's what this slot is? Okay, why are you acting like you can't get the ammunition? You have plenty of ammunition. Does the ammunition have to be in the archery range? Hold on, why are you not grabbing the ammunition? Nope, all the bolts have been purged for just this very occasion. I've specifically set it up that they should be able to grab whatever they want. Why would they need an armor rack? Like, and if they did, would they need it in there or in here? Hold on, let me... What if I draw this to include that? Now, do you understand where your ammunition is? Also, they want more leather stuff. Okay. I've got a ton of leather for you. Where's my leather worker? My leather's not by my leather worker, is it? Butchers, tanners, farmers, butchers, crafts. Where's my leather worker? What is it? Tasks, places, workshops. Do I have a leather worker anywhere? Or did he go away at some point? Oh my God, I lost my leather workers. When did that happen? All right, build, workshop, farming, clothing, leather. Just build something for now. I don't care. Did my dwarf finally die?
Look at Coca-Cola 5. They might have scars.
Coca-Cola 5. You are in Stars Bravo. You can't stand. Your left knee has been infected. Your liver has been sutured. And your lower spine It's been sutured, but it did the thing where it never updated past that. All right, how do you heal people? This sort of stuff doesn't stick around this long. It has to update to a scar or it doesn't. You don't just sit here. I've been spineless for a while. That's fine. No. I don't want a full heal. I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. Heal this unit. There you go. You can walk again. Be free. Yeah, no, you're in Bravo. Stars Bravo. I think you got confused with Stars Alpha. The Creative Monks is the new Archer squad who are not updating correctly. Okay, how do I fix this? I'm gonna create a new squad of archers. Okay. I'm going to take the old leader. The old leader is Bedaware. Where is Bedaware? Does anyone see a position 1? You can't grab a leader, can you? Well, kind of. I see a commander, the Gracious, the Glanet. All right, weird thing. I'm gonna grab a planter real quick. Then I'm gonna do position 2, Creative Monks position 2. I want Creative Monks position 2. Where's Creative Monks position 2? There we go. Position 3 will go to Creative Monks position 3. Position 4 will go to Creative Monks position 4. And then trying to see if I can swap out the Creative Monks commander. All right. The Creative Monks, I'm now going to just disband. See what they now say for equipment. This was set to archery. Why does this not look like archery? No, they say archer over here, but their gear list over here doesn't look like archery to me. It says ranged. This doesn't look like an archery setup. All right, and we'll take you. We will assign you to this. Again, see if this even works. It is such a pain to get archery to work. There has to be some modern fix for this. All right. What is it in the new version that I'm not aware of? Okay, that's an old guide. Yeah, I know. Crossbow, yeah. I understand what they need. Why are they not doing it? Is this the old version? I want the new version. It was migrated and it may be inaccurate. Great. Yeah, this is literally the old version of Dwarf Fortress this guide shows. If not, disband and reform the unit. Maybe we're doing... Someone linked to some weird crazy one. One or more make an archery range over constructed things. I did that. Barracks and archery range zones can be stacked, so the archery range can be included in the barracks footprint. Paint the archery range zone like any other sector and specify the shooting direction with the icon. Assign a range to the desired. Yep. And their schedule. In order to train ranged weapon skills, since bolts are being used by it main. Okay, hold on. Technically, I have not set up a schedule for them. Training. 2. Done editing. Okay, wait. Yeah. They weren't actually in a schedule. So I don't know what happened with the old one. I don't know what happened with the old one. At least one dude has grabbed bolts. That tells me something is working. Still weird that the source doesn't think they need bolts, but I'm guessing this is the quiver symbol. Which, was this symbol missing last time? Were they getting a bolt symbol but not a quiver command? 3 of them have... Supposedly they have bolts. Now question. Bedaware, what are you doing? You're listening to a story. How about you do a training? How about you do a training? Bedaware, labor. You're in the military. Merkdomalith. Where are you? You're in the military. Vorpalim. You were a woodcutter. That can cause a conflict. You are no longer a woodcutter. You're in the military. And source original. You were a woodcutter. That's why you're not picking up the thing. You're in woodcutter mode. You're in military. Please grab your marks gear and proceed to training. There we go. That updated them. He couldn't be assigned that because he was in woodcutter mode. Hey, Spyro, thank you so much for following.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now the question is, are they going to train? That's what I'm hoping to see. Oh, wait, hold on. Someone's doing it. Oh my God. Now, is the Z level thing still a thing where if they miss, you can get the bolts back? Here's how I'm going to do that. I'm going to uninstall 3 from one, 3 to the other. I presume so as well. Technically, I'm not supposed to do this, but, you know, I'm going to make do with what I got. We're going to trim that back. They had a thing that came up. We're going to, in the game, we're just going to have a thing that goes down. Same. Remove that. Put the ramp in this corner. Up in here. Remove any ramps from this side. All right. Dig it out one wider. Because we have sand down here. Do it up. Do it over. Do it over. Do it down. Now we need more people to come back and do training. Why aren't they back here and doing their training? All right, here's what I'm gonna do. You, this room up here, I don't think it's needed anymore. That's been fixed. This area down here is where the training is. So I can accept that. And what I'm going to do is a barracks up here. Boom. And this barracks will also go to them. See how well that works for doing everything. So I think you can overlay them, but I don't want to. Yeah, we're catching the bolts back. I think they're like disappearing. Maybe they're still getting destroyed. Maybe that's been fixed. Yeah, I want to click on the copper bolt. I saw them occasionally showing up. Are they just getting destroyed? I don't think this works anymore. Either that or something is kidnapping them at like Mach speed. I don't know. I see it there for like a second. Well, I mean, at least they're actually training for once. I don't think this works anymore. Am I doing this wrong, chat? Has anyone gotten massive experience training Mark's dwarves in Dwarf Fortress? Because they fall and then they die. Does it need to be further? Hold on. Steam Dwarf Fortress. Archery range. Archery range. Saving bolts. It is advisable to channel out the area behind the targets and connect a room underneath to the range. See, you say that. That's the 2014 version, though. What about the current version? Does this still work? The flag for active and inactive seems to get mixed up, so Mark soldiers will only use archery targets when they're inactive. Oh, okay. The size of the range must be large enough so that Mark's dwarves will stand at least one tile away. They will not train the size of the range, means that they stand adjacent. Size will channel out the area in front of the targets and connect a room underneath the range to save on bolts. Falling bolts do not break. Leave ramps on the far side of the trench as well, as falling bolts sometimes penetrate walls and floors and end up in strange places unless they hit a ramp. Leave ramps. They're falling through the floor. Okay, we found the bolts, chat. Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? They're literally just falling through the floor. Fuck. I thought I was being nice by getting rid of the ramps and shit. Oh no, get rid of all that floor then. All that floor needs to not exist. Never mind. We've solved the problem. Falling through the floor. Why is that even? Okay, we found the bolts, chat. I never had to worry about that before because I would have them train with like wood and crap. Why is that a thing? They're literally just falling through the floor. Fuck. I thought I was being nice by getting rid of the ramps and shit. Because I want to make sure no one walked over here. The ramp still doesn't work. They did say to do one in front too, so maybe because of the nature of the ramp, it doesn't work. Hold on, let me dig out here too then. This feels so dumb. This feels so unbelievably dumb. Does it have to wait? Hold on. Does that have to be a natural? Or that doesn't matter. Wait, no, yeah, some of these are working. Holy shit. What? This one caught one. If they hit the target, they can fall down in front too. Okay, that's good to know, I guess. So yeah, if you're just walking down that hall, you just have to occasionally deal with the fact that a bolt's gonna come flying down for no reason. Replay is tiny. Pump it up by 12% of its current size. All right, hold on. I will try to do a quick one right now. If I'm unable to get it to work real well, I'll have to do this later. Stream elements. Bring me to my gal. I don't know how you make this such a pain. Don't add in extra buttons. Damn. Overlay. Excuse me. All right. Hold on. Trying to make sure we got this right. You said 12%. So 37 plus 6, 43, 26, 26 and 43, 4, 7, 27, 427. I'm half joking, by the way, but not. It actually lists the amount of pixels it is. I have no clue how to resize you though. Position, size, and style. Width 374. What did I just say? 426? No, those are not random numbers. 12% of 374. 10 is 37. And then 1 would be 3. So it's 37 and 6. So it's 43. 374 plus 43. The difference you're losing getting to 400 is 26. Meaning that 43 minus 26 plus 400 is where you're at. 26 takes 7 to get up to 34. Or now I've confused all the numbers. Then it'd be another 10. Then a 10 or something. So I came up with 423 because I can't remember what the hell I was talking about anymore. It's like 412 or some shit. Now it's really big. And then 20, 32. We'll try that. Round them off in a 16 by 9. I don't know how to do that. We're at 412 by 232. Is that a 16 by 9? Hold on. 412 divided by 16 times 9. Calc. 412 divided by 16 times 9 would be 231.75. I have it at 232, which means my math was right. I did big brain in my head math. All right, it should be bigger now. How was that 26? Doesn't matter. doesn't fucking matter. If my numbers came out in a 16-to-9 ratio, it doesn't matter if my math was wrong. I've had this argument since high school. Doesn't matter if my math is wrong. If I come across the correct answers at the end, doesn't matter. Does not matter. 2, which means my math was right. My math is right. I did big brain in my head math. All right, it should be bigger now. I literally had a teacher who I was at 26. Used me. Doesn't fucking matter. If my numbers came out in a 16-to-9 ratio, it doesn't matter if my math was wrong. It should be bigger. That's 12% bigger. Since high school. Doesn't matter if my fuck, what was he? Was he algebra? I've had this conversation before. It probably might be the background. My teacher would make fun of me because my math was insane, but I always had the right answer. What would invariably happen is that I would make some horrible mistake in the middle of my math, but later on I'd make the same mistake again, so it didn't matter. Hold on. I need to say, don't walk in the range of fire, you idiots. Don't walk over here. Go down where it makes more sense. Stop running through an active battlefield. God, they're dumb. But, yeah, it started with, I solved an equation using I believe a 4, 5, 6 right triangle. I solved an equation using a 4, 5, 6 right triangle. Now, some of you might be saying, what the hell are you talking about? There's no such thing. And that is what the teacher and the class ended up going with, saying, what are you talking about? There is no such thing. But at the end of it, my answer was correct. It turned out that I had completely misunderstood what side I was supposed to be doing the math on. So I wasn't even like using the hypotenuse the way I was supposed to be using it. And I'd ended up treating the 6 like it was one of the flat sides. So really I'd had something that was like twice as big as it needed to be. And then later on I misunderstood something and I treated the math as half of what it needed to be. Like I routinely did 3 mistakes in the middle of all my math equations, but the answer would always come out being the right answer. And because I would double down on what I had made a mistake on so much that if I made a mistake on the thing I made a mistake on, my mistake corrected against my mistake. So I had the right answer. So my teacher had drawn a square around like I think it was lower right. It might have been the upper right corner of the board. And he basically named it Strategist's Miracle Square. And because every day when we turned our homework in, he would call up 5 people and they would do their work on the board, and then we discuss the math problem. So we'd all make sure that we understood what the math problem was. Except that only lasted like the first month or even that long, until the teacher figured out what was going on with me. So it was a square was drawn. It was Strategist's Miracle Square, and I had to go up every day, and I was the last one to discuss my math, so that we could all figure out where I inevitably made a mistake in the math. And then everyone went on a Where's Waldo hunt of how the fuck did I get the right answer, even assuming I made that mistake. I gave that teacher lots of headaches. What? It can't be a right triangle if no 2 sides are equal. The 90-degree one. Are you talking about an equilateral? Anything can be a 90-degree triangle. Any amount of crazy. It's just a 90 degree. I don't know what you're saying. That's why you can determine side C in a right triangle giving one adjoined side to the right angle. What? I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, but yeah, routinely the math would not be mathing. I'm not sure how I'm being corrected again. I'm saying it. Yeah. Okay. I'm like, it's just 90 degrees. The teacher would also have like, why am I being haunted by a ghost? The teacher would also, there must be a dead kid or something somewhere. The teacher would also have like these month-long problems where you had 4 weeks and it was like a really like thought-provoking math problem where you had to come up with what the hell the answer was, but you also had to be able to explain the methodology by what you got there with. Olan Mingoslan. Where is Olan Mingoslan's corpse? Why is this Olan not buried? This seems important to me. One of these, I don't remember all the problems, but one such problem involved lockers. So like the first person would come by and every first locker, they would open them. And the second person would come by and every second locker, if they were closed, they would open it. And if they was open, they would close it. And the third person would do the same thing. And the fourth person would do the same thing. And the fifth person, blah, 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 for whatever the amount of people was supposed to be. I figured out after like 3 people worth of math on this, that every locker was going to be open or closed, excepting for like the next prime number in sequence +1 or something. I forget how it came out. Ghostly Plants has been put to rest. So I got to those 3, and then the answer I came up with was the person's number prime sequence +1. Just put that in. So the first person's prime sequence 1, second person's prime sequence blah 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 +1, and these are all the lockers that are open. It is such an insane thing to come up with. It is such like, it didn't answer the question like really at all. Like it was supposed to be doing iterative math, right? It was like basically a reverse idea way of using like Euler's thing of taking a big complicated math problem and solving it in parts or whatever, because the whole thing was supposed to be part of a something curve, or there's an entire lesson to have been learned from this. And it was kind of basically the idea of that's what we were learning in class, you know, whatever the hell we were discussing. I can't fucking remember. But yeah, I came up with the right answer. I knew what every one was going to be open or closed or something. And of course, I did nothing to show for it, or at least not the way the teacher wanted. Now, here's the problem with that. You know, you have clubs and stuff like that, and, you know, you talk to people. It's like, oh, I'm having difficulty on this. What did you blah, 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 blah. So at some point, you know, you'd hear people talking. And I'd be like, oh, yeah, it's just something prime number +1. I was like, that's going to be everyone, whatever you have down, here are the numbers. I go, because the math you're solving for ends up just being something prime number +1. And again, this is not solving the question, like the actual word problem. This is just, I've stumbled upon a mathematical way to have the answers. It doesn't solve the problem. So we sit there, you get through it, and you get to the end of the month, and the teacher, you know, he's graded them all, whatever, and he hands back the papers, and he goes, before we do anything, I just want to see something. Nobody is in trouble. This is not an accusation of cheating or anything. I just have a hunch. Please just respect, please respect my hunch and answer truthfully. Everyone who had an answer involving an iteration or something of a prime number +1, raise your hand. So a bunch of people raised their hands. And it looks like a bunch of people raise their hand. He goes, all right, strategist, stand up and look at whose hands are raised. And sure enough, it was basically nobody had their hands raised except the group of people that sat around me in class. Like literally, if I stood up, stuck my hand out and just turned in a circle, I could have hit everyone's hands. Like it literally just looked like you see the class and there's just this group of idiots surrounding me. And he goes, it's not that you came up with some insane way of doing this. And it's not that you have no clue what the hell this question was. It's why did you corrupt your fellow students into this way of thinking? Like it was the only, he wasn't angry, but it was the only time he was genuinely kind of annoyed because it's now it's no longer strategist little miracle. It's I've now convinced like a good third of the class that this is the way to answer it, and it was nowhere close to the way to answer it. But yeah, there's just this grouping of all these kids around me who had apparently submitted variants of an answer along the prime iteration or something +1. He wasn't happy. He's like, why did you let him convince you this? We have the miracle square. You all knew that whatever he said, there was no way that that was the way to solve the equation. You just saw that he had the answer right, didn't you? What is wrong with you? He was so angry. No, they didn't copy off me. To be like, none of it was cheating. They didn't copy off my paper. But the point is that there's also a part of it where you have to discuss how you got to the answer. And I had said this one phrase that I cannot, this decades ago. I had said this one phrase so confidently that they had all referenced this phrase of like something prime iteration +1. That he knew that I had infected them all because it's not a phrase he had said in class. Like it was literally whatever that phrase was. It was not anything he was covering. Like that was the issue. So like it had nothing to do with them showing their work or doing their things. So these are like fucking 10-page things, but you get to the end, you get the conclusion, and all these people had uttered the phrase like prime iteration +1. So he's like, what is that? What? That has nothing to do with anything. Orc math. Yeah, it's basically what it was. Like I said, he was so annoyed because what it now meant is not only does he have to make sure, because you have tests and stuff like that, not only does he have to make sure that everyone knows what we were covering, which they appear to because they got the math right. I was the only one that was so deep into the prime iteration +1. All of my math was proving prime iteration. We had to solve for 10 numbers. I spent 10 pages solving for like 35 numbers. Like I was like, no one copied me because my shit wasn't even answering the question. It's how far off I was. But it was supposed to be like, what are these? And like I said, it was supposed to be like something about doing things in iteration and small numbers or groups or whatever. And nothing, it so happened, like if you drew it out to its extreme, that it would happen to like involve prime numbers, because if everybody is doubling on something, or no, it was prime number -1 or something. If everyone's doubling on it, right? If like the second person touches every second one and the third person touches every third one, right? The third person opens all the doors or whatever. The second person closes the second one, but it's never going to get opened again. You get what I'm saying? And the second person closes the fourth. The third person closes their third. The fourth one's now been touched by 2 people, so it opens. So it ends up that basically you're going to be finding like the answer is going to involve prime numbers because everyone's touching it. Like you're only ever going to have been touched once to be offset if it's on a prime number. But that wasn't Like, that was not even what we were covering. So yeah, I had solved it like, oh, extra credit, 20 numbers, 30 numbers, whatever the fuck it was going on. But it had nothing to do with what the actual word problem was. It was supposed to, like I said, it was supposed to be like accessing something or whatever. Again, obviously I couldn't tell you what the real question was because I didn't fucking answer it. But he now had to basically spend, like, he had to rush 2 to 3 days, the entire past month of class, just to make sure that everyone really understood the procedures, and it wasn't like that people wouldn't just lock onto the idea that it was prime numbers were involved. I just made a graph that was a spiral, so I didn't have to do the curvy line for the answer. I was that kid who always did math in my head, but had the added spin of every graph I made looked the same. The graph itself got warped. If I'm getting the term right, it's only 2 sides being identical. Equilaterals, all 3. Isosceles? Yeah, like I said, the real thing is it's a 3, 4, 5. The thing is a 3, 4, 5 to the original thing. It is a 3, 4, 5 right triangle. Yeah, it is a 3, 4, 5 right triangle because it's the most basic thing, because 3 becomes 9, 4 becomes 16. You add them together. The other one's 25. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. It's the 3, 4, 5 right triangle. I solved that problem using a 4, 5, 6 right triangle, which cannot physically exist. It is not possible to actually have a 4, 5, 6 right triangle. But then I had done my paper wrong, and I had the 6 on the bottom or on the right or something. And then, like I said, somewhere later in that math equation, for some whatever reason, I divided by 2 for one of my calculations or something happened, and I ended up getting the right answer. So, but yeah, no. Yeah, that one I said confidently too. Like, went up to board, I'm like, yeah, so, I mean, obviously we're just solving this. It's just a 4, 5, 6 right triangle. And I did the math, and you get to it, and he's like, what the fuck is a 4, 5, 6 right triangle? What are you talking about? The teacher already knew from the first day that I was going to be a problem for him, because my parents were a problem for him. No joke. The first day of school, you know, you do like the meet the teachers sort of a thing, or is the first week, whatever. You do the meet the teachers thing or whatever. So my parents come in. And, you know, like, oh, we're going to talk to the teachers. You know, what does the teacher expect of us? What does the teacher expect of you for this year? So on and so forth. And so I'm sitting down. Well, I'm not sitting down, but I basically like wandered in a little bit early. Mom was talking to someone or whatever.
Thank you so much.
And then they come in and they all go, oh, and like this falsetto cutesy voice. Oh. And they use some name. Like, that's not the teacher's name. The teacher is Mr. Whatever. And we know what his first name is. And the word they use for him is like a nickname off the first name. And the teacher immediately goes, oh, no. Because it turned out that the math teacher in question, when he was in high school, was my parents' dealer. And that's why he's good at math. I'm not even joking. It's like literally like, oh, it's Bobby, basically. And he's like, Bobby? No, it's Mr. So-and-so. Like, oh, is this where your numbers brought you? He was my parents' drug dealer in high school in like the 70s. So he already knew from day one that it was like, oh, I can't win. What is he gonna do? He's like, no. So yeah, it was supposed to be a parent-teacher conference thing, and they literally just spent the whole time asking him how his family and his brothers and stuff were doing.
All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
Yeah, no, that teacher though, that teacher was just fucking crazy. That particular teacher was out of his mind. He barely qualified to be a teacher. And I'm not saying that like in an insulting manner. No, he bragged about it. He had his certificate and his test and shit to be a teacher. I do not know the specifics, but to simplify it, there's a test or there's some critical test that he had to do to be a math teacher. You have to pass it with like a 70, or you had to pass it with like a 70. My man got like a 71 on it. And there were 2 other critical tests, and he barely passed both of those, like 1 or 2 points as well. He bragged about this. He's like, yeah. Look what I got. I got the papers. I'm a teacher. literally basically said the thing of a passing grade is still a pass. Like, you don't have to get a 100. Barely passing is still a pass. I'm your teacher now. And then, like I said, then we get to the actual teacher conference. My parents are like, oh, it's our dealer. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Guava. Hold on. Floor. Why am I not seeing guava? I'm gonna sneeze now. I'm not seeing guava because it's banned. That's why. What's the best weapon to add to weapon traps? Any of the endless amount of goblinite? No, I'm serious. I would love to give you a better answer than that. But quite frankly, the best thing for weapon, you're asking a quality question. Like, really, when it comes down to it, when quite frankly, at some point, they're going to jam. The best thing to add to a weapon trap is have lots of weapon traps. So you're going to be killing goblins at some point, or some invasion or whatever. Take all their garbage weapons, throw those into more weapon traps. Whatever you have an idea of for your best weapon trap, you're going to need like way more than you think you're going to need anyways. It's, don't get me wrong, it's good for a fight. You know, big monsters going to get messed up on it for sure. But at some point, it's really going to come down to you're just going to need more to ensure the safety. If you're doing blunt, their armor is less important. If you're doing slicing, they're going to get jibbed a lot easier and they're likely to die earlier. There's a pro and con to it. I'm fairly certain that there is a best weapon, but at the end of the day, you're just going to want more. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck? Well, my nose had finally started to be clear and everything, you know, starting a couple hours ago. That one, not to worry. It was one of those ones where it had a, like a burst blood vessel sort of a thing in the middle of it. I don't know what they're called. Thank you, bloodworm. That's probably because the nose spray dries the nose the fuck out. He did do gram to ounce to kilo to cash calculation. Yeah. Oh, Jamie. Oh, wait, no, that's not his name. To be fair, that's a while ago. I'm certain by now that he has become a better teacher. Guava. I'm needing to unban guava. When you accidentally remember a name. No, but I wish I had more examples to share with you, because obviously that's not the, like, I had a board. I had the board for the entire semester, but the one where I had done the prime numbers was definitely the one that sticks out the most, just because he was just so, like, it was one of those, like, I'm not angry, I'm disappointed. He had like one of those speeches with like the people sitting next to me, and it was along the lines of like, obviously ask strategists to assist you, like verify stuff, but for the love of God, why would you like actually listen to him? Is what it came down to. It's like, do we not sit there and go over strategist little miracle corner every day? Like, obviously there's going to be something insane in the math. You need to go back afterwards and confirm the math yourself, not just parrot whatever he's saying. I think he said, before he had me stand up, I think he said something along the lines of like, now let's see who's the genius behind the brain trust, or something like that. I forget what the exact phrase he said was, but basically it was like, you know, let's reveal the magician. Where's the, who came up with this? Strategist, stand up. And there I am, like in the middle of the fucking pyramid of hands around me. Oh, how about that? Who could have guessed? All right. Where are we in the game? I definitely remember, but do you remember? How are your skills doing? Military uniform. I don't even... Is it... You don't even have bullets. How are you shooting? You don't have bolts. He has bolts. You don't have bolts. No, now you have bolts. Why would you only grab 3 bolts at a time? Oh, no, you grab more. All right, so there is just the one issue that this one, I can't stop them falling all the way through the floor. To be fair, this hallway should not exist. So I could just move the hallway over a little bit and we wouldn't have this problem. Close that file. Are we good? Okay, new idea. The bolts fall down here, right? What if I did this? From here, we went over like this instead. If I do that path instead of this path, I can secure this path, and then the bolts will stay up here, so we won't have to go all the way down here for them. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Where is it? Where? There's nothing listed. There they are. There you are. Now you're trying. Oh, you're not gonna parlay? I don't think anyone has a reason to be going outside right now, so whatever. I'm just gonna start locking down some of the side doors. This is gonna get real interesting. No, 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 no. What are you doing? What are you doing? Dump item. Yo, who cares right now? Also, why are the prickleberries withering? Nivik, I don't want you going outside. All right, he appears to be leaving. Nivik, stop trying to do this. I'm gonna lock that door so he has to take the long way around now. And I mean long way around. Oh God, no! Ah! Oh, what? Did your invasion already die? I'm so surprised. I didn't even tell them to attack until this last guy. They just interrupted training is all that was. All right. Now we can not have to worry. Now do whatever the hell you were trying to do. Other than get yourself killed, I swear. What's up with birds? Do you have a problem with the bird? Oh, the rock, yeah. I want to catch one, so like not catch one. I want to catch two. I want to breed them so bad. And yet I never end up in that situation correctly. All right, is there any garbage I want to get rid of right now? Like, no, actually, this is a genuine thing. If I'm hiding shit in a wall, I might as well get rid of garbage I don't care for. Where am I storing these blocks? Okay, unforbid everything. And over here at the land of metal, unforbid everything. Land of rock, unforbid everything. Land of this other rock, unforbid everything. I'm about to have to fill in a hallway. This is a good time to get rid of everything I don't care for. All right. Do I need mica? What is mica? I don't remember. I think I can get rid of mica. Brimstone, I think I like. Actually, genuine thing. Ignore most of it. Get rid of things like claystone. Ah, fuck it. I don't know if I want that or not. Do I want anything to do with Billin? I don't think I want Billin. I don't think I care for Billin. We can lose some zinc. Who cares about zinc? I'll keep the sterling silver. Is there any blocks I want to get rid of? We have 12 round line wood blocks. Why do I have 12? Get rid of the 12 round line wood blocks. Not my problem anymore. It's gone. It's disappeared. It's finito. Hold on to the pig iron. Hold on to that. Get rid of the nickel. Billin. We'll keep Billin just in memory of Billin boy. Bismuth bronze. I'm never going to use you. Just go away. Brass. I'm not using you. Go away. Lay pewter and tin. Go away and go away. There you go. Get rid of some more things I do not need. Now, this should mean that we start keeping the arrows up top. You guys have got to get those arrows out of there faster if you want to fix this wall. Okay, well, suspend it. There you go. Build the wall. Someone build the wall before you have a problem. There we go. I mean, birds aren't real. We all know this. They're all invented by the government. Chat. Hold on. I know a bunch of you, of my regulars, are rather shy and or just listen to me. And I know a bunch of you are raiders in from blind IRL. And so, you know, probably, you know, this doesn't necessarily directly apply to you, but you might be here for it. Genuine question. I want to know. Yes, I have experienced it. Because there's no other way to word this question. No, sorry. The question is, have you experienced it? Have you experienced Metal Gear Solid series? In the majority, I don't like not just one game, the majority of Metal Gear Solid series. Yes, I have. No, I have not. All right. Wait, this is a poll. Yeah, it's a poll. It's not a vote. 3 minutes. I genuinely want to know, and it's not a game. This is not I've seen someone play. This is not I've done a game. I'm talking about, I'll leave out Metal Gear, or I'll leave out Metal Gear 1 and 2. I'll leave out Solid Snake. But Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4. Possibly Portable Ops. And I could accept as a supplement for one of those, Twin Snakes, or I'm forgetting the one that was the alternative to 2. I will accept those as substitutes. I'm talking about beginning to end, not just I've played the game. How many of you have experienced the Metal Gear Solid insanity? That is what I'm wanting to see. Keep the Dolomite. I have 73 tin bars. Holy shit. That's why it went away so fast. I thought it said like 3. I think I just wasted a bunch of tin. All right. If that is what it is, we're just going to hide the rest with Conglom. Zinc. Yeah, we lost a bunch of tin, but I'm not that worried about it. So here's the thing. You watched me play the 1, but like of the Metal Gear series, that one's kind of not anything. It's like one of the more funs to play around and just enjoy. But Metal Gear 5, I'm talking about like the plot. Metal Gear 5 does not have a lot going on with the plot unless you really know what the hell's going on, if that makes sense. That's, so I'm like, you can't just, one game does not count just because the real plot evolves from multiple games. You need multiple games in the series for it to actually experience it. I did a little over half of Metal Gear 5. I need to go back to it. The problem is you get to the back half of Metal Gear 5 and it's just meh, because it's just a duplicate of the first half. Human Caravan has arrived. Also, I was definitely remembering the game wrong. I could have sworn that you got the weapons expert wicked early in the game, but I'm guessing what I was remembering was my first time playing, I played a lot, and then I got to the weapons expert, and then I just fucked around. I'm thinking that's one. All right, so it looks like the majority of you have not. This is gonna be so much fun, because you're bringing up the birds aren't real. Everyone, when Metal Gear releases and we do this series, I want everyone to just come with all of their conspiracy theories, because that game is not even conspiracy theories about the game. That game is like, the plot of that game is like, what if most every conspiracy theory was true? Like, that's all that game is like, by the way, yes. like yes, sure, fuck it, why not? There are people who still argue about what games are or not canon because some conspiracy theories in the game would like decanonize other games by the conspiracy theory existing. Like, one game makes a joke about a conspiracy, and people think the conspiracy is a legit conspiracy in the game, meaning that a different game is not canon, but merely a conspiracy told to us by Kojima. Oh yeah, the trailers, like I said, Kojima knows how to do a trailer. Kojima knows how to make you look at a thing and go, what the fuck just happened? What? Like I said, the game is fun. I do enjoy it. I just, the ending of it is so not good. And like the first half of the game is essentially a single player game. When you get to the back half, in order to like get more research or whatever, that's when it starts being like, oh, you'll get more weapons points in 24 hours IRL. And it's like, oh my God, it makes it kind of a pain to stream, because like, it's like, all right, maybe we'll get a gun in a day. Like what? Like if they didn't patch to that entire system and like reduced all the times by 24, like a multiple of 24 hours less time, the game would be so much more enjoyable to continue playing. Oh wait, that's right. We have the thing that gets rid of the, what am I doing? We have the auto suspend. Why am I babying this? I don't need to baby this. There you go. Either way, that should have stopped the bolts falling down. All right, why are you guys still taking the weird way? The whole point. Like, I did this entire thing and I don't think they care. Yeah. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid in particular is just smoke weed. What if? For me, I've seen Metal Gear Solid 1 to 2 a little hazy, Metal Gear 3 to 4, and I've seen Revengeance. Oh yeah, and the fact that it all gets to Revengeance, the fact that everything you do in that just leads to Revengeance. I'm making the mother of all omelets. Nanomachines, son. Like literally, Metal Gear Solid Rising or Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is just, hey, what if you got high, explained Metal Gear to someone, and then later on, like a week later, they got another type of high and they had to explain the game to someone else. That is how you get Rising. That's what. So what's this game about? Nanomachines, son. It's so stupid. Beard will come back. I went out to do a thing for family, and I did the same thing I always do every time I try to trim up the beard. Because, you know, you don't want to have neck beard. You don't. But the problem is when I trim neck beard, one, I'm doing this, which with my eye thing means I always have an issue in the middle. Like I always have an issue with the two eyeballs lining up. So there's always that thing that don't look right. So if I try to correct it, you know, you can't make this hair go out any further. You know, you got to trim this back up. And then what you end up with is I end up too tight. Like I make it do like this every fucking time, even when I'm trying not to do it. I try to like see if I can make it look good. But then ignoring that, my goatee area is a different type of hair or like color or whatever to my mutton chop area. It's a fucking tiger stripe basically. And so you end up with like even if you trim it to the same length, you'll have like wild fluffy hair, like tame hair that just goes straight down. So you end up with like two running tracks. And then you get this, that if this is trimmed up too far, looks very sparse. It doesn't look right at all. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll trim the whole thing.
My beard look good. Now I go to a barber twice a month. Best investment I ever made.
That's like what I need to do, yeah. And then secondarily, this side never ends up balanced to this side because the we'll say the mutton chop hair situation over here. This naturally, I have like a comb under this, no joke, my beard, not counting the front hair, the under here naturally does this and comes around for some fucking reason. So this ends up being a ridge line and this ends up being smooth. But if you set it to one length and you try trimming it, you'll have this hair that's that length but fluffed out, and this hair that's much thicker trying to go down. So when you trim it, it looks weird. Let it grow and braid. I want to let it grow, but like I said, the problem with because the weird thing is I have been able to let it grow out fully and properly, I'll say 3 times. And the goofy thing is, the hair right here that ends up down and low, if I let it grow out, I swear to God, it's like cat whiskers. This hair that's here pushes out. This is why you guys will see me doing this, is it gets itchy. Literally right here, when I have this hair growing that way, these hairs all grow outward in like a fucking mind flare fucking thing, pushing all of this hair. It's weird. If I can get to that point, it's fine. But getting the hair to grow to that point, because I have like right here, they grow in like 3 different directions into each other. When they grow long and they finally go through each other, it works. But it's like trying to do a fucking Velcro, a hoop and latch thing. It ends up like cat whiskers, but like an entire ridge, not like 6 or 7 pointing. It's like an entire ridge line. Comb it. Combing works when it gets to the length. Is what I'm saying. Like there is a critical mass to get to, and the issue is if I'm, say, doing videos or thinking about something, I rub here, and it's always here too. I rub here. It's a whatever that term is for bad habit. It's a bad habit. I rub here whenever I'm deep in thought. If I have the self-control, I won't do it. But it makes this come in less than this, because this one's getting the edges of the hair is abrasive, like it's abraded down, wherever the term is. Just go bald. I've spent nothing on haircuts for 7 years. I see. That's the trick. I should have known. I must go bald. Do-do-do. No, part of the issue with it is you just say that, but part of the issue is I spent like 6+ years in the army with rather thick beard hair. And if there's like even a speckle of it visible, you're getting your ass beat. So it used to be if I was like working or whatever, I would do this. And if I felt a hair, if I felt like it was pull the hair out or get in trouble. And, because eventually an NCO is going to see it or something like that. God, I love the days of 24-hour shifts and shit. Being in Japan where they're like, well, you're a hard worker and you're doing things, so we're not going to fuck with you. Garrison, I swear to God, garrison is the worst part about being in the army. If you can find some way to swing it, never be in garrison. Volunteer to get deployed as many times as you can. Fuck it. Getting shot at by the enemy and having shit happen is way less stressful to your life than just being back in the United States dealing with garrison. I swear to God, garrison's the worst. It's stupid. It's the absolute worst, and it doesn't make sense. All right. Do they need shields if they're doing crossbows? All right. We need 3 leather hats and 3 leather gloves, I guess. 3 leather hats. Leather cap, leather cap, leather cap, leather glove, leather glove, leather glove, leather glove. We'll see if that sorts it out, whatever they're trying to do. And then leather cloak, leather cloak, leather cloak, leather cloak. See if that works. Care to explain why garrison sucks? imagine this, if you would. Imagine an organization. We'll do a military, we'll do a combat sort of a situation. In a combat arrangement, right? This is going to take a little bit, but follow me. You have, say, 4 or so people to a squad, right? You have these 4 soldiers.
Dad is here to give the floofy floof.
Hello. Hello, Hellfire. You have these 4 soldiers. They're underneath a squad leader. They're like a little family unit, we'll say. Someone tells the squad leader what to do. He tells the soldiers what to do. He is responsible for them, and they look to him to be like, make sure nothing bad happens, sort of a thing, right? He's supposed to be the wizened one of the squad. This is what's happening, right? If you do your missions well, which usually involves everyone comes back alive, no one's hurt, the bad guys are gone, things are happening, everyone kind of gets rewarded in that. Now you have 4 different squads, right? You get the 4 squads together. This is a platoon. So those 4 squad leaders, it's kind of like what we just had for a squad. They look to the platoon sergeant to make sure that whatever the platoon's missions are, he's delineated it out. He's thought of how to do it safely or whatever to them. Each of the squads, they work together under the platoon sergeant. The platoon overall, like this grouping of people, you have different aspects of it. We all have one mission, right? You get 4 platoons together. You mix them together, you get a company, unless it is an artillery unit, and then it's there's a point to this. And unless it's an artillery unit, then it's called a battery at this stage. I was in a battery, I was not in a company. But if you're talking to most people in the Army, they're going to understand the word company over a battery. But anyways, this is in a company. And the company is going to be given 2 or 3 missions. But for the most part, most of the platoons in a company are not going to be doing like work. This is a thing a lot of people tend to not understand about the military. The actual amount of people who do fighting is an extremely small percentage. Most of the people there are essentially support soldiers to help the people doing the mission. If you have a platoon of, like, I don't know how it would work directly in an infantry thing, so I'm going to go with what I had in Patriot. If you have a platoon of the people who are essentially manning the equipment and doing the fighting, you're going to have another platoon. You had the Echoes who operated the radar and stuff like that, right? You're going to have another platoon. They're the Tangos. They do the launchers, but you're kind of working together. You're going to have another one. They're doing like office work. You know, they're the ones who just sit there and like, okay, you know, we got to make sure this paper goes there, this goes there, you know, all the ancillary stuff. And then you're going to have like an extra platoon of like actual genuine like support staff. You're going to have, this one's going to be the people who drive the fuel trucks, the people who like they're working, but they're not office. Like one of them is going to be the headquarters platoon, essentially. They're office workers. You're going to have support workers. You're going to have someone doing the main mission and someone who's made up of MOSs that directly support that main mission. This is like what you have. This is a battery, right? Then you have 4 batteries together. And again, I am getting to a point on this. You're going to have 4 batteries together, right? You're going to have all these batteries together. They're going to make up together, boom, a battalion. Now you're going to have like Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta battery, right? It's kind of like how we had the squads and stuff earlier. Everything repeats. Who's going to do the battalion level amount of paperwork and shit like that? You can't just do it with all those little squads of fucking admin people. No, you're gonna have a thing called HHB, headquarters and headquarters something, headquarters battery, right? You're gonna have an entire fucking battery of essentially the people who tell the workers down below what to do, and then 3/4 of it are ancillary staff of support, admin, paperwork, things like that. When you are at HHB, for instance, down below, this is where I'm getting to this, by the way. Down below, you had one platoon who did the primary work. You had a second platoon who directly supported that primary work. You had a third platoon who did support information, and you had one platoon that was like your admin paperwork, bureaucrat stuff, right? So you had a 3-to-1 scale. By the time you've gotten to HHB, for instance, you have one that's the command and control thing that tells the batteries what to do. And like the other 3 platoons are just different versions of admin. You don't need to do direct support anymore because the fuelers and stuff are directly handled by the battery. You get what I'm saying? So by the time you get to that level, it's just pure bureaucrat, Karen's admin nonsense. And I'm only up to battalion. You have brigade and beyond. You have a lot of that stuff. The point being, the reason why I went through all of that explanation is that when you're in a deployed thing, when you are out in the field dealing with the enemy, guess what happens? Something happens, you respond to it, you talk to your squad leader who might talk to the platoon sergeant. But because everything needs to genuinely be done now, that's as far as it's gonna go. You're gonna do whatever the fuck you're doing. It's gonna get done. And then afterwards, you're gonna go explain to someone what just happened. When you get to battalion, there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. So you have suddenly, you have all these people who were supporting the mission or doing the mission. Well, we should train them for the mission. Mind you, all the admin people are doing the exact same shit they've always been doing. They do it in the field, they do it back in garrison. So now someone has to mow the grass for some fucking reason. Now we got to make sure everyone's doing their medical stuff. We got to make sure everyone's getting the latest training about how to not seduce a foreigner or some crazy nonsense. So you have all the admin people. Well, you know, they still got to do all the admin stuff. And now that they're back here, as long as the paperwork's getting done, well, they're all green across the board. Like, they're doing the same job they've always been doing, so it's all the same to them, really. And then anyone who has the actual jobs, like the things that everyone thinks of as like what you're there for, when you're in garrison, well, guess what? Well, there's no enemies here, so why don't you just go do all the bitch work? I've got to file paperwork. I can't cut the grass. You go cut the grass. Oh, what's that? You're supposed to be training in the van because in 2 months we're going overseas and we might depend on you to save our lives? Well, that sucks because we need someone to cut the grass. That's where the issue is. Because when you're overseas, everyone's geographically in different areas. When you're in garrison, you literally work in like one office building. There's just like, there's a small footprint that everyone works in. And what you're gonna go home early? Well, how dare you think you could go home early? We can definitely find more shit to do, because when you're overseas, the mission is what you're being rated on. When you're back in garrison, suddenly you're a salary worker. But all the salary workers who basically slacked off overseas, well, they don't pick up any extra work now. And I'm not saying that they don't do nothing, but they're not out in the fields like putting their lives or anything online. You know what I mean? Like there's no adrenaline rush for them. They're filing the paperwork you're returning. When you come back, now like the modicum of like authority transfers to them, and they outnumber you by this point because now you're around battalion. Now you're around brigade. You're literally outnumbered by admin people. By the way, when you get deployed, most of the admin people, they don't get deployed. It's called rear detachment. They just stay in the rear. They just stay in the rear. They don't actually go anywhere, because, you know, if you're going to send mail to your family, where's it going to go? It's got to go all the way back to battalion, back in the States and brigade, and then they'll sort it out somewhere else. So they don't actually go anywhere. It's not you're back. Oh, good. Now we don't have to mow the yard anymore. You can mow the yard. You're back. It's not like you're doing anything now anyways. So literally you go from doing your job and doing training for your job and your job actually mattering to some random dude sitting behind a desk has lost your paper, but you're going to get yelled at for it and you don't have the time to go get it because they need someone to go mow the grass, and well, it might as well be fucking you. That's Garrison. That's literally Garrison. Is literally whatever you do for your job is no longer fucking important. You immediately become just garbage. Go do the grass. It is the absolute, yeah, it is the, yeah. And then if it's like, why am I doing this? I have more important things to be doing. If you try to in any way, shape, or form be like, why am I doing this? Why is like these other things not doing this? Why is this happening? Well, you're only complaining because you're not being disciplined. That's literally what it comes down to. And then if you sit there and you put in the effort, you're like, all right, I'll keep my nose to the grindstone. I'll be disciplined. I'll do this. I'll make sure that I'm the best of the best of the best. You know, I'll do one of these. Half the time you're going to get passed up because the person who signs the paper, like, okay, only 3 people are going to get an award this month. Only 3 people are going to get promoted or whatever. You know, like I'm exaggerating extremely, but you get my idea. Only things will happen. Only a certain amount of people can go, right? And it's going to go to the person, and he's going to be like, okay, I've got a list of 20 people here, and I got to pick 2 of them for a doohickey that everyone would really like. Oh, look at this list. 5 of these people are from all the way down in the Battery. Like, oh, okay. I didn't even see them last year. You know, ignoring the fact that they were deployed, that's why I didn't see them. But I didn't see them last year. But some of these other people on the list, I see them every day. They're the ones who work for me. I know they're a hard worker. And it's not like I'm saying, like, you know, it's simple human psychology. If you have someone in front of you and you know for a fact they're a hard worker, you're just going to rate them higher than someone telling you someone else is a hard worker. You know what I mean? So guess where all the good awards and shit and all the cush shit goes when you're back in Garrison. Like, it's Garrison is literally the worst. I don't know. You find anyone, I'm serious, you find most anyone who has been in the military, particularly anything close to a combat arms MOS, even if they're just any of the ancillary staff, like the people who directly support the combat MOS, like not even like like not even the people who are going out there. Every single one of you will tell you that like deployments and combat deployments were some of the scariest, most stressful moments of their lives, and they can't wait to go back. I am completely not exaggerating. You find anyone who is even close to that situation, they will tell you that the thing that they hated the most was Garrison. It is the most obnoxious, stupid fucking situation. And then when time comes, like I said, they wonder why everyone gets out. They wonder why there's all these problems, and they're like, oh, perhaps it's toxic leadership. It's like, yeah, you're the toxic leadership. Like I far more enjoyed the military when I was deployed to the Middle East, when I was in Japan, when I was in Israel, when I was doing missile launches, than I ever did being able to go back to an air-conditioned bedroom and play video games. Like, yeah, I got weekends off. Okay. Like, Garrison drains all hope from your very being. It is awful. Yeah, exactly. Spit and polish everything, because what if the Admiral walked by and saw it? Who cares? Why does he care? Oh, because you don't look disciplined. I mean, quite frankly, you know, what if I'm not disciplined? Like, imagine if you're infantry, like, okay, whatever, I'm not disciplined. You know, I happen to kill everyone who's fighting us. Like, they have special clubs for, you know, named after people who have, like, they got the most awards. I'm forgetting his name right now, but there's some dude who got, like, the most awards anyone has ever, and accolades anyone has ever gotten in the military. Like, in the Army, I mean, ever. He was in World War II. I don't remember what his name is. He was in World War II. 3 Iron Maces. Hold on. He was in World War II. It is genuinely like this weird special club that NCOs can go be in, and you can only be accepted by passing a test by people in the special club, and you can only be recommended for the special club by other people who are in the special club. And it's not like a direct army thing, but it's its own special club thing. Audie Murphy, yes, the Audie Murphy Club. If you're in this, you actually get points towards promotion. You promote before people who aren't in the club. Here's the thing. Who cares? Like, and I don't mean like diminish anything Audie Murphy did, but they say it like the end all be all to his amount of those awards was purely because of who he was and not when he was. If you try to do half the shit Audie Murphy did nowadays, you'd go to jail and get kicked out of the military long before you got to his amount of awards. Like, they ignore the fact that the leadership would fucking crucify you for doing the very shit. They're like, oh, this guy's the greatest man ever. If you try to do anything he did, you'd be brought in front of a firing squad and fucking killed. Literally, one of the stories of Audie Murphy is he abused the fuck out of like his girlfriend and like put a gun to her head or some shit, and he pulled the trigger. And his excuse in court was, I wasn't aiming for her because I'm Audie Murphy. If I was aiming for her, she'd be dead. And he got away with that. I'm horribly paraphrasing. I'm close to what the actual story is. And this is like part of the thing that they like recite. This is like, yeah, that's how you know he was good. He'd have killed her if he actually tried. What the fuck? But like I said, remember, if you want the extra points to promote fast, you got to memorize that man's biography and brag about how cool that man is so you can get into the cool that man club, and so you can get more points to promote faster. But like you get what I'm saying? I'm forgetting the word now. When you get back to the States, there's so much downtime that they have Soldier of the Month boards and they have Audie Murphy things in Garrison. But the whole thing that they're trying to exemplify and that you should be making sure you do good is the shit you only do when you're deployed. Like, you can't do that. It's like oh, I can't fix it right now. I can't go gun down a bunch of Germans. So you're supposed to sit there and essentially do homework 24/7 to be like, wow, there are people who are much soldierer than me. Is it supposed to inspire me? Like, I'm not allowed to go do that. Hell, half the time he was ignoring orders from superiors. It's like, oh yeah, he was told to do this, and then he went and he gunned down the Germans real good, so now he's a cool guy. And it's like, but what if he'd failed? Like if he had failed, you'd be saying like what a horrible traitor he was, and he abandoned his unit and shit. Like, I'm not saying that people, like, by the way, let me be clear on this. You fucking have to. My point is not that he did it. It's that you have to do that. Anyone getting like the purple star and shit nowadays, more often than not, they're having to literally ignore their leadership because the leadership is constantly screaming at you to not do shit. Because it's just the admins and crap. But when you're in combat, you have to do this sort of shit. You have to ignore them because they don't know what the fuck's going on. You don't have the time to go back and give briefings and stuff for all this shit. You're allowed to act on your own responses. But when you're in Garrison, no, there's actual time. So because there's time, now you have the oversight. Like, it's the very same oversight that would get you killed in any actual war. But because, you have the time to talk to me, so you have to answer for all this. You get what I mean? Like, that's the difference between Garrison and deployment, is if you do, whatever you do on deployment, you become Audie Murphy. If you're on deployment and you do XYZ, you become Audie Murphy. If you do the exact same shit when you're in Garrison, you are crucified, you're brought in front of a firing squad, you are the most shameful man to ever exist. Like, that is the best way to sum up this entire ramblings, is that if you do in Garrison, if you act the exact same way in Garrison that you would on deployment, you would be in the stories. You would be in the news as like the worst person to ever fucking exist. But if you can just get to deployment and just lived your exact same life the way you already were doing it, you're a fucking hero. That's the big difference. Because I'd either be the grunt happy to do any work or high command telling you to cut the grass. My job in the Navy is like that, spit and polishing everything is what the Admiral walked by. I applied to the Army 3 times because I wanted this. I didn't want to be on the front line. I just wanted to order. Yeah, like I said, like I'm serious. Like, to be clear, I'm not saying that you should not go into the military. I think that if you are thinking about it, like if you're really worried, just go for a small, like try to go for as low a contract as you can get. Be aware that the minimum is 8 years. If you have like a 3-year contract, you have 3 years active duty, 5 years in active ready reserve. You know, to be clear about this. But there are just some aspects of it that are just so much worse. And it's like, if you try to argue about how it could be improved or how some things need to be different, then you're the one that gets in trouble for lack of discipline. And I think it started around Nam. Like, you used to have officers that led from the front. Like I'm completely serious. You used to have officers and stuff that led from the front. Like the movie We Were Soldiers. Mel Gibson's character, he was out there with them. There's even a line in that where they're like, if we lose a platoon or a battalion or whatever, that's a bad thing. If we lose a colonel, it's a massacre. Because they were calling him back to like give briefs. They're basically trying to pull him out and him alone. He's like, I'm not leaving my men. What are you talking about? That was around the last time they used to send their officers out. Because nowadays, they just don't do that. All the officers are always in the rear. They're never. So what ends up happening is the longer someone is in, because like, we'll just stay in and change it from within. You can't, because the longer you're in, or the higher rank you are, the less likely you are to ever be in anything other than an admin capacity. Like the generals and stuff that they have now, like, you know, they're heroes. You know, they did things. They have a great many awards. They did a ton of stuff, and I'm not diminishing any of that in any way. 25 years ago. Like, in 25 years of just essentially being a rear detachment leadership admin sort of a dude, like, that's all they have to do is grumble about discipline and shit like that. It's one of the reasons why the Marine dude, Mad Dog, I'm forgetting his name right now, fucking Mad Dog, that dude basically forced himself to lead from the front and shit, and everything he was about was just getting stuck in, fuck everyone else, let's kill them all. Like, and he is like universally loved amongst all the branches. Yeah, I think it was Mattis. He's basically universally loved amongst all the branches. Like, anyone that even remotely were close to him, he was a fucking ass, from what I understand, and a lot of people thought he was a bit gruff. But at the end of it, everyone's like, hey, breath of fresh air. He did shit. He got shit done. He was there. Not that he was actually out there shooting, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, he was one of the few that maintained the mission mindset before the admin mindset. Hold on. Iron. You have to understand my medical history to get this. So I was a cripple from ages due to nerve damage. I couldn't work office jobs, and I had to love to have purpose, whatever that was. Audie Murphy is cool. I live in Audie Murphy community. Does that count? Today I work as... No, I'm serious. Look up his history. Like I said, I am not trying to directly demean the dude. He is... Some of the things that were, we'll say, questionable about him were definitely a product of the times. But if you take the things that you're supposed to be like, oh, wow, he was so cool. Just imagine anyone trying to do that nowadays. Just imagine someone in the middle of anything trying to do half those things. Like, not the things he directly did in combat, but like half the things he did out of combat, and not immediately being kicked out of the military. Like, you would never have the chance to prove yourself like he did if it wasn't for World War II or whatever it was. Well, don't looks worse than many. It doesn't look worse than many corporate jobs. That would be the Air Force. Like I said, it's a lot of these specificity is hard to convey unless you yourself were also in the military. So you could be like, oh, I know what you're talking about. It's the worst. The forgotten beast Urash has come. A towering 8-legged toad with lidless eyes. It squirms and fidgets. Its brass skin is wrinkled. Beware its deadly spit. All right, we'll get that description in a minute. Does it make more sense that the tacticians and commanders not be in danger in the front lines? Yes and no. I would not suggest that, say, generals shouldn't be on the front line. But at what point is this line, right? Because you have to remember, the further someone is from the front line, they're not tacticians or strategists. Like, all they are at some point withdrawn from the front line, they're just people who are there to judge what you did. They're not going to be giving you real-time information, right? So you have your squad, right? Or you have your platoon, right? You had your squad, 4 people, sergeant, 4 of those together. That's your platoon, right? You have a platoon leader. He's a second lieutenant. Should he be near the front line to tell you what to do? I'm going to have to assume certain things. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, lieutenant, you have to have someone to wrangle those groups of people. Okay. All right. The next one up, you go from platoon, you basically have the battery. The commander for that one, it's a captain. Should he be on the front line? Or should he be close to the front line? Okay, you know, that kind of makes sense. You know, we got about 160 some odd people. You know, it's actually less, but, you know, actual people doing things. But, okay, no, sure. Okay, get a couple of them together. You got a battalion, right? You're looking at majors and stuff. Where should they be? Majors, lieutenant colonels. Where should they be on it? Because remember, of a battery, you have one platoon that is an active element. In infantry, it's more. I'm talking about, like, you know, one that's the active element that the other ones kind of coalesce around. So you have 4. Shouldn't you be in a position to respond quickly to? No. And that's my point. The answer you would think is yes. The line used to be up here. It used to be at generals. You're not wrong. The actual strategists. But you would have this grading scale of strategist to tactician. And the point is the line of who's not up front anymore, who's like not there to do anything, has been slowly moving over the decades. So that more and more of the tacticians aren't at the front. And tacticians, the idea is a real-time reaction, right? So if you're not at the front, the fuck are you doing? You're just converting more people to essentially the role of strategist. Except they don't make the decisions. The strategists up top do. So all they do is they just kind of judge. Which, like, in combat things, like, okay, like, it's you know, weird there. But my point is that they never learn. Like, they're not in time long enough with the ones, like, the actual tactical elements. They just end up being a lot of admin people. Like, no joke, I would trust, and I'm fairly certain, depending upon your MS, most anyone would, in the Army, I would trust the opinion of a warrant officer, CW2, over a major, a lieutenant colonel. If a CW2 told me something, and an actual, like, legit officer above me told me something, I would probably follow the warrant officer and then ready myself for explaining why I followed the officer to why I followed the warrant to the other officer. Because the warrants are actually just drawn from the enlisted, and they tend to work around the enlisted. Basically, they're not political. Because most actual politicians, not politicians, officers, it's like an actual, like, it goes through Congress sort of a thing. Like, the higher up you go, the more they're actually just politicians, by the way. Like, genuine thing. Whereas warrants are mostly like they're supposed to be the specialists that just do the job. All right, I missed the thing to do his description in the picture, so hold on. Where's your description? Be polite, be professional, but have a plan to kill everybody you meet. In some ways, yes. Some ways, this is what I have learned through U.S. sitcoms, etc. The Coast Guard is not regarded as a relaxed army job. The Coast Guard is actually like very, like they've got a lot of action that they do. The problem is that everyone kind of makes fun of them as a little brother because for some fucking reason, the government has decided that they don't qualify as military half the time. For some fucking reason, everyone in the military is underneath the Department of Defense. For some reason, unless we're at war, the Coast Guard has been relegated to being Department of Homeland Security. So they're not part of any Department of Defense anything. Like, they've been taken away from the club for some reason. They don't have a garrison sort of a life. They're actively, like, drug dealers, fucking saving people. They're actively, like, doing things on the coast all the time. They're like one of the most active branches. If there were to be an invasion, here's the thing a lot of people don't understand. The Navy is supposed to do the water. That's what they do. That doesn't involve the part of the water where it hits land. The Coast Guard goes across the sea and then guards the coast that we're also invading. Like, they're not just self-defense. Think of the Navy as blue water instead of what is coast called? White water? Think of the Navy as primarily blue water. The Marines existing on them kind of muddies that a bit, admittedly, but think of them primarily as like blue water. It's the Coast Guard that did a lot of those things. Coast Guard got a lot of action in like Nam and Korea. Yeah, 9 out of 10 times, it's actually the Coast Guard that comes in to sort that shit out. But for some reason, they've decided that the Coast Guard doesn't belong in the Department of Defense for some reason. So in the last some odd years, they've definitely been like, there's always eternal joking between all the branches, but definitely it got hyped up against the Coast Guard when the Coast Guard got removed from the Department of Defense. They're supposed to switch back over whenever a war happens, but it's like, okay, how fast is that gonna work? Hold on. A towering 8-legged toad with lidless eyes. It squirms and fidgets. Its brass skin is wrinkled. Beware its deadly spittle. All right, we're going to give Midjourney a second to figure out what's going on with that. Yeah, this looks like a really big... Yeah, that's kind of what the issue is. It's like over time, for some reason, the military just keeps becoming more and more like a corporation. Like, that's literally... When you're deployed, suddenly it operates like what you think an army operates. When you're in garrison, it's just a corporation. It's like fucking boring and obnoxious and draining. Why not make them a branch of the Navy? Different responsibilities. You have to remember, the Navy already has the secondary thing. The Marines aren't their own one. The Marines aren't technically a separate branch. They're underneath the forgetting his name right now. The dude who leads the Navy. I'm forgetting his name. Forgetting the name of the job. The Marines are part of the Navy. The Marines are their separate thing, but technically they're not a full branch. Yeah, I mean, admiral's the right word, but there's like a specific, like, the dude who leads it. Technically, if you go to the top of the Marine tree chain of command, if you go to the top of the Marine chain of command, you're going to end up in the Navy. It's the Navy who's technically in charge of them. They're not their own separate thing. It's because of a legal loophole, which I find particularly badass and hilarious, but the Navy is already responsible for the Marines. Yeah, the Coast Guard, like I said, they have two different things. The Coast Guard has to be trained and able to handle people and stuff involving the coast. Like, I cannot convey how that is so much more different than deep water fighting. Blue water, ocean fighting. These are two very different areas of responsibility and what you would be required to know and how to do. You're not sending out, I mean, I'm not saying that they wouldn't win, but you would not sit there and go, oh, the opponent's sending out their naval, like their actual battleships. Let's send out the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard's nearby, they're going to fight, don't get me wrong. But you're trying to counter that with your own Navy. Like, the Coast Guard's there to get, like, everything done in, like, this weird interflux area of Navy, Marines, Army, and Air Force. There's this weird gray area between all land and water, and that's where the Coast Guard handle everything, including what is on land and what is in water. Like, it's not just like, oh, they're near land. No, they handle land. They do land shit. They do water shit. They do land shit. They do water shit from the land. They do land shit from the water. They do all of this. Like, why are you wasting anyone's time in that compared to the people doing like actual naval underwater things? No. Two different things. Did the one thing generate, by the way? I know that we're waiting on this. I had not forgotten. Eight-legged toad. Okay, you did not understand what eight-legged meant. Try again. Yeah, now we got the Space Force. The Space Force underneath the DOD for some reason. Yeah, like, you're thinking of this backwards. It's not why couldn't shouldn't the Navy take over the Coast Guard's job? It's the Coast Guard doesn't have fucking time to take over the Navy's job. They are too fucking busy doing everything that they're already doing. Coast Guard does more surveillance rescue and probably 70% of the military does actively because the Coast Guard does the entire coastline. Secretary of the Navy. Thank you. Secretary is the word I was trying to think of. Secretary of the Navy. The Marines are underneath the Secretary of the Navy. Why does the Navy have pilots? Wouldn't that be an Air Force thing? No. Here's the thing. Let's back that question up and do let's reset your question. I will answer your question in due time. Let me ask you a question. What is the world's #1 Air Force? Who has the biggest Air Force in the world? I gotta confirm this because the positions might have changed. I want to make sure I got the positions right. Someone's gonna question me on this. Ugh. Yeah, well, that one didn't fucking answer shit. That one's wrong. I can't remember what their positions are. The Navy, probably. Active, Air Force, Reserve included. Yeah, sure. Personnel, aircraft. Like I said, I might get positions 1, 2, and 3 mixed up. But the fact that they exist, where, like, in the area they exist is what I'm getting at. It's not the Navy. It's the Army. Like I said, the Army might actually be #2. I got to look up the specific position. The Army doesn't have fixed wing aircraft. Doesn't mean they don't have helicopters. Between the world's actual, if you were to break down sizes of Air Force, between the Air Force, the Army, and the Navy, the United States holds positions 1, 2, and 3. Anytime you see an article that says the United States is number 1, Russia's number 2, no. If you split the United States up into its individual branches, the branches hold positions 1, 2, and 3 before any other country gets involved. Everyone does the air. A lot of people get that shit confused. It kind of irks me every time, like, oh, Army, China. No, you mean United States, then China or Russia, whoever's in position 2. The Air Force is in charge of fixed wing aircraft, long distance aircraft that take off and stuff from the ground. Because they're able to go from the ground, they can be supplied a lot heavier and a lot faster. Their jobs are like the more strategic level jobs. The Naval Air Force is, the point of it is mobility. Because if you can launch the planes from anywhere there's water, and 70% of the world is water, then that is an aura of control to itself. The Air Force is a bit slower to respond, but they have bigger things that are like more strategic. Like you're talking like the big bombers and shit like that, right? And they have a lot of like the heavy advanced fighters. These are the things that you're going to resupply from a home base or place that's really fucking secure, things like that. The Navy's job is to go, by the way, surprise, there's an Air Force here. The Navy also has fixed-wing aircraft because, you know, they launch from the aircraft carriers. They're specially modified, so on and so forth. The Army, in the contract or whatever that split the Air Force, by the way, used to be in the Army. Like the Marines were in the Navy, the Air Force used to just be the airborne forces or something like that of the Army. That used to be all Army. But it was decided, well, the Army, you're all foot soldiers. Let's take all the fixed wing aircraft, make that be the Air Force. So the Air Force is like the knife. Like literally everyone in all the branches makes fun of the Air Force for being the chair force. Because they know exactly what they're doing. They like there's not like the guy who trains to be the bomber is going to be the guy training to be the bomber. You're not bothering him for anything else. They're not the ones having to adapt. It's the battlefield that needs to adapt. And like I said, the Army is technically somewhere in there. They're like number 2 or 1 or something for actual Air Force size as soon as you include rotary aircraft. Because the Army has like a ridiculous amount of aircraft that no one ever thinks about. It's just they're all helicopters. That's it. They're all helicopters. That's the thing. Like it's a tiny specification, but yeah, the Army is more airborne than like everyone else in the world combined. It's just no one ever counts them because they don't have fixed wings. Yeah, the Army does have some fixed wings, but the fixed wings that the Army has, as you pointed out, is cargo. They have that because they're used in transport operations. That's like things like that. That's not a general classification that would be across the thing. You're not going to point to like one thing, like, no. The general rule is the contract or whatever the hell the term is called, the thing that set the rules of what was what. Fixed wing aircraft went to the Air Force, rotary went to the Army. You're going to find some things in the Air Force probably using rotary. You're going to find some things in the Army using fucking fixed wing. You're not going to be hauling a Patriot radar without a fucking C5. It's just not going to happen. All right, I have tried multiple times. This thing cannot understand what 8-legged means. So I'm just going to grab... I'm going to grab picture 1 here. It also doesn't understand like the idea of a brass-colored skin, so it keeps making him be a robot. No, the Army does not have A-10s. I swear to God, the Army would kill to have the A-10s. The Air Force is in charge of the A-10s, and they keep trying to axe the A-10 program. They keep trying to get rid of the Warthogs. I swear to God, if I was a senator on any of these fucking joint defense appropriation things, I would be like, congratulations, Air Force. You don't have to deal with the A-10 anymore. I'm going to take like fucking 5% of your entire budget and give it to the Army to operate A-10s because the Army wants this shit. I don't know why the Air Force keeps fighting back against the A-10s. Like, oh, we want to do this. Bitch, the A-10s are there for the Army. You have one job with them. Just shut up. That is the Air Force. I don't think Space Force got the ICBMs. I think that's still Air Force. Actually, I'm going to go with number 1 on this one. All right, hold on. Open in browser. Save as. Challenger. It didn't ask me if I wanted to override. That leads me to believe I did something wrong. Challenger properties. Where did you just save? Where did you save? Oh, because you decided to save to the desktop all of a sudden. There we go. It updated automatically. Yeah, we haven't actually done the fight yet. We're still good. Wants to keep them to axe them. They keep coming back because it's a hell of a design. Yeah. Space Force got the satellites. Yeah, you have to remember the thing about the A-10 Warthog is it wasn't a plane that got a gun. The dude made the gun or whatever, and then they were like, hey, let's build a plane around this. And they got the dude who designed the Warthog, they got from fucking Germany. Who, like, he worked on the fucking, he worked on, like, the fucking planes for the Germans, and, like, half the shit for the Warthog is like, oh, this will scare them. They literally got some German mad scientists to invent the Warthog. You can't shoot that thing down. That thing's got, like, 4 types of redundancy. The central thing's made of, like, titanium or some shit. That thing's literally a tank. If a plane lands on you, you're dead, and it's going to be painful. If a Warthog lands on you, you're going to be so flat. That thing is so fucking thick. Yeah, the thing the pilot sits in is basically just like a titanium tub. All right. Yeah, I still think it's a dumb idea. Like, I get what they're saying, but they're arguing against, in my opinion, the wrong fucking thing. Like, oh, we're on the Generation 5 planes, and nobody wants those Generation 5 planes. Like, it's almost a psychological thing, like, flat out. You have a plane that no one sees that blows up some people. Whoop-de-doo, like, oh, it sucks to be them. You see a Warthog coming, you hear the and your guys get fucking diced in front of your very eyes. No, yeah, the A-10's a weapon of fucking terror. All right. Anywho, we must do the fight, for it is time. We have, hold on. We have in the blue corner a gigantic serpent with external ribs. It has 2 long, straight horns.
And it undulates rhythmically. Its green-yellow scales are large and set far apart. Beware its webs. It's never sick, it's incredibly quick to heal, and it's strong, but it is clumsy. Its body is rotting and has massive, jagged scars. In the blue corner, we have Urash. Just Urash, a towering 8-legged toad with lidless eyes. It squirms and fidgets. Its brass skin is wrinkled. Beware his deadly spit. He is quite durable. Hold on. He is quite durable, he's quick to heal, and he is agile. I tried like 4 different revamps. That's the best I could get it to understand to do. He is Urash, the spitting toad. You have 1 minute, starting in 5, 4, 3, stream delay, 1. Get your points in. Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like,
completely serious. Just look up the numbers. I find it so, like, everyone is like, oh, it's like Russia or China. Oh, they're behind America. They're like not even in the same race. Like, I honestly don't understand any of the arguments of like, could Russia take on America, or could America fight Russia? It comes down to nukes. It's like not a fair thing, because in any regular fight, America dominates literally everyone. I'm sorry. The argument, literally, if you think about it, is can America beat them without them retaliating like children and nuking the world? Like, if you just take nukes off the table, there's literally no argument. There's just none. There is no argument. But they have nukes. That's in a whole nother tier. We have 16,000 on Mute the Sticky Serpent and 1,000 on our frog. And it begins. Wait, hold on. I remember this time. And it begins. The initial hit is Urash with the charge being countered by a sticky webbing by Mutt. But Mutt has been injured. We have some of Urash's blood on the field. He's bleeding heavily. His ability to stand has been impaired, and he's got motor nerve damage as his right fourth leg is cut open and is gouting his blood everywhere. Meanwhile, Mutt's just rotting. There is more blood everywhere as Urash appears to be having difficulty getting through Mutt's rotting body for some reason. Mutt is on the ground. He's trying to retreat. He's bleeding heavily. He's got so many of his legs are taken out. He can't do anything. Meanwhile, Mutt is still not showing any wounds whatsoever. Mutt is flanking Urash. Urash is on the ground crying. He's partially webbed. He's shaken to the core. He wants to live. His entire toe is gone now. He's just being abused. He can't get up. He can't defend himself. Mutt is just constantly shooting sticky white fluid all over him. It's making him scared, and he dies. Stuck in the sticky. His corpse weighs 8,801 pounds. Mutt, the 10 times champion, has reigned supreme again. I didn't have the thing on, did I? Oh, well. Mutt has won. Do, 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 do. Mutt has won. Mutt the Sticky Serpents has won. Wouldn't rely on those doctor numbers anywhere on any military subsect. Yes. I get what you're saying. You're talking about the numbers that you can find. However, there's two things to do with this, or three thoughts about this. One, most of all that numbers is easily findable to any foreign government. Like, satellites exist. It's not a claim that would be directly taken lightly. Two, particularly about like the Navy's numbers. The Navy since World War II has been under, order's the wrong term, but there's been a thing that the Navy has had to maintain. Due to the fact that we fought in both Germany, and we fought both the European theater and in the Pacific theater, the United States Navy has essentially been held to such a degree that they have to at all times be able to hold a two-front war. Because they did it in World War II, better make sure you can continue doing it in case it happens again. So because of that, the Navy is absolutely fucking massive. It's absolute, like literally by writ, the Navy has to maintain 2 navies worth of Navy. Like anyone in Europe has to maintain, okay, we're fighting over here. No other country has this dumbass idea of like, okay, you have to maintain 2 of you. You have to maintain an Atlantic and a Pacific fleet at all times, and both of them have to be capable of fighting in that theater at the same time. So naval numbers are always going to be big, just flat out. Air Force numbers are always going to be big because United States say what you want about the military-industrial complex, but because of the military-industrial complex, you can count on certain numbers being high. Raytheon and Lockheed Martin alone, between maintaining two companies constantly pumping out shit for the Air Force and some of the things for the Army, it's got to be going somewhere, because otherwise the government would get in trouble to the taxpayers of, why did you owe that money? You don't have the fucking weapons and shit to show for it. So even if some of it you could question certain technologies coming out, whether or not it's reliable, or, you know, this came out and it was immediately obsolete, you know, this is for sure, but that ensures that the numbers are always going to be up. 3, and this is the most important thing, literally every single company is inside something for the United States military. Like, a lot of people don't understand that. GE, I think it's GE, the people that do your dryers and your washers, spin, it gets wet. Go look this shit up. They make the gun for the A-10 Warthog. They know how to make shit spin real good. In your home, it spins and your clothes gets clean. Overseas, it spins and Uncle Sam doesn't have to admit they did something wrong. Like, that's the actual thing, is that at any time, because they basically, you know, America's gonna have good economy and shit, like, part of the keeping the economy up is you're gonna keep sending money to like the most random fucking companies to make weapons. So yeah, no, they have it either active or ready to pull out of active. If you want to be like, well, technically not all of those are active, they're just stored somewhere, mothballed. We'll just pull them back out again. Now, I will say in certain things, Russia definitely has fucking more numbers. But like the numbers they have are like in weird niche things. I'm fairly certain Russia has more missile launchers by like not a small margin. And that's kind of my point. Like, I'm talking about like actual military size. Russia has massive amounts of infantry and they have massive amounts of like missile launchers. And that's like, that's it. That's what they have. They just have, you will fight me on the ground or I will ruin the entire planet. China also has a really massive infantry. Exactly. Maybe not anymore. Which one? The infantry one? This is true. Like, that whole thing looks so bad on Russia, because here's the thing, taking everything else out of it, right? You have America, you have China, you have Russia. I'm not even going to discuss North Korea. You have America, you have China, you have Russia. You have three countries that all at the very least claim to have some big amount of an army that can do, they can just do so much things. My army could kill your army. My daddy could beat up your daddy. All these sort of talks back and forth. And as much as everyone around the world at some time or another has gotten angry at America, be like, oh, you're being too aggressive in this theater. Why are you in that country? Why are you doing this? Why is this? Not saying I defend any of it or renounce any of it. I'm just saying this is a thing. America's constantly doing nothing but showing off its toys. You know what I mean? Like, no one's really seen Russia or China do anything with the supposed toys they have. And then finally China showed off its toys and they got their ass slapped by India. Like, they absolutely lost in India. And now Russia was like, okay, we're going to step forward. We're going to show off our toys. And they got slapped by Ukraine. Mark Domleth has become a bookkeeper. Now, you can make things, well, it's not Ukraine. They were supported by NATO. You know, they got weapons. They got stuff from America. That's fine. I'm not arguing saying that didn't happen. But if the argument is like, shit America could spare with Ukrainian forces beat Russia, what was supposed to happen if it was actually America versus Russia? Like I said, both the big things about North Korea, or I say both, three, North Korea, China, and Russia, the big thing is if any argument actually ends up happening of like, oh, who would win, America or this country, or America or that one? Like, really what the question is could America beat them without or before that country nuking everyone around them? That's it. That's literally it. Like, any of those arguments, that's essentially the stance they're taking. Whether or not they know they're taking it, that's the stance they're taking. Because it's like, oh, like I said, the fucking Iskander, which years ago was such a shitty fucking missile that they kept bragging about. And now they have the, what the fuck did the Iskander turn into? The plane-launched Iskander. I forget the name of it right now. The plane-launched Iskander. That doesn't solve anything. That's not an upgrade. Yeah, the Kinzhal. Oh, it's so much better. We launch it from plane and your response time is so small now. The plane is slow. Like, even if the Kinzhal were to hit something, it would only ever be able to hit something. Because then after that, America would be like, all right, we're going to shoot down the planes now. You know what I mean? Like, any of these arguments, they're never arguments of how would this work long term. Like, I'm serious. Anytime you hear any of these countries bring up some new kick-ass thing that they have, right? Oh, we could do this or we could do that or whatever. It's like, okay, could you do that again? Like, even if they could, which the Kinzhal thing was just absolutely fucking stupid. I've told you guys time and time again. I used to literally make jokes about that fucking missile in my training. Because it sounds like it's under. It's under 9,000. Even if it could, let's say Kinzhal did exactly what they said it did. You would be so surprised. It would go past your defenses. It would kill you. You'd be dead. Let's say that worked. Let's just say. Would it happen the next time? Like, the only reason why that was ever even going to have been a serious idea is if you're like, wow, suddenly that plane launched a really fast missile. I didn't think that plane was going to launch a missile that fast. So the very next time, you're just like, oh, look, there's a plane flying at me. I'm going to shoot that plane. And then what? It sees your missile coming to it, so now it shoots a missile at you, but I'm already ready to engage your missile. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking nutty, half these statements. Like, all these statements either come down to, in a nuclear war, I could kill all of my neighbors before you can stop me. Or, like, a lot of their claims are like, we came up with some super cool technology that literally can only ever work like the first or second time you used it. And it's not even like until like, oh, we developed a countermeasure. There's a countermeasure for it. It's just like, okay, we didn't think we were going to actually use it, so now we are. Like all the things coming out right now, or not right now, they kept saying that they took out the Patriot unit. Those videos were so dumb. You see, I don't know if any of you saw those videos, but let me just point out something here. They had a video at night, right? There's an area here, and it's like, hold on, I need to go into draw mode. You'd be like, oh, missile. You see the Patriot missiles launching out of it, right? And you're like, wow, look at all the like, all these missiles come out. And then like 20 minutes later, you know, when all the dust is settled and, oh, wrong one, and nothing is going on, and it's like, oh, for some reason, all of a sudden there's like a boom, there's an explosion there. And it's like, we got your Patriot. Look at what we did. The missile got through it. It blew. Motherfucker. That's a launcher. America doesn't have this weird thing where they have one truck that drives around and does everything, or like two trucks. That's a launcher. Even if a missile got through, and even if it actually hit its correct target, and even if it fucking pinpoint accurately hit the thing that was there and blew it the fuck up, you hit a launcher. The radar is kilometers away. kilometers. And there's a good chance that the distance between launchers is relatively high. You probably didn't get more than one. And they all just got done shooting missiles at you. So you probably shot an empty one. They shot a truck, which they did. They didn't, like, the explosion there was not a missile coming in. Didn't see anything fly in. I have an idea of what it was, but I'm not going to go into that. like, assuming that something happened there, you have shot a truck. That's it. And they're like, oh, we got the Patriot. Even if they were right, it's like, but you... That's like, to explain this to you, that would be if someone went somewhere with a fully loaded gun and they shot at a target. You know, we're going to keep this PG. They shot at a target until all the bullets were empty. Wow, that was cool. And then the guy ejected the magazine, dropped the magazine on the ground, and then left. And then 5 minutes later, you came over and you shot the magazine and you said, I got the dude. Like, you blew up something, and that might have been worth something to him for sure, but it didn't stop anything. Like, not even close. Like the video itself proves you did nothing. You would have needed the video to be somewhere else. You're just where the missiles come from. That's not even important. Like, sure, there's people there if something actually happened. There are people there who might have gotten injured. Don't get me wrong. You know, I'm not saying like nothing, but like, oh, we have defeated Patriot. Are you shitting me? There's like 6 to 8 launchers to a battery. You've only slowed you haven't even slowed it down. You've only reduced the capacity. That's why I went with the magazine thing. Like, if you get rid of a launcher, if you have 8 launchers, each launcher can hold 16 missiles. Assuming you have 8. Whatever. Let's go with 8. Assuming you have 8, they can each hold 16 missiles. If you take out one, it's like the launcher's the critical step here. You know what I mean? Like, you've only made sure that in one continuous engagement, they have 16 less missiles they can fire. The other 7 are still fully operational. The launcher, the radar is still fully operational. Like, you've only taken out a magazine. The launcher is literally nothing. It's the truck that holds a missile. That's it. The launcher doesn't even communicate to anything. It's just a truck. You know what I mean? Like, you shot a box. What are you talking about? Now, if that explosion happened at the beginning, then there'd be people there. There'd be missiles there. That could have caused a reaction. There might have been a fuel truck or something. For sure. You have an empty one? What did you do? You destroyed a generator on the truck? Oh no? Like, it's so derpy. Oh, hypersonic missiles. Oh my God. See, nobody gives a fuck about missile speeds. Missile engagements are over such a long distance. That speeds literally don't matter. Speeds haven't fucking mattered in a while now. Your old fucking Middle Eastern scuds were, quite frankly, slightly more dangerous than a lot of modern missiles because they were so shit. Like, that's the big argument. In the Middle East, during Desert Storm and stuff, it was like, Patriot, 100%. And then a bunch of news people, like, looked into it, but they didn't really look into fucking anything. And they're like, oh, Patriot failed to engage everything. That's why they switched from the old pack system to the new pack system. Actually, it's not even the new pack system. That was only pack 2. That was the gyms. But here's the thing. The people doing the engagements see a missile coming in here, and they went boom, and the missile no longer came in here. 100% engagement. The news people and these people who did the investigations are like, oh, look, some random asshole over in the middle of nowhere, the missile warhead landed on him and blew him up. Someone got engaged. So they're like, oh, they missed every single one, 0% or whatever they said. That's what was happening, basically. Like, literally, the old missiles were so shit that sometimes they would just kind of destroy themselves in midair, and you just have a fucking warhead falling to the ground somewhere. Like, that's what I mean by, like, it's not really a fair comparison if you're like, can someone fight America? And then, like, the counterpoint that you're holding is whether or not you could stop the dude essentially doing collateral damage. Could America beat Russia, or would Russia invade Ukraine? Like, Russia could probably invade Ukraine because they could probably just nuke the fuck out of it. Like, and then no one would want to live there except insane Russians. That's like literally what it would just quickly come down to. The same thing happened in the Middle East. They'd shoot these fucking Scuds and you'd shoot them down. And it's like, oh, but you failed to do this. Well, how and or why did you fail to do that? Well, because it's so shit that you blew it up, but the stupid thing fell apart because it's made of such low quality crap that it fell on a bunch of innocent people. Well, the thing I was protecting is still fine. So I succeeded. No, not only do you have to stop the missile from hitting its target, you apparently are responsible that you have to stop the missile hitting anything at all. That's like a very big difference of what you're expected to fucking do. And you know what we did? We fucking paid to do it. Like, literally, like that's the fucking difference in scale that anything ever compares. Like, half of the American missile technology and shit is like, oh, did you stop it? Yeah, we stopped it. No, they're lying. This other dude got hit. Okay, so we got to handle all the collateral too. Okay, we're no longer stopping you from doing what you want to do. We got to stop you from bothering anybody. So we sink more money into the technology to do that as well. So literally, that's what I'm saying. Like, the speeds, who gives a fuck about speeds? That's why when they redefined it, like, oh, no, see, because now hypersonic, we're not talking about how fast it is. We're talking about that it can maneuver at speed. Now that what they're saying is maybe the missile can juke in the air and make your missile miss. Ha. All right, couple things on that. Maybe. Let's say you shoot a missile and it has super juke, which, by the way, their missiles have proven to be completely incapable of doing this. So that was just a bold-faced lie. It has the super juke capability. Okay, makes your missile missed. How many times can it do that? Because America shoots 2. Everyone complains about how expensive America's engagements are. But you look at anything, missile comes in, America shoots 2. What's your juke gonna do? Make the missile miss 10% of the time? It's gotta do that twice. If my missile versus your super juke is 90%, only has a 90% chance to hit you, it's 90%, and then the second missile has 90%. Because they're not side by side. So, okay, your super juke means that we'll miss you 1% of the time. You guys shoot 100 Iskanders for one of them to do a super really good juke. This is what I'm saying. Like, who fucking cares? Now, the issue is, though, it's like, oh, well, see, it can change its targets. That's what they're like, oh, we're not talking about a juke, but it can actually swerve like a plane. Like, okay, like, if you're swerving like that, are you hitting the thing you're going to hit? Or are you saying that you're going to make it hit something else? Because again, we're just if that's the argument, you're just back to the age-old argument of, you're not, can you stop Russia, but can you stop Russia from killing random people too? Like, that's literally what all these arguments come down to. If you look through the news and you see these stupid things, it literally just keeps slowly upgrading to the exact same end state. Not can America beat Russia, but can America stop Russia from randomly stabbing innocent civilians as punishment for America stopping them? Which is not a fair thing, in my opinion, at all. You don't hold anyone else to that fucking thing. Like, if you do that inverted, is anyone holding Russia to the standard of, hey, Russia, could you stop America randomly flattening innocent civilians nowhere near the strategic objectives? No. No one would ever hold Russia to that standard, but we're going to hold America to that standard. What the fuck? So yeah, no, none of this shit ever fucking holds up. The hypersonic bullshit. None of these ever fucking hold up to anything logical. That's what I'm saying. The Patriot can already take them out. They've already been able to take them out. The truck was 3 days to retirement. America wants Ukraine to be Russia's forever war, to be honest. We opened many factories to supply them. Wouldn't be surprising that were true in some capacity. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. I do not doubt that. I don't doubt that. Dude, if you were the Ukrainian leadership, like let's not even pretend. Like, let's say, for the sake of argument, that is completely true. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that is completely true. I think that could have been done completely true without even like lying or anything. Like it's stated, like, you know, I've heard that statement a lot, but it's stated almost like it's a conspiracy or a trick. If you were the Ukrainian leadership or whatever, it's like, hey, we're going to give you a bunch of shit to fight this war. There you go. That's your statement. Like even if it's true that the America is supporting Ukraine to make Ukraine be Russia's forever war, literally all it would take to do that is offering weapons. Like, hey, we got tech. You want some tech? Yeah, sure. It's gonna be better than your tech. It's gonna be better than your tech. That shit might not even be our legit tech. Like, you gotta do training and shit on this crap, right? You gotta train it on legit things. So, hey, we're gonna give you 3 of these and 1 of these. Oh, that one thing didn't work? How didn't it work? Oh, that one thing worked exceptionally well? How did it work exceptionally well? Like the sneaky part of the idea of it being a forever war is just what would we be sending them that we're only sending them for the purposes of testing something. I mean, all of it's fucking testing. They even had this mechanic in Hearts of Iron 4 has this mechanic. Whenever you lend-lease to someone, you get army experience, because that's how lend-leases basically work. You give them whatever the hell you want to give them, and essentially the idea is, tell us how that works. Why don't you go ahead and tell us? It's been the same strategy since World War II. Like I said, even if you want to go like the full like conspiracy, not even conspiracy, but like making it sound like, ooh, you know, we're gonna whisper it. You know, America's just supporting Ukraine to make Ukraine be Russia's forever war. I mean, yeah, that's literally been what America's done since ever. Like I said, it's called Lend-Lease. They might be doing it a different way right now for sure, but literally look at every war. Every major war America wins, that's their strat. We did that shit in World War I, World War II. Really, America only ever hits a stumbling block when they don't have someone else to test it for them. Hey, we're going to give you all of our shit. Hey, how do they kill your dudes in our tanks? Oh, shit, there's a weakness there? Okay. Now that we fixed the weakness, now we're going to send over Americans. It's the playbook. It is the historically accurate playbook. That's how this works. Russia wanted Ukraine's steel. The U.S. sent theirs and is sending it in dirty form. Wasn't how they wanted it. Comrade, this steel's spicier than we can handle. I think it's not possible to strip Russia of nukes diplomatically. Cool jukes, bro. Fires 6 in a fall. Cool jukes, bro. The giant Kesting Tekador has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human. Almost unparalleled in size. Oh, you poor dumb bastard. Where are you? I'm wondering if I even want to send anyone out to kill you. Just wait for you to enter. Don't want to waste the time to go fight you. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah. Like I said, I believe it. Like, you know, like, shit, of course they are. Like I said, it's the idea that it wouldn't be would actually be the more surprising thing. Why? Anxiety, no. Military, go save Anxiety. He's an idiot. Why did you go out right then? Oh my God, Anxiety actually got away. There you go. We saved Anxiety. Did you even get hit? Oh, Anxiety's got the speed. Anxiety's gonna go home. Honey, you would not believe what happened today. So there I was. I walked out the front door. There was a giant that tried to kill me. Who is Azrakhan fighting? What do you mean Azrakhan is fighting? Why is he stunned? Are you guys like tired from the old fight? How are you stunned? Why is everyone suddenly stunned? It says existing conflict. Who's fighting? I think they're still really tired from what they just did. I'm serious. Now Holsky's in on it. Are you guys fighting or no? What are you doing? Yeah, you're mentioning giants. You're mentioning the giant fight and someone being stunned. Can someone send this man to the doctor? Are you like running out of lung or some shit? What is going on here? Everyone says they're sparring, but I think that I think they're sparring a little too aggressively. Could Russia conquer the Raccoon City Police Department? Perseus is peaking, by the way, if you have clear skies where you live. I don't know what that means. If I'm Ukrainian, I would never done anything Zelensky did, for honest. In all likelihood, Ukraine would be okay with it. He's fast enough to join the military. He got away from Mr. X like a pro. It rises from Perseus in the northeast. He's fighting that old urge to drink. Okay, no, I have drinks. Mr. X Legendary Beast, are they just sparring? Yeah, like I said, they're just sparring, but I think like a bunch of them were genuinely like exerted from fighting the giant. So they just went from being exerted to full-blown fighting again. You should not be holding quivers anymore. If I want to trade the quivers, I will. Hold on. Finished goods, type. I thought it was a finished good that held quivers. Why am I not seeing quivers? There they are. Also, hello, Ehrman. Welcome to the stream. And Calantler. Not sure how long you've been here, but I don't think I saw you earlier. Welcome, welcome. I do see that you were actually saying things the whole time, but I've just now noticed your name. Hello. Oh, the yearly meteor showers. Oh, neato. Yeah, no, where was I? The giant interrupted me. Oh, yeah. No, wait, I am lost. Hold on. How do we get here? I was talking about the size of the Air Force. Oh, the size of the military. And yeah. Again, everyone, I don't know. There are a lot of things that are said conspiratorially about the United States, the size of its military, military industrial complex, and I don't understand how half of it is a conspiracy. Like I wouldn't be like, no, that's not true. I just like half the things that are said, in my opinion, it's like, yeah, no, that just makes sense. Maybe I'm crazy though. And then like you have half the foreign, like I said, could America beat Russia? Yes. I wholeheartedly believe that, yes. Now, could America, stop Russia invading someone? Maybe not. Why? Because Russia's just gonna fucking bomb the shit out of it. If you want to save, if we were to fight over territory, Russia would just literally bomb the crap out of everyone there. If it was just to be like, oh, who would win a fight? America. Could America stop them destroying a neighbor that's really, really close to them in time? No. They've got way too many fucking non-aiming missiles. Like I said, the Iskander, the Kaisel and shit, these are missiles who are designed to hit something specific. So they suck. Like flat out, they suck. They're designed to stop, they're designed to hit something specific, easily countered. The sheer amount of bullshit scuds and crap that they have from like the fucking 60s that they can just unload in random ass fucking directions, no, clearly cannot stop that. You have to remember, most of all these intersections, right? Like if you're going to intercept the missile coming in, the missile has to be coming in. Like that's just like basic physics. If Russia or if anyone came up to you and said, you think you could stop my bullet, and then turned around and fired backwards, what are you going to do? Like whatever you were to intercept that bullet with would have to be faster than their bullet. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. So if Russia's able to spearhead into an area and then shoot laterally in relation to you, you're not going to get to something going like sideways and backwards. You know what I mean? Like it has to be, if they're going for something you're defending, you can stop that. So really all these arguments just come down to, yeah, but what if Russia decided to just say, fuck it and shoot random shit? Like that's literally what it comes down to. Like, can you stop them invading? Yeah, sure. Can you stop them invading someone else? Sure, certainly give it a try. Because at some point, that like they've just killed all the people that live there. Is there a point in fighting over the land anymore? Like at some point, they've achieved victory purely by killing everyone that's there. Hello, hello. But yeah, no, our Air Force is fucking huge. They're like backtracking this by one thing. America, there's a good number of the things that like, you know, every country's going to, you know, try to hide their numbers and shit. America would not be hiding their numbers as much as you would think. Purely because it is the threat to anyone trying to oppose America. Because America has been doing all these other country fights or whatever, America has always had to show that they could back up the claim. Russia and China haven't had to show anything. You know what I mean? Russia and China have had Russia and China. That's been it. They've done the things that are near them, and they've had like local hegemony. That's the right word. I might have used that word wrong. I might have gone a little too high word there. America has, since the end of World War II, you know, everyone's always talking about how America's always at war and stuff. But as a consequence of this, America has essentially had to back up the claim for that many years. So if a number is going to be made, it is, again, even if the exact numbers are different, I wouldn't presume in similar fashion to say Russia or China that the numbers are completely made up arbitrary nonsense, purely because the one time America finally can't back up that claim is when hell breaks loose. Like if you were to presume that it is but a bluff, it is a damn good bluff that they've had to maintain. You know what I mean? It's like the idea of people faking the moon landing. If it was fucking faked, it had to have been a very good fake that would be so fucking expensive they might as well have gone to the fucking moon. If any of the American numbers are that much of a bluff, it would be so fucking hard to maintain that bluff being as active as America has been around the world that it would be the same exact cost to just have the fucking things that they're saying they have. Like the bluff would be almost costlier than just fucking doing it. As much as you would think, to less than 80%. So what you're claiming is that America has less than 80% of the numbers it claims. Okay. Like I said, my point is that's not the bluff. Like I'm completely serious. That like go with 65. I mean, you said 50? You said 65? Fuck it. Go with 50. Presume that in a lot of these numbers, America's claims 50. I don't agree with you, but for the sake of this, presume it. Like, I'll presume this. For amount of airplanes, amount of tonnage. The tonnage one definitely wouldn't be able to be bluffed, but whatever. My point is, presume that. The numbers are so much higher. You get what I'm saying? Like, the question at this point is of a percentage when the difference is magnitudes. It kind of doesn't matter. Like that is the degree of a bluff, but that's not the bluff. You get what I'm saying? Like, sure, okay. I do not agree with your statement, but even if we were to assume it wouldn't make a difference. It literally would not make a difference. Because, like I said, the numbers of America, say in planes, going back to what we were talking earlier, the numbers of America being higher than other countries in planes, I wasn't lying. I wasn't making it up about the idea that if you were to split America up into its branches, the Air Force, the Army, and the Navy, you would then have the world's number 1, number 2, number 3. Even if you go with the 65% argument, what does that do? Make America's Air Force, Army, and Navy be number 1, number 2, and number 4? Like, it would bring one country up in the middle of America's branches. You get what I'm saying? Like, sure. Like 65, sure. Like, not gonna argue that because what does it matter? Like that literally doesn't change the grand scope of things. If someone's fluffing up the numbers by 40% or 50%, if you had 60 and you were claiming 90, that would be 50 different. Yeah, even if they're fluffing up the numbers by 50%, it's like I said, it's an entire magnitude of difference. So it really doesn't make a difference. Like I said, what you make barrels, what we lose on just flat out is conscription. I have to make 1 barrel, really? We do not have the same manpower. So as long as those two countries are willing to throw manpower at just anything, which is essentially a delaying tactic, throw manpower at fucking anything, all they would be doing is just literally clogging up America's guns. To do what, though? Again, this only leads to them like, oh, I can take out whatever's near me. Because at some point, that does run out. Someone had to claim responsibility. Oh, I don't think anyone had to claim responsibility. Like, whatever the number is known. You know what I mean? Like, even if what you're going with, right? Hold on, make 1 barrel 1. Even if what you're going with is that the numbers are lied, the numbers aren't lied. The public numbers would be lied in that case. America is really fucking good at its logistics. Really fucking good at its logistics. Whatever the real number would be in this discussion, the people in charge know. They know what it is. This argument here would be whether or not the public numbers are correct, not whether or not America knows what its numbers are. Like, the American people might not know. The government knows. What am I doing? Macadamia? Yeah. Oh yeah, don't even get me started on the insane. I'll give you that. Russian explosives are fucking unnecessary. I believe I mentioned before, I had spoken a while ago about this dumb fucking class that we had to take about mines. I had to do a class when we were going to the Middle East where we had to discuss how to identify different mines, how they work, their yields and such like that, blah, 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 blah. Because you're in the Middle East. There have been a lot of countries fighting over the Middle East. You might find some minefield that apparently maybe majestically has never been found before or some shit. And basically 2 things stuck out to me, like as a whole. Across all the classes, and this is an oversimplification, of course, but across all the classes, basically every country had the exact same idea. There were different ways of how things operated or different ways of identification, but basically every country seemed to have about the exact same idea for what a mine was and how it worked. There were 2 differences. One was Italy. All their shit was waterproof. Like, basically all their shit was waterproof. The problem with this is it meant that if there was a rain, it was in fact apparently possible that a minefield could move, or you might just see a floating mine, because that shit's just fucking waterproof. That was the big lesson we learned about Italy, in my opinion. That was like the big thing to be, oh, okay, those float. Sure. And then you get to Russia. And Russia did not get the message that apparently everyone else had for what a mine was and how it worked. Because Russia's numbers made no fucking sense in how the hell it handled anything. I'm making up numbers here. It's far too long ago for me to remember this stuff. This is an oversimplification to convey the idea. If anyone knows the actual numbers, I'm not going to remember even if you correct me on them. But the big thing was that if you have what everyone else agrees on, 10 kilograms of explosive yield or some shit, right? You would have 10 would be infantry and like 50 would be tank, or like 5 would be infantry and 50 would be tank, right? Russia would be like 40 is infantry, 110 is tank. Like, just literally, like all their explosives and their mines and shit just appear to be an entire step up for some fucking reason. Like, oh yeah, no, this is just extreme boom. For why? I do not know. And then the weird thing is that wasn't good enough. And like, I think the scale was actually even bigger than that. But anyways, wasn't good enough. Apparently Russia's, they made their mines modular. So you have the mine and you screw in like the pressure plate or detonator or whatever, right? So, all right, you have like a pressure plate that goes off on a soldier amount of weight, boom, detonates, you know, infantry mine. Makes sense. You put on a tank pressure plate detonator thing or whatever on the anti-tank mine, bigger weight, don't waste it on infantry, bigger weight sets it off, bigger boom on tank. Makes sense. And then you get to the outside of the infantry mine. It's threaded. The infantry mine can be screwed into the top of the vehicle mine. Like it was a detonator. So, not only was their infantry mine already the equivalent of like everyone else's, or close to everyone else's fucking vehicle mine for explosive, you could take the infantry mine, plug that shit in like a Megazord to the fucking vehicle mine, and then you have an infantry mine with the infantry trigger sensitivity that could then set off the vehicle mine to wipe out fucking whatever the hell. Like, I will give them that. They put massive explosive yields in their shit for fucking ridiculous reasons. Like, at what point do you need, like the infantry mines are boom. Mines are big booms. They're not tiny little like, oh, that man has gotten injured. No, if you're traveling together in like a relatively close formation and someone hits a mine, he's gone. A dude next to him, he's probably just filled with shrapnel or whatever. He's gone. The 3 people close to him are injured and or stunned. That's a mine. So it's not like you need to like crank that shit up. So then you have the Russians that are already cranked up and like the amount of people getting taken out by this thing, like the number is just going up. And then the fact that you can just decide to be like, well, maybe sometimes you see an infantry mine. If it's buried, it may actually just be the trigger for a fucking tank mine. Why? Why the fuck do you have an armor-piercing amount of explosives that can be set off by a coyote? Why do you hate coyotes this much, Russia? Oh yeah, the acceptance of missed targets. Yeah, like I said, but like that's, in my opinion, if you're gonna say that like the numbers being fluffed and stuff are about the accuracy of certain things, like I said, routinely it's not that someone was lying about the accuracy of certain things. It's that the military and other organizations treat different things as a success or fail state. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Anytime, like if there's a missile coming, you can, like, wherever it's going, that's the thing. I'm like, I gotta stop it getting there. They want to get there. If I heard afterwards that the missile, the warhead had blown up and landed somewhere else, like, even if it landed on an innocent person and did something, like, an innocent person versus some horribly strategic objective, you like, the thing that I'm doing is stopping them doing the strategic objective. Like, the idea that there was I'll say complaint, there was a criticism that the missiles weren't doing their job. So then America was like, all right, we'll just step up. And they came up, they didn't come up with, but they perfected, might be going too far, but I'm going to say perfected, that they perfected the idea of a hit to kill vehicle. Like, okay, apparently that's the standard we're holding ourselves to. Fine, fuck it, whatever. Like, I wouldn't consider anyone who said the initial 100% to be lying. The missile was coming in. I stopped the missile coming in. 100% successful. The idea that like someone then came after is like, well, no, you should have been doing it better. You got to hold yourself to a higher standard. All right, give me a few years. I got this. One of you actually sent me a thing recently about. It was a news article, and it was like that they had finally confirmed what missile types had been sent to Ukraine. And whoever sent it to me, I'm not remembering right now, but thank you for sending it to me. It was a good read. But I will say, whoever wrote the article, it's the same thing that I'm saying. America sent everything in the kitchen, is what this paper said. The paper said that America sent 5 missile types. I think it was 5 missile types. 5 missile types. They had sent what they called a Jim Tango, a Jim Charlie, a CRI, and an MSE. That's literally just every fucking missile we got. At least for Patriot, basically. So the old missile, the old Patriot missile was a flak. It would go in the air and it blew the fuck up. Woo! And the idea was that it would hit the missile with flak and knock it off its fucking course and mess it up. And as we later learned, no, take out the warhead. Spear it like a fucking Spartan or some shit. So they ended up revising the system, and you had to convert something that would do an intercept in front of target to an intercept through sort of a missile system. So it ended up coming up with what was PAC-2's Patriot Advanced Capability, Patriot Advanced Capability 2 upgrade, which the acronym was GEM, Guidance Enhanced Missile, i.e. it's a missile, it has improved guidance, it's gonna hit shit. And then to improve upon that, well, if we're hitting things directly, we're gonna be hitting different targets. So you had GEM, it's PAC-2. It's like it's the version 2 of the missile. It's gonna hit shit now. Then they decided to create specialized version of these, the Jim Charlie and the Jim Tango, which they said Jim Cruise, and they called it Jim Tactical or something like that. Which maybe, but not right. That's not what we were aware of it being called the Jim Tango for, but whatever. basically, they made another version of the guidance system on the damn thing to help it take out cruise missiles. Jim Charlies, Jim Cruises, low altitude things. And if you're going to take out a TBM, there's your Jim Tangos. So they literally sent a pack 2, a pack 2, and a pack 2. Like, quite frankly, for what everything that everyone has now is, they're not completely interchangeable. But if you're shooting an incoming TBM and you don't have any Jim Tangos hanging around, it's not going to not shoot the Jim Charlie. The Jim Charlie is more effective versus cruise missiles, but it's still a missile. It still has the same core guidance that a Jim has. So Jim 2, and a Jim 2. Then they said a CRI missile, cost reduction initiative. This is just a pack 3. It's not a pack 3, but it's a pack 3. At some point, they came up with a cost reduction initiative, and the idea was everyone would say, oh, you're shooting 2 missiles at the enemy's missiles, and your missiles are like multi-million dollars. Look at how much money you got to waste to shoot down an enemy's cheap missile. So basically what they did is they went back to the drawing board, and they're like, how can we make this do exactly what it's doing right now, but we get rid of extraneous shit it really doesn't need to use anymore in today's airspace. Cost reduction initiative. It's a pack 3. It's just a bit cheaper. It's the new version of the missile. And the only one that was actually a bit surprising was they said MSE, multiple segment enhancement, missile segment enhancement. I can't remember what the M stands for. And that's basically it's a pack 3 with a booster on it to hit really far missiles. So basically they send everything. Like, I'm not saying that the person who did the article was bad or wrong or anything. Please, make no mistake on that. I just kind of thought it was funny that they listed all of these individually, like, okay, we can glean from this a strategy that America's going for. And literally what it was is we just sent everything. That's what it comes down to. Fuck you and your entire bigger boom equals better boom, comrade. Several countries sent the missiles, but we sent a massive amount of... we sent other things. Don't get me wrong. We sent other things. Like I said, I don't remember who sent me the article, but someone sent me an article in Discord. And it was talking about like, oh, we know what sort of Patriot we sent now. And I just thought it was funny. It was like, you listed everything. Like, I don't even think we have anything before a gym. You know what? Like, I don't think that there exists physically a Pac 1 missile anymore, other than, say, in a museum. I don't think there exists. You know what I mean? And I don't think we really use Jims, Jim Tangos, or Jim Charlies anymore. You don't make them anymore. If the new ones are better, then why make them? You know what I mean? Unless anyone's still buying them. Maybe a country's still buying them. But my point is, we had it on a shelf, I guess, so we sent it to them. The CRI and the MSEs, those are the new missiles. Those are the 2 missiles that's like, if anything's going to get done, those are the missiles you're sending. Because if the Pack 3 missiles are tiny compared to Pack 2 missiles. Pack 2 missiles, you're going to get on 4x4? Hold on, I need to see the picture, actually. It's been a minute. I want to make sure. Pack 2s are the 4x4s, right? Pack 2 missile. Let me see a picture of it. I'll be able to tell. Show me a launcher. No, 2x2. Yeah, okay. The older ones were 2x2. It's 4. 4 total, then a 4x4. 4 total to 4x4. It's a 2x2, and then the new ones are basically 1/4 the size. So wherever there used to be 1 missile, you can now get in 4 missiles. So, like I said, the old Pack 2s are good, but, going back to the magazine analogy that I used earlier, you're going to have 4 missiles on a launcher, 8 launchers, max. 8 launchers. 32 missiles before you have to, you're going to be trying to reload a lot earlier than that, but 32 in one fell swoop versus just multiplying that by 4. Like, the Pack 3s are the ones you're really caring about. Which is part of why the Ukrainian youth said they do it themselves, that we supplied them, or whatever it was he technically said. Yeah, no, we sent a lot of stuff, and mainly artillery, because it's far more cost effective. I mean, artillery is the king of battle. Or is it queen of battle? I think infantry's supposed to be king. Fuck it, artillery's king. I mean, artillery is the single cheapest yet most cost-effective method of just doing anything. Artillery is fantastic. And it's not even that it's cost-effective, especially like since World War II, we've been fucking dropping warheads on foreheads. Like since World War II, we've been like, oh, they're there. Let me send this round through a window. I mean, it's a lot better than dudes with guns. Dude with a gun misses, right? Where's the bullet go? That way. Somewhere. Right? It's going somewhere. If an artillery misses, it's gonna be near the dude still. And where's it going? It's going down. It's already stopped. Like, it's not gonna continue on beyond, you know what I mean? It's a big difference in... Try to remember the actual word, like casualty calculations or some shit, whatever the actual thing was. When you realize that you're no longer missing horizontally, you're missing vertically. If you miss vertically, you don't have anything behind it. The ground absorbs all rounds. It's very good at this. Logistics is emperor, infantry is king, artillery is queen, navy is prince, air force is princess. Okay. You're not wrong. You always got to have them logistics. Got to get my 2 hots. Gravity almost always wins in the end. You got to shoot real hard good to miss the ground entirely. Yeah. Oh, also, side thing. We were talking about the size earlier. And I believe it was Pandasaurus Rex who had brought up, well, you know, what's the Air Force then? Or what's the Air Force got? Victory. The Air Force, so here's the thing. We're on to, what planes are we on to? Is it the F-32, 23? We're on to like crazy planes. And we're still fucking updating. Not shooting the ground is real expensive. We're still updating like the F-15 because the F-15 has shot down a satellite. Like the things that are designed. I think the Navy did eventually. I think the Navy has 1 or 2 of them because they had different versions. One of the issues right now is they want to develop a plane for everybody, 1 plane for all the branches. Like that's a bad idea. I think it's the F-15. I want to make sure I'm right on this. The F-15 shot down a satellite. 15 shot down a satellite. Am I on the right one? That time an F-15 pilot shot down a satellite. Yeah. Like, this isn't even our new plane. You know, you have these weird things where they're talking about, like, oh, you have Gen 4, Gen 5, Gen 6 planes where it's like America keeps inventing new generations, and occasionally China, like, pops out a plane that they, like, more than half just stole from America anyways, but, like, then they tweaked it on their own. And they're like, oh, now we have the next new gen. Here's the problem. You still can't beat... It's like cars. You can't beat American muscle. The F-15 is a rocket. It's not a plane. I'm not joking about that. I'm not trying to say like some weird extreme thing. I'm not trying to be like, oh, it's kind of fast. The F-15 generates so much thrust from its engine that it's greater than 1. What does that mean? If you've played Kerbal Space Program, you're aware of a thing that's like the thrust to weight ratio, i.e., how much thrust are you doing? How much force of weight are you lifting compared to the weight of the thing doing the lifting. When you're doing Kerbal Space Program, you got to make sure that every single new stage maintains a thrust to weight ratio of greater than 1. Well, actually, the stages in space don't, but if every stage during lifting, you have to be greater than 1 at the place you are, or else gravity is pulling you back. You have to have greater than 1. The F-15 has, the engines are so fucking strong in it, it has a greater than 1 thrust to weight ratio, meaning most planes need wings. The engine makes it go forward. It's the wings that they need to stay in the air. Like, they need the wings. The wings are providing lift to counteract gravity. The F-15's engines are so fucking strong. That's the plane that if you see take off, it goes, what? And it goes straight the fuck up. The wings are nice to have. They're great for maneuverability. That plane doesn't care. That plane is just thrusting the atmosphere into submission. And that's not even like a new plane. It had so much thrust that what happened is one of America's satellites was coming down or something like that, or it was retiring. So America wanted to show a little bit of a flex, flex that muscle. And they sent a dude in a plane to just fly his own ass up into the limits of space to get close enough to the fucking satellite to target it with the missile targeting system and shoot like an anti-air missile at it. Like everyone's always saying like the moon landing's fake and shit like that. Like, we can send planes to space or at least close enough to take out shit in space. I mean, admittedly, this is, not in the same decade, but still. Like, that's what if you have the idea, right? Like there's kind of this idea, like, okay, everyone's got like this high-tech shit, but everyone knows everyone else has the high-tech shit. So every one of the major countries is going to be trying to engage every other country's high-tech shit. If I get rid of your high-tech shit, now I got my high-tech shit. And my high-tech blah, 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 right? What would inevitably happen in such a fight, presuming everybody's high-tech shit is even, which I do not agree with, but for the sake of the story, we're going to go with it is, everyone loses all their high-tech shit at the same time. We're still upgrading that plane because why not? Wouldn't you upgrade the plane that shoots down the satellites? Yeah, the F-15, it looks like a plane. I'm serious. I think, same idea of what the fuck a fish is. I think it's classified as a plane, but I think it really is, it's a rocket. It's an air-breathing rocket. Because I don't think it supplies its own oxygen, but it's an air-breathing rocket. It is literally greater than 1 thrust to weight ratio. It can take off from, I don't think it can take off from standing, because I think you have like the first second of the engine revving up, you have to draw on air and you'd be blocking it. So, maybe if you mounted it, off the ground a little bit, but the damn thing takes off straight up. The damn thing, and it just goes straight the fuck up. It is hilarious. It's a rocket. That is the plane that America would fall back on. Oh yeah, that one. Good luck. Not even talking about the nonsense of fucking this stealth and that stealth, because we've had this stealth for 60 years and we've had that. God, I hate stealth planes. Has 2 engines. It only needed 1, and those bitches gimbal. It's a jet-powered rocket with winglets. If the pilot wasn't careful, they could end in the stratosphere. So yes. I'm not sure how up the stratosphere is, but you can do the same thing in Kerbin. You can do the same thing in Kerbal Space Program. If you get one of their space planes and you only have air breathing things, like as long as you keep accelerating at the right thing, Like, you can make it to where you're going fast enough. You've seen videos of people being like, I got to space with an air-breathing engine and things, so on and so forth. So, yeah, it's possible. I mean, I realize in this particular case, I'm using a fucking video game as my proof for physics. But my point is that the theory, it's there. There is an IRL plane that has a greater than 1 thrust to weight ratio. Might be an issue about fuel. I will say that. I don't know how long it would take you to do that. That might be a limiting factor. I don't know how long it would take you IRL, because I believe you had to loop the planet like twice. So there might be a limit there. But fuel costs, the actual thing of fuel aside, it should be possible. I have high-tech shit, too. I call it higher-tech shit. Colorado Springs. Is that the plane early astronauts were trained on before they were astronauts? I don't know, actually. But yeah, most astronauts are, in fact, pilots. I mean, that's probably why half the astronauts don't listen to what they're supposed to do, and then they do their own thing and they get in trouble. This actually happened a lot. A lot of like famous pilots, a lot of famous astronauts got fired after their mission, basically. They never went on another one. It's like, well, you gotta fucking do your training. This only happened because, you know, you didn't listen. You gotta listen. But yeah, no. So even if we were to go all the way back 5 hours to whenever this particular subset of the conversation started, of individual air forces, the Air Force alone, subtracting the 2/3 of the American number everyone always references for how big the United States Air Forces are. The Air Force alone outdoes any other country, and the planes they have are rockets. The planes they have are rockets. The planes they don't want are fucking fuselages designed around a cannon. The GAU, I always forget the number, the GAU cannon, because they don't want it. And it's mostly there to destroy tanks and shit. Not even getting into fucking the insanity that is half of the aerial capabilities of the United States Army. And then whether or not the Navy just decides to randomly show up and get involved. And even if you do somehow get through and pass the Navy Air Force, well, more often than not, that fucking naval boat's gonna have a contingent of Marines on it, and the Marines have fucking helicopters. Sorry, did I not point that out earlier? Some of the things that you see on the naval boats don't even count for the Navy numbers. They're the Marines. Oh, yeah, by the way, no, it's not GAU, it's GAU. I forget what it stands for. It's the GAU 8. Yeah, Marines also have planes, yeah. Because of how fuck you independent. Designed to fire armor-piercing depleted uranium and high-explosive incendiary rounds. Oh, yeah. Everyone else is like, oh, yeah, we got nuclear reactors and oh, we got the waste and, you know, this uranium, it's empty now and it's pointless. We're going to bury it under the mountains and shit. America's like, hear me out. What if we took that depleted uranium, threw that shit into a beer bottling plant, turned that bullet into a fucking beer bottle, and just fucking sent it through someone's head? Because, by the way, if you didn't know, that's how big those bullets are. They're bigger than fucking beer bottles. Like, not the round, like the actual thing that comes out. I think. They're fucking huge. GAU 8 bullet. Yeah, no, I believe with that, yeah, the round itself would still be about the size of a beer bottle. Because that one's big, because with the whole thing together, it's bigger than a beer bottle. All right, hold on. Open image in new tab. Give me this picture. Hold on. I'm presuming most of you do know, but for any of you who have not seen the sheer fucking size of this damn thing. Boop. I don't know what, or because that does not look right to me. I don't know if that's just a model or something, but this is the first picture I was able to load up. They're fucking huge. They're fucking huge. And they don't shoot one a minute. No. They shoot tens. Tens of billions a minute. 3,900 rounds per minute. 3,900 of those per, not that they could fire for a full minute. The recoil on the gun's so fucking strong it stalls the plane. Literally, I'm not joking. The plane is just designed to get the gun to you. They didn't design a gun and put it in that plane. They had a gun and they were like, okay, how do we get this gun to the enemy? This is a pretty sweet gun that you've made, clothes washer company, but we don't know how to get it to the enemy. The plane's made by a different company. That's all they do. They make washers and they make a fuck you cannon. Yeah. They only make the fucking, that's so stupid. They only make the fucking gun. Well, we only know how to make shit spin real good. It's an insane idea. But no, to the thing I was saying earlier about the Marines being under the Navy because of, or essentially just to do a loophole at this point. There's a joke name for the Marines that the Marines are the president's army. And that's because, now I know somewhere in here, it's like, we couldn't do the whole of the Marines because blah, 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 blah. But the president, the United States of America's president needs congressional approval to, like, he can't declare war. So he can't just suddenly divert the entire Navy, or he can't send like the Army to do things like there's processes and stuff. He can do the Marines though. Without congressional approval, I do not know what the number is. He can send a shit ton of Marines somewhere. Like a lot. He can send a lot of Marines somewhere. And it's because, well, they're not a department. They're not a full thing. They're not an army. They're not the Army. They're not the Navy or whatever. They're a sub thing in the Navy. So essentially, like by classification alone, because they're not a small, it's not like it's a small group. By classification alone, it's like, oh yeah, nope, this is like fucking 3 tiers down from something, so I'm allowed to just send it. It's like the thing in Warhammer 40K, like, oh, you can't have standing men at arms. Okay, I won't have any men. Not that they were directly designed for that. The Marines are actually older than the United States of America itself by like 2 years. No, they're older than the Declaration by a year, and the Army is older than the formation by a year. Because obviously the Army existed before, you know, we'd won because what we were fighting. But the Marines are older than even that. I forget how old the Marines are. The Marines are like older than the United States by a couple of years. But yeah, that is their current classification in things. Yeah, that's why it's like, oh no, they're completely under the thing of the Navy. He's not sending the Navy. He's just sending some weird little tiny subgroup that happens to be bigger than most countries' entire armies. Whoops. What are you storing right now, dude? Whatever that is, Source, you don't need to get it. I don't know what you're trying to get right now that far out, but you do not need to get it. Fuck, I clicked the wrong one. There we go. Come back in, Source. Now, I'm going to assume that you're trying to do the same thing. Why can we not cut these trees down? Very weird. Like, I don't want to have to set up a GTFI sort of a thing. Just go away. I'm gonna start locking these doors down. Unlocking these doors. And locking these doors. And then what I'm going to try to do is lock these doors. And now, the only thing open to the outside is the military. How did you get out there? How did you get out there? Go in the base. God damn, I don't know how some of these dwarves are this. What? Don't run back. Most of the army didn't even see him. Most of the army, most of the stars units didn't even see him. All right, whatever. Problem solved. Need like a lever to do a lockdown on the outer, like 3 things of this. All right, now you guys can come out here and do whatever you were trying to do earlier. The guns are close enough on the controls soft lock when you fire it so the pilot doesn't pull off the target accidentally. Oh shit. It's not technically a workaround if we use these guys. Sounds like I missed a bunch of fun things. Should reset the civilian alert. I mean, maybe. We had one dwarf going. Really, the thing is, they have no reason to go outside. Like, it's almost not even necessary. Why are there socks in here? All right, so I forget what we had set up earlier. This works. This has clearly worked really well. I wish they would use that, but they don't appear to want to for some reason. What if I set it to be like the short path? If I'm like, hey, look, this is a pretty cool path. What if I'm like, don't go this way, probably? So I'd much rather than just use the tunnels. Yeah, that's much better. I don't want them running across the lines of fire. It's too dangerous. What if I could put a grate on there if the bolts would still fall through the grate? Like, that would make this even easier. Instead of relying on some pathfinding. How trained are you, by the way? I know you don't get much skills from this, but how trained are you? Master Archer, Great Marksdwarf, Legendary Discipline. Really? You've gotten to Legendary Discipline off of just doing this? How long have you been shooting? Holy crap. Archery practice. Pick up equipment. Archery practice. Pick up equipment. Archery practice. Bedaware. What do you got? Legendary. Yeah, holy crap. They trained up fast. Still working on it, but Legendary Discipline's not anything to, you know, sniff at. And I set it up to where we could have 4. He was born on the range. All right. Grogrin's fighting. No, he's not. Grogrin was fighting. More people would be dead. We still have lots of food. There was some... I kind of forgot what we were doing today. Not gonna lie. Cut that tree down. We were doing the library. That's what it is. I've been slowly filling in the floor in the library. I ran out of macadamia wood. I'm remembering now. We need the weird fuzzy grays. Like that one. But not that one. That's guava. God, I hate the fact that they cave in right now. Is anyone dead? How injured are you? All right. Hopefully you'll wake up. Did we lose? Do we need another? Oh, yeah, we lost a lot of woodcutters, didn't we? All right, these 2 are woodcutters now. All right. Because we're going to need more floors to do anything. Buckstar 13, thank you. Yeah, that's why I said at the beginning of the stream, there were issues with the audio. Some people weren't getting the audio. And when I looked over, I realized that Windows wanted to do another update. I can't wait to read the patch notes that are something along the lines of, oh, hey, you wanted this. I got rid of it. Cool. Like soon, like they're getting rid of drive letters and stuff in Windows 11. Because they're like, oh, all the people that upgraded to Windows 11, they don't use these features. So we thought we should just get rid of them. And it's like, well, yeah, because the people who updated to Windows 11 didn't know that it was like garbage. Like the sort of people who would have updated would have been the people who wouldn't know about any of the features you just mentioned. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You idiots. Human caravan has arrived. All right, let's get a trade-off. Ooh, we got body parts on our roof again. This is why I left a ramp up there. All right, DF hack move trade goods. I'm gonna try to bring over that garbage again. I want to mark all those for melting. These ones I definitely want to get rid of. If you're damaged, I don't want you here. Particularly if you're leather. I love this feature. Yeah, I gotta find a way to melt all of that. But yeah, that should be good. It wasn't even that many. Hold on. How about if I do copper, armor, breastplate? Just melt. Mail shirt, just melt. That'll clear out 700. Cod pieces. Codices, close enough. Footwear, melt. I don't need you. Handwear, melt. Unforbid. Headwear, melt. Legwear, melt. Wait, what's going on? Not that one. Some of these are actually slightly good quality. There you go. Shields, bucklers. These are named, I guess? Because I don't remember making artifact copper ones. But we can melt the rest of these, no problem. Toys I'll hold on to. Melt those. Get a bunch of copper out of this. Okay, melt those. Melt those. Definitely melt these. Melt these. Melt these, unless they're being traded right now. Maces, spears. Melt all that crap. We had the thing down below set to auto melt, or actually click up for them to melt things, so we should be good on that. For the massive drop off. So here's the thing. Here's what we're going to do. Probably. Possibly. I'll meet you with that. Here's what we're going to do. It is midnight. We're going to do this trade, and I will pop off. We're going to be signing off. We're going to find someone to raid. It's been a fantastic day. I love talking with you guys, and I love that you let me meander off into talking about military nonsense, because I do love to talk military nonsense at times. We're going to do this trade. Then we'll probably save an Exodus, find someone to raid, and I still got a bit in me. I'm in a military mood right now. So if anyone is wanting to hop on over, then yeah, we could probably do some Planet Side 2. I don't know if anyone's, yeah, I don't know if anyone's, you know, up for that or whatever. I'm not feeling like streaming it though. I do appreciate you guys being here with me through my nasaliness, but you know, if you push through those things, all you're going to end up with is a sore throat. We're going to keep the backpack. So I will probably be doing this trade, bringing this to the close. And like I said, if anyone wants, we can pop on over to do some planet side, kill some people before the Terran Republic disappears. Parakeet, I want the bird. And we'll call that for an evening. I'll take an iron spear and a silver mace. I don't know if I want those, but I'll take them. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I love Final Fantasy. Oh, you're humans. These are all large. Shit. All right. You didn't have a whip? Why don't humans have whips anymore? Did humans get nerfed? I'll take your bolts. I like shooting things. I don't want your arrows. I don't even think I want your food. Yeah, look at all the food. We never actually cooked them yet. We got to cook a lot of food. You know what? I'll take your meat. Why don't I see the... Oh, it's down there. I was like, why don't I see the trader loss thing? All right, what added all the worth? Oh, it's because what I gave them was just not great. Am I trading for anything right now? Is this just me giving them shit? I guess I'll trade for food. Fuck, I can't trade for anything. Is this really just so cheap? Holy crap. All right, I'll take your cheeses. Okay, okay. I hope that was good. Ah, okay. So yeah, we're going to save where we are. We made some good progress. We made things a bit nicer. I would have rather that I made more progress on the second floor, but we got rooms complete that I didn't think we were going to even be doing today, such as we have a working Marksdorf training hall. It's working, training. They're getting good skills. I'm not sure where we're going to post them, but we got it working. Maybe we can get them on some of the second floors. That thing that has the fence, just shoot down on. It'll be great. We'll work it out. We'll have that working for next time. We'll be doing this on Dwarf Fortress on Monday, I believe. Until then, let us see who all is on, if I can find anyone. And special, before the credits even go, special shout out / thank you again to... Why does the game crash when I save an exit? To Blind IRL for the raid. Thank you so much for being on and for supporting me, buddy. Give me a sec. I have a shout out command. I know I do. There we go. I was like, I haven't heard it. All right. Who do I know is on right now? Radu is on. Radu. We will set up. Whoop, I did that wrong. Hold on. We'll set up a raid to Radu. Oh my God, my nose. I think, did that go through? Yes. Okay. We'll set up a raid to Radu. Ugh. I'm definitely going to have to do a lot of like forceful coughing and clearing of my nose before I switch over to Planet Side. Thank you to everyone. Oh, and a special shout out to Terramokes. I don't have a noise for him right now, though. Special shout out to Terramokes. Give his channel a follow. He is this channel's art man, and as a birthday present, he decided to give me 2 emotes for free, which we expanded upon in the 4. Thank you, Terramokes. Thank you, Pandasaurus, for being here as a mod. Thank you, Coca Koala, for being here as a mod. And I see the videos going out, so thank you for being... what did I call you last time? Producer. Did I call you producer? Thank you for being the producer to make sure that those videos go out, because I always forget about them. Yes, clips. I'm going to get rid of the marker. For those of you on the YouTube archives, thank you so much for watching. Catch you guys next